Hello. Hi. Hi. Podcast. Hi. Hello. Good morning. How are you doing today? Sorry for being a few minutes late. I appreciate you guys waiting. I gave you so much attention that I forget to give you other attention. And I was answering Morrows in the Discord. Oh my god, bro, the honky cars already. Hi, how you doing? Hello. How's everybody doing today? What's today? It's Friday. Give all attention always. I'm so bad at like keeping track of time and stuff. No. Dang car starting up. I know, right? I was wondering if you guys heard that. It's so loud. Well, hopefully, things will go well with being able to move soon, and we won't have honky cars in the back anymore. Yeah. I mentioned it at the end of the last stream. But I might have the chance to move away. Move somewhere else soon. So, yeah. I'm really excited about it. Yeah. Reset! Thank you for being Park Champion for 9 months. OMG, it's the cutest dino, Chio Chompi. Hi. Hi! Sorry if I seem kind of awkward today. I feel kind of awkward today, and I don't know why. I think it's one of those slow brain days. Which sucks, because I think we're doing something today that might require a little bit of thinking. Just a little bit. But it'll probably be okay. Yeah, it'll probably be okay, you know? Hello, that's Chio, 30k celeb soon. Oh, I know! Oh my god, we're so close to 30k. I'm so nervous about that too. I have no idea what to do for 30k. I have no idea. Actually, I might have one idea. But I can't spoil it. But yeah. I can't believe that's finally coming up. Just a little bit of what? I'm furious! Taking me Pog Chompo for 300 minutes. Thinking in my Chio Chompy stream? Yeah! Or maybe not. I don't know, my head doesn't feel very think-thonky today. 29.9 when that happened. I think it happened yesterday. Pretty recently. We're almost there. We're almost to the next big milestone. Well, actually, is 30k a big milestone? I mean, it kind of is. I don't know, I guess it just kind of depends on like how you organize those in your head. Oh my gosh, is that Chio Chompi from the Chio Chompi channel? Awesome! It is! Hi! It's definitely not Chio Chompi from not Chio Chompi channel. Yeah. Can we help a little bit? With what? Thinking? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Maybe we will think for you. Okay. We might need to pair our brain cells together and do thinking together today. Yeah. Why does my skin feel weird? What the heck? I don't know. Not Chio Chompy. It's not Chio Chompy. It's Bio Bomby. Bio Bomby today. Yeah. Also, you guys like my hair when it's like this? I like my hair being down with the bangs up. I think it's really cute. Oh no, I'm only running on caffeine. At least you're running on something. That's okay. But hey, if any PogChamps here happen to be tired, we can be tired together too. Because I think that's what my problem is. There's just been a lot of work going on in the background. But I'm happy to announce that my animation that I've been working on for like a month is finally done. It's finally all done. All of it, including sounds, every little bit of it, it is all done. And I am very, very happy to announce that. So, yeah. The one less thing that was on my work plate. One less thing on my shoulders. I can take a break. Now I get to start brainstorming for the next It's a never-ending cycle. But maybe this is where we can have that Chompi member stream where we like brainstorm an animation together. I feel like that might be cool, you know? Yeah. I've been wanting to do another member stream. I've been wanting to for like the last couple of weeks. I just feel like we have so much going on right now. Like, I really want to. It's been like a month since our last one. I think it's about time. We're a little overdue for the next member stream. It's really freaking cute and very good. Have easy access to forehead kisses. No. You can't just do that. That's illegal. You might get like rabies or something. I don't know. I might be a little bit crazy. Are you sure you want to? Are you sure you want to take that risk? No! No kisses! No! Dino salmonella. I mean, realistically, I don't think dinosaurs can actually get rabies, but rabies is just one of the funniest diseases that I know, so I'm using it anyway. Yeah, a price I'm willing to pay. Now, how are you gonna do art, Risa, if you have rabies? I got it! Thank you for the 20 super. Stinky lizard! I'm not a lizard. Am I? Guys, are dinosaurs lizards? Are they like the same thing? You can play pawing on Chio's forehead. The eyebrows are the two players on the field. No, they're not. My forehead's not that big. It's not. Man, can you just imagine how freaking, like, big my head is under all my hair? You're not allowed to give me a buzz cut, though. Yeah, but now I'm just kind of thinking about that. No think, only PogChomp. Yeah, it's a nice advertisement size. Yo, can you imagine if I ever got, like, one of those VTuber billboards? It's just like a really close-up picture of like my head, just my forehead, just like this. But the advertisement, just on my head. Do people still do those? Do people still do those like VTuber billboards? I don't know. I don't know, it's been a while since I've heard of a new one popping up or heard anything about any of them, honestly. That would be the ad for ChioCon. Yeah, ChioCon! Yeah! What would ChioCon even have, though? I don't know. What if, like, the entire con is just full of, like, TV screens and I'll just say things from Chio all at the same time? So it's like a giant overstimulation chamber of Chio. With a ball pit, yes. Nicole, thank you for being park champion for 2 whole months. I almost said super again. Man, I feel like I'm not all here today. My brain's a little on the tired side. Monthly reminder that Chio is my Oshi and I love her. You're too nice to me. You're too nice to me. You know, sometimes I feel like, man, am I even like deserving of being called an Oshi? spend every day just like kind of stumbling through, trying to figure out like the best way to do everything, you know? Busy schedules, handling stream, everything. And you guys are like so nice about it. You know. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you know, people are like, I don't even know what I'm doing, but like here's people that like me. I feel like that a lot of the time. It's like people are probably like, oh man, that Chio, a professional. Well, I don't know if anyone actually thinks that. Maybe they don't. But then I'm just over here like, ha, I have no idea what I'm doing. You know. I love Chio Chompi. I love Chio Chompi. Ah! No. No. Chio OC supremacy. Madonna, I'm not even your OC. No, thanks, guys. Literally #1. Really? I feel like there's a lot more people deserving of #1 over me, but nah. Because thank you for sharing about my OC is cute with her hair down and bangs up, even if she's stinky. Hey, I'm not stinky. No, I'll have you know I took a shower today. No, not you too, good. No, I took a shower today. I'm actually clean. I'm clean today. I'm clean right now. So hot, not stinky. In fact, I feel like my hair probably still smells like what kind of shampoo do I have? It's like avocado or coconut or something. Actually, it smells like nothing. It doesn't smell like bad or good. It just smells like nothing. I love dinosaurs, and this one is very lovable. Ah. You guys, no. Okay, I'll take the compliments. I'll take them. I guess I will. So thank you for your support. You always steam me. No! Tiny brat. No, I think the bratty ones today, it's not me. I think I'm too EP to be bratty today. Clearly all the brattiness is coming from PogChamps. Honestly, at this point, like, am I even the streamer here? You know, like, it feels like the show's really coming from you guys today. So, here you go. You're the streamer. Put on a good show. I love my favorite VTuber chat. It's my favorite. Wow, Nightbot, my favorite chatter. Oh dang, you know, I can actually see the delay, the chat delay. When I, yeah. I'm so bad at typing fast. How do you guys do this? Have you heard about an Oshi, Chio Chompi? I thought you guys were the Oshi. I thought chat was my Oshi. Free money. Thank you. Why do so many VTubers have Rottweiler eyebrows? Because it's cute. Gotta lock in time to play Mario Sunshine. I love that game. Alright, I'm so excited to watch chat play Mario Sunshine today. I'm using chat control. Well, alrighty. I feel like, oh my god, it's not being resized the back. I have to do it myself manually. Is that even the same size it was before? I have no idea. Something like that. Okay, you guys have had enough spotlight. I'm gonna come back now. I feel like it might be a little bit bigger than it was before. I kinda like you guys being bigger on the chatting screen though. Just a little bit. Why not? Why not? I remember at one time I asked you guys if you should be like really big on the chat, on the just chatting screen. Like, well, whoops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Hang on. Like this, and then I'm like over here or something. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit too big. Maybe like this. Oh my god! Look, you're in like the traditional VTuber spot for chat boxes. Whoa! It almost feels kind of weird. Not as big as your forehead. Yeah, I don't know. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? I'm unsure. I don't know how I feel about it. You're so big. You're so big. I think it's Jice. Oh, is that like nice and jaundice? Yeah, I do think it's pretty nice and jaundice. I feel slightly larger than before. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm gonna make you smaller. Smaller. There we go. I think that's just the perfect size for you. It's perfect. Or maybe it's a little too small. Makes it easier to read. Put chat on my forehead. Well, okay, hang on. Like that? And this says you can put us on the TV in the back of your room. Oh my god, I could. But all the way back there, we would never read anything you're saying. What do you mean? No! You just put me there so you can kiss me. Nah, get back up in your corner. Get back up in your corner. You butt fucks. Nah, you tricked me. I think that's a good size. Yep, that's a good size right there. I'll leave it like that. Mikak, thank you for the super. I got 2 supers. Mickey, first, Mikak, thank you for super. My also thinks I'm big. Thank you for the sweet little lot. I mean, you could be big. I don't know. Well, maybe I know a little bit more now. I say it's average, pretty readable. Rachel thinks I'm average size, bro. Well, okay then. So, thank you for super. Help out with being repressed. What does that mean? You got chat cooties now. No, I don't want chat cooties. Well, how do we know you guys don't have rabies now? I think that's worse than getting cooties. I think that's worse than getting chat cooties. Yeah. Now you're like stuck in your own mind. And you're going rabid. And you're going nuts. Sorry I'm late. Hi, Ducko. Oh, you just missed the chat spotlight. And being on my forehead. Did we get Chio-itis? Yeah, now you're gonna be green. Oh wait, you're already green! Foams at the mouth, I love Chio Chompi. Yeah, I feel like some Pogchamps, maybe they already do have rabies. You know, we're going to invent a strain of rabies that can exist in reptiles, so that way that Pogchamps can have rabies, and any Pogchamp that goes crazy for Chio or the Chio Pogchamp community has rabies. Indescribable. Yeah, indescribable. God, they can consider it, but I'm a Chio fan. There's definitely something wrong with me. Yeah, there might be actually. I don't even know why you're here. What do you even see in me, Pogchamps? What do you even see in me, huh? I don't know what you see in that girl. But, like, she's dirty and sensitive and awkward. I mean, not to be like that person. I think she might be a little autistic. I don't know what you see in her. I feel like you could do so much better. Hey, you! I don't like your VTuber. I'm here because of your forehead. You know, I can't argue with that. That's a pretty good reason. And I like pretty things. Pretty stupid. What's the tism, Milo? Dad, you know, maybe all those things I listed, maybe they're actually like things that Pogchamps like. Imagine being likable. Imagine having everything you see as an annoying flaw that holds you back instead of being received as a lovable charm point by everyone that you think it will be a burden to. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Nah. He looked at YouTube recommendations, saw a huge dino forehead, and it clicked instantly. Based. Nah! I'm here for the earwiggle. It does make me happy how much you guys like the earwiggles. Actually, I always thought how cute it was. I didn't think it was gonna be as popular as it is though. That came as a very pleasant surprise. I'm here for the tism now. Really? Really? For real? Really? It is great! Wow, autistic dinosaurs. They're great! We love hyperfixation. What about the part of it though where it's like I start over-explaining something? Or I have multiple thoughts and I start explaining them like all, and it kind of sounds like I'm contradicting what you're saying, but I'm not trying to, but it comes off like that because I like agree with you, but then my brain's like, well, what about this part? Oh, okay, well then, yeah, I think so, but then also like this part, you know, this, over-explaining. That's gotta be a little annoying. That's gotta be giving an impression of me that I don't mean to give off. Bro, thank you very much for that wants ear wiggle go bro. I wish I could roll my R's. I wish I could do that. I can't. That's called being a woman! No! No, you can't hit me with the woman moment like that. You can't. You cannot. No. Your Evelyn gives you energy even overexcited little sister. Very cute. Does it? Okay, I'm gonna be like straight up. I thought it gave off the impression of a very annoying person. I was sitting here like sometimes I'll watch my VODs back and I'll be like, why did I say that? Why did I start over-explaining that? Why did I do that? One of those moments literally yesterday after the repo collab when I was talking to Chad at the end. There was something about like we watch VTubers we don't get flirted with. And man, I had an option in my reply there. And what I ended up replying was my brain having one of those moments that I feel might be autistic. I don't know. But my brain being like, oh, well, you like VTubers, but like there's a lot of VTubers that do flirt with their audience. So, like, chances are, depending on who you watch, you might actually get flirted with. It's just not the traditional flirting, like, with a girl that you know in person. But, like, technically, why does my brain do that? Why does my brain do that? It gets all technical about the most random things. Instead, I could just be like, oh, that's like me for real. That's like me for real. I also watch VTubers. I don't get flirted with by pretty women. Okay, that's not true. Actually, I do get flirted with by pretty women. But that's like, instead my brain does whatever that is. And I'm just like, why? Why am I like that? It's gotta be the most annoying thing. It's gotta be the most annoying thing. It feels so awkward. I hate that I do that. It feels so awkward. No. Can you teach me that power? You don't want it. Oh, do you mean getting flirted with? No. Become a pretty woman, and then I guess you'll just get pretty women. Because other than that, I don't know how I'm being flirted with. I'm the most awkward person. And anytime someone flirts with me, I get so awkward. I like want to match the energy, but my brain is just like, kisses you. No, you guys can't like it that much. You can't like, it's gotta be annoying. It's annoying you and you're just too nice to tell me. You're just too nice to tell me. That's gotta be it. That's perfect. Oh, it's fine. Better to over-explain your thoughts than sit silent on stream. Is it really though? I mean, yes, talking is better than silence, but like, I could have said something that's not that. At least I didn't crash my RV many times. Hey, I didn't crash it as much as Skiddo did, and I think that's an achievement. Nah, Chio rambles are the best. Are you sure? Are you sure? I mean, if you say so, I'm not trying to be a doubting Debbie. it's just weird. It's weird having something that you like dislike about yourself being so liked by like everyone else. It's I don't like that I'm awkward. Man, I'm the most awkward person I know. I feel like a lot of VTubers are awkward. Well, actually, maybe that's why you guys like it, because that's just normal for VTubers, I guess. I don't know. But like, man, I feel like I feel like awkward in the way that a girl failure is. You know, like it's not cute. It's like you try to go like say hi, and instead you're just a shriveling mess, and it's just you know. and then people are probably gonna be like, did you see that girl over there? That one? Yeah, that one. She tried to say hi to me. But like, I think there's something wrong with them. You know. I hope I wasn't hitting my chat too much. Sometimes I forget that you guys are like right here in the corner when I go over to this side. And you're right here. Hi. I can smell you. I can see you. I feel like such a girl when I have my hair down and my collar is off and you can see my shoulders. You can see my shoulders and my hair. I feel like such a girl. Anyway. You made us small. I think you're actually bigger on the screen than you were when we started the screen. I think you're bigger now. I don't think I put you back to the same size. You get to take up more screen space now than you did before. I gave you more room. You should be happy about that. We have been shrunk. No, you got bigger. You got bigger. What do we smell like? Poo-poo. You smell like a poopy butt. Poopy butt. Poopy butt. You smell like a poopy butt. Ah. Return us to our proper form. Okay. So, how are y'all feeling today? I'm feeling kind of hungry. I did not eat before stream today. I have like half a can of soda on my desk that like I opened yesterday, and it's been sitting out overnight. Do you think it's still good to drink it? I'm like half wondering if like a spider maybe crawled inside. But it's too dark in there for me to see. I hope there's no spiders in here. It's probably for that. Yeah, it's probably for that. But it's only been like one night. And I opened it in the evening as well. So like, it's really just been overnight. It's probably fun. That's probably fun. Poop, there you go. You're back now. Hi, Spider. Thank you for soup. Stinky! No, that's you. That's you. Okay, because I showered today. Okay, let's get a show of hands. How many PogChomps showered today? How many PogChomps showered today? Raise your hand if you showered. You can give a thumbs down if you did not shower. Just so everybody's included. I shower after work. Stinky! Stinky, stinky, stinky! We can't tell if YouTube is centering our message. Oh yeah, I should swap it to live chat. There we go. I just did that. Just now. Okay, great. Yeah.
Chio stinky.
there, you stinky. And run there, you stinky. But the thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, I'm gonna take that as having your hand up. And so dip. And sputter all sour today. Good. Good. The robot voice said it. It must be true. No, that TTS doesn't know what he's talking about. It doesn't know what it's talking about. It just knows how to repeat things. Like a parrot. Like a parrot. Yeah, but like without the intelligence of a parrot, because parrots are pretty smart. Yeah, we need to sniff test to make sure. No, you can't sniff my armpit. I wanna take a sip of my soda. Yeah, it's flat, but it tastes pretty good. Actually, I feel like there's still like a tiny bit of fizz to it still. Like, maybe a teensy weensy little bit. But like, it's not bad. I'll probably finish that today. Yeah. Choo-choo! Actually, you guys wanna know something about me? It's such a bad habit. I'm so bad at finishing drinks if they're in a can or a bottle, but especially a can. Like, if you hand me a can of soda, chances are I might only drink half of it. I'm not trying to waste it, but it just feels like there's so much soda in there when it's in a can. If you pour the exact same amount into a cup and give it to me in a cup, then it doesn't feel like so much, and I can finish it easier when it's in a cup, but I don't finish it too well when it's in a can. Armpit would be like, oh no, I am not promising you guys that. No. Damn, it's just a can. But is there so much in a can? It's not as much when you pour the exact same amount into a cup. Someone here has to understand. Actually, it's not as bad if it's a bottle. Well, actually, it depends. Is it a narrow bottle? Like Haritos. I like Haritos. I like the pineapple Haritos. I like Haritos. If it's a narrower bottle like a Haritos, then I don't tend to have problems finishing it. But if it's like a Powerade bottle or something, and it's really tall and it's really wide, like there's so much in there, man. How are people finishing it? I have an unfinished Powerade in the fridge that I literally drank the rest of it like a few weeks ago. And I haven't drank the rest of it. Because it's hard to drink it. It's hard to finish it all. Mini cans are nice. Maybe I do need mini cans. Maybe I do. I mean, I don't drink soda that often. I usually just drink water. But when I do like want a sugary drink, it's like I don't want to waste it. But it's so hard to finish it because it's so much when it's in a can. You know. But also, I grew up with siblings. I've spent most of my life having to share drinks. Maybe that's why it feels like so much when you give me a drink that's not in a cup. It's like, I've conditioned myself to take lots of mini sips. So that way it feels like I'm getting more than I am. And I've tricked my brain into thinking I'm getting a lot of the drink, but without actually taking all of the drink. And maybe that's where my problem stems from, now that I get my own drinks. If you want to get her drunk, give it to her in a cup. Nah, that's not gonna work, because I don't like alcohol. It tastes bad. I'm drinking Baja Blast right now. That tastes mid. Missing your siblings too much to finish that. think it's just a curse now. It's a curse, you know. I'm jealous you have Jarritos 0 sugar. Not even Mexico has it. Wait, 0 sugar? Do they make Jarritos 0 sugar? I've never seen that in my life. I just get Jarritos pineapple flavor. It's my favorite. Yeah, I think I've tried one other flavor. I don't even remember what flavor it is, but the pineapple one is my favorite. It's so good. I have like literally 2 other Jarritos pineapple drinks in my fridge right now, and I love them. But how about it's amazing you take that back? I don't agree. It just kind of tastes like Mountain Dew, which I also don't like that much. Nah, it's just mid. I don't really go out of my way to get Baja Blast. Nah. You can pour the cans into 12-ounce mini bottles, finish half at once. Oh wait, can you just buy those? Cause that would be really nice. I really don't want to be wasting soda. Do you like Arizona? The state or the tea? Guava's best underrated fruit. I kind of wish there was a lychee flavor, because I love lychee juice so much. I want to try a lychee soda. I kind of wish that there was a lychee flavor, but I know Jarritos is like Mexican, and I don't think they like lychee is more Asian, so kind of makes sense. But I actually have I ever had an Arizona tea? I actually don't know. I do like the state though. I've been there before. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I've been to the Grand Canyon. There was this one time I went to the Grand Canyon, and there were like some tourists. I think they might have been like Indian or Muslim or something. And it was really cute because they were just like really eagerly pointing at a squirrel and like taking photos of it. Like they've never seen it before. And I just thought it was really cute. just a squirrel. They need a lychee flavor of gamer subs that's Chio themed. Yeah. Well, I would love my own energy drink flavor. I've always thought that was really cool that VTubers have their own energy drink flavors. And I've always thought like, wow, that would be really cool. Yeah, actually, I wonder if you put watermelon and lychee flavors together, would that be good? Maybe that would be my flavor. I like watermelon, and I like lychee. I wonder if they're good together. They probably are. They probably are. Did you see a Roadrunner? Yeah, I've seen Roadrunners before. Yeah. And there was one time I was going through Texas, I saw a wild armadillo in the parking lot of a Hampton Inn. My family stopped at a Hampton Inn at night, and we were like unloading the car to like go up into a hotel room, and there was just an armadillo in the parking lot, and we were just like, whoa, what fucking armadillo! Whoa! And then he just like kind of was speed walking away. He's like, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here. They were so cool. They were so cool. I love getting to see wild armadillos. Doesn't happen very often. You went to the Hampton Inn. I love staying there. Yeah. My parents really like Hampton Inns, so I've stayed in so many Hampton Inns. They like to travel. I get dragged on the travel trips because I can't stay home. So I've had a lot of different Hampton Inn stays in my past. The armadillo was like, whoa, it's Chio, run away! Because that's what it was doing, it was running away! Thinking back, I think it might have been a 9-banded armadillo too, because like, it was pretty big, it was a pretty big armadillo. I've seen other, what was I going to say? Other armadillos. I've seen other wild armadillos, and they're usually like a lot smaller. Maybe they're babies. But I feel like maybe they were the 3-banded armadillos. I do not know. And there was a guy who got taken out when he shot an armadillo, but the bullet bounced back at him. I've heard of that, yeah. That's maybe not the smartest idea. Yeah, but I love armadillos. I love armadillos. Yeah, I think armadillo said you were stinky. No, he didn't. No, I don't remember if I was stinky that day. Probably not. But anyway, we've been yapping for almost an hour. Let's not forget that today we're doing something. We're doing something. And today we're doing something pretty interesting. Come over here, come over here. Ta-da! We're playing T-Rex Time Machine. I saw this game on Steam, and I thought it looked really cool. It's based off a novel of the same name. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Well, there's a Steam game version. And I was just like, oh wow, that's pretty cool. I don't know how long it's going to be. And it's kind of like a different thing, you know? It's kind of like a different thing. Hopefully I have it cropped nicely too, so that way none of it'll be like off stream or anything. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do like a choose your own adventure thing together. It's gonna be really, really cool. Yeah. And also, there's like no BGM for the game, so I found a video on YouTube that has music. There was no ads that played at the start. I clicked through it. There were no ads that played at any point. So, and they even say that their channel is not monetized. So, I'm going to assume that there will be no ads. And we are okay to play this audio. Okay. Can you hear that? It's like lo-fi Mario music. I really want to get some more variety with music and stuff, BGM. It's not too loud, is it? Not too loud, not too quiet? Also make sure it's not too quiet. Can you hear it okay? Is it a nice balance? Okay, that was like some scary noises going on there for a second. It's a little low? Okay. I will turn it up a bit. How is that? How is that? Can you hear it? It's like a lo-fi remix of Super Mario 64's like file select screen. Do you guys remember when we speedran that game and got it done in like 9 hours? I bet I could play it again and get it done faster than that. Yeah! More BGMs in the same style type as the OG BGM. Yeah, maybe. I did pick up FL Studio recently, and I haven't had the chance really to like try to learn it in depth yet. But I really want to. I think that'd be cool, you know? I probably can't make anything as good as my current BGM, because that's made by a professional. But, I think it'd be cool to try, you know? Maybe I can make something that's pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll try some more later today after stream. I don't think this will take super long. I googled it, and apparently this is like a roughly 2 hour experience. The game was in the demo section on Steam. I thought it was a demo. I don't know if it is a demo or if it's like a full game. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect. So we're kind of just doing something a little different today. Yeah. Okay. Chio sounds and samples to make your own BGM. That would be cool. And this is a part of it where I just go, penis. Or something, I don't know. Okay, but yeah, since I'm kind of head empty today, maybe we'll end up doing a lot of thinking together. So, okay, should we get started? It's like we're reading a book together, but it's like a game. Academic disaster. You race across campus on foot towards the university's admin building, woefully late. How could you have lost track of the time on the most important day in your entire academic career? Of course, it doesn't help that the university placed its student parking lots halfway to Outer Mongolia. Maybe Mario music's going to be distracting me because my brain is just like, Mario music. Yeah, I want to do the same thing Pod Jumps are doing. My brain's just like, Mario music, Mario. Woohoo! I want to play Mario. I want to play like a platformer Mario. I'm enjoying Mario and Luigi a lot, but it's so dialogue heavy. I want to play a platformer so I can yap more while we play. You know, I mean, I can yap a lot while playing in story heavy ones too. But like, I want to play a platformer. I want to play like Sunshine or something. or 64 again. But maybe we could wait on that one because we didn't play. That was the last one we played. Just play another one. Play a different one. Anyway. Maybe you've been focusing your energies on the wrong project. Wouldn't it be more sensible to devise a practical means of local teleportation across town or across campus rather than a multi-million-year time travel? You shake your head. No way. It's better to stick with your true passion. For longer than you can remember, you've poured your heart and soul and time and money into your dream. Oh, okay, so then now we kind of pick, this is like character motivation. Nothing intrigues me more than building and operating a time machine. Okay, so that's about the creation of the machine itself. It's worth a few risks to learn about living dinosaurs. Okay, so let's focus more on the dinosaurs and risk-taking. A time machine is merely the means to go make movies about real dinosaurs. That feels a bit more like, it's like the superficial entertainment sort of view on it. That's the kind of the vibe I get from that answer. You know? I really hope this video doesn't randomly hit us with an ad, like, partway through it. Like, please don't. Please don't. I need to get an ad blocker. I know I do. Okay, or like, YouTube Premium. Since I use YouTube so much, I feel like it'd be worth it. I just want some other BGM. Or a time machine will let me explore the Mesozoic wilderness and hunt dinosaurs. Okay, so we can kind of choose our like initial focus here. What is our character like? Who are they? Who are we? What are we doing this for? I feel like kind of leaning towards option 2 here. If I were to build a time machine, I mean, I'm not much of an engineer type person myself. So I don't know if my passion would be in the building and operating of the time machine. I feel like my passion would be about getting to see the old dinosaurs. I like animals. You know, hunting. I guess we have done a little bit of dinosaur hunting on the channel. So many games are about hunting the dinosaurs. I kind of want more variety. I would love a horror game where you play as a dinosaur. I know they make good horror. You can have a horror game where you play as a dinosaur and still have other dinosaurs be an antagonist. Like, make it so you're a small dinosaur. Big ones are a threat. You could do that. Like, you know, I don't know why we haven't gotten that one yet. I think that's a really, really great idea. Like, we got some games where you can play as a dinosaur, but I haven't seen any horror ones yet. I want to see a horror game where you play as a dinosaur. Traversing the modern internet without an ad blocker is incredibly rough. Yeah, to be honest, I've been doing it for years, so like part of it's kind of, part of me's kind of used to it, but then there's also a part of me that's just getting really burnt out on just constantly being sold something. You're just constantly being sold stuff. Hey, go here. Hey, buy this. Hey, medical prescriptions with side effects that'll make you wish you didn't have an ass. Like, it's just all the time, constantly. I think it's a few risks to learn about living dinosaurs. I mean, there are a lot of people who learn things about by being a little risky. But then my question is, if you take a time machine back in time to the dinosaur times, are you gonna have electricity to get back out of that position? I don't know, but I feel like this is the most me, so I'm gonna pick that one. Okay, we made our first decision. Yeah. Okay. Well, see, now I see, like, it's not. Now it's higher up. It's kind of cropped out. See, I was wondering about this. I had to use a window capture for this game instead of a traditional game capture. So, like, this isn't set up the way it normally is. Okay, that's the top of it. There we go, there we go. Make I like to give it a super bad. Kiss forehead, kiss cheek, kiss ear, kiss the dino chat. No, stop! No, stop. You're gonna make me flustered. Ah, go away. Rasta, give me packed up in for 11 months. Thank you. Chio comes with side effects. You might get stinky. I'm not even stinky today, though. I'm very clean. You might come out of it smelling like a girl. Maybe, I don't know. The notification sounded with echo. Oh, yeah, it's because I have my desktop audio capturing the BGM. I don't know how to not have that. I don't know how to make that not be a thing. It might... How bad is the echo? Is it, like, subtle and you can kind of ignore it, or is it, like, bad? I wasn't sure of how else best to, like, capture it. No problem? Is it okay? It's not that bad? Okay. Sorry, I know it's not ideal. I wasn't sure of the best way to capture BGM. Especially so last minute, since, like, we kind of came in and we were, like, you know, I lost track of time. I think otherwise the way I would have gone about it is, like, I would have planned ahead and just recorded a video, like, with the audio of the video, and then just put the video or the audio by itself into OBS, and it would be its own separate audio source, but I did not have time to do that. So it's kind of just what we got. It's kind of just what we're working with. I hope it's not too bad. I'm sorry about that. Isn't that what the plutonium we stole from the Libyan terrorists is for? We should have plenty of power for a return trip. I don't know anything about any of that, but maybe. Okay. When you close your eyes, you can practically see, hear, and smell the hot breath of an immense Cretaceous herbivore. There's so much we don't know about their appearances, life cycles, diets, mating steps, habitats, and so on. Sure, there are risks inherent in time traveling to a place where dinosaurs roam, but it's worth it for the chance to study the most magnificent beast that ever strode upon planet Earth, dominating every continent for over 160 million years. 160 million? But I'm 66 million. And I also came from the Cretaceous. How big is the Cretaceous period? What the... Actually, it would be an indisputably better idea for you to focus your attention on the impending challenge. You waited weeks for today's make-or-break meeting with the Dean of Students, mentally rehearsing what you intend to say to get yourself out of this mess. I do that all the time. Anytime I have to talk to anybody, if I have to order something, place an order at a restaurant, I practice what I'm going to say before I talk to them. If I have to make a phone call, I rehearse what I'm going to say, like mentally. Mentally practice, not like out loud, but like mentally rehearse what I'm going to say before I talk to them, because I don't like phone calls, and I don't like placing orders, and I don't like it. I do that all the time. You did nothing wrong. Oh, great, thanks. Not only that, but you're a good student, double majoring in zoology. Is it zoology or is it zoology? Because it looks like it just says zoology, but zoology sounds better. And engineering with a minor in film. Trouble is, everybody thinks you cheated. Everybody except for Brett. Some guy named Brett. That's your best friend. Oh, okay. And the only person you can really confide in. Oh, okay. The only person with whom you can kick back and just be yourself. Oh, okay. You smile inwardly as you think of Brett. I'm just gonna visually imagine Brett as a PogChomp. Because I feel that way about PogChomps. Brett's just an individual PogChomp going on this journey with me. With his crooked grin, mischievous eyes, and encouraging words. That does sound very PogChomp. Or with her easygoing spontaneous... Brett. Can Brett be a girl's name? Not gonna let the top one feels more like PogChomps to me. But we are Brett. You are Brett. You are Brett. I wish I had 3 O's, Chio. Me too. Yeah. Is it zoology? I bet it is, but it doesn't look like it would be pronounced that way. It really doesn't. But if Brett's a PogChomp, then you don't have to go back in time to study dinosaurs. One is right there. Oh, that's true. But also, if I'm also Chio, then I also have a dinosaur. I wouldn't have to go back in time to study dinosaurs. Short for Bethany? What? I've never even heard that name. I'm gonna go with the top one. This one feels more PogChomp. It's great to know Brett will always have your back. He not only shares your dream of building the world's first time machine, he's also spent hour upon hour helping you do just that. You're so ever close to success, you just know it. Think of it. You could become the first person to ever travel backwards to another era. Ha! Barely in your 20s, you could become... Well, I'm a girl, so I should probably pick this top one. Yes. Okay, I'm a girl, yes. Like Amelia Earhart, you'll soar off into the unknown and show the world what can be done. Though naturally, you intend to avoid a mysterious disappearance and probable death at an early age. I'm in my early 20s. I'm so young. But I'm also so old. I'm the oldest I've ever been. I'm dust in the wind. The clock atop the Carolyn Tower reads 17 past the hour. What hour? What time is it? I'm not sure you want to be Amelia Earhart. Is it because she went missing and nobody knows what happened to her? Avoid coconut crabs in places they live. Did she get eaten alive by coconut crabs? I like coconut crabs though. They're really big and they like to climb things. They'll climb everything. Yeah. I like them. They're silly. Okay, where was I reading? 17 past the hour, causing you to wince inwardly as you pick up the pace. A couple of your engineering school classmates warned you that the Dean of Students puts great stock in punctuality. This could be your only chance to defend your good name against the false charges. What are the charges again? I already forgot. If it even told me. I don't actually know. Coconut crabs are spiders on steroids. I like them. They're big. And they're crabby. And they like coconuts. Yeah, they climb palm trees to get down coconuts. That's why they're called coconut crabs. That's how they get their name. Yeah. But first you may well have to explain your tardiness. I'm sorry, I was answering Maros. I didn't mean to be late. That prospect makes your back muscles stiffen into knots. What if you said your old car broke down? Wow, does that ever sound lame? Besides, the dealer's probably heard every excuse imaginable. You could come clean and tell the truth. How's that for an idea? Yes, although I'm intimidated by him, I'm proud of my honesty. No way, I'm too scared. I can pull off an excuse. Nope, if he asks, I'll stand up to him. It's none of his business. I feel like I'm either 1 or 3. But it kind of depends on the situation. want to lie. I'm not much of a liar. I'm a bad liar, and I don't like lying. I like to be honest wherever I can. But also, sometimes it is none of your dang business. And I value my privacy. But it really depends on the situation. Slow Yoshi song. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba 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 da. Dang, it's not playing that part yet. Oh well. I don't know. I feel like my brain's gonna implode. This is too much thinking. I can't remember what's the. Dang, this is where my ADHD is gonna really shine. People are gonna be like, ah! I see it. That Nintendo music go bro. But like, why am I late? Why am I late? Am I late by 17 minutes? I'm going to assume I'm late by 17 minutes, which is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Well, I'm in some sort of school. A lot of teachers want you to be at their classes, but also sometimes things happen. But like, what happened to make me late? I don't remember, and I don't think I can go back and read the previous sections. Does anybody know? Did it say why we're late? Did it give a reason? Is it just that I overslept or something? I don't think it did it? It's asking me to make a decision when I don't have all the information. I don't like making decisions without all the information. This is such a good head empty song. Yeah. It has a lot of PogChamp energy to me. Okay, for a second I was like, is it playing an ad? Okay, you know what? I feel like Amelia Earhart, you'll get eaten by coconut crabs. Maybe I'll just throw my instructor to coconut crabs. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna go with this top one. I'm not gonna tell him to F off. I'll just be honest, okay? Like, and be apologetic, and maybe that'll earn some respect or whatever, you know? That means you're smarter than most, Chio. It's not good to make decisions when you don't have all the info. Yeah, I really prefer not to. I mean, sometimes you have to. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes you just don't have all the info and you can't have all the info at the time you need to make a decision. But, man, is that uncomfortable. I'm just gonna choose to be honest. I don't know why I'm late. I also don't know the whole situation, so maybe it's best. Play the apologetic side, and if they get really angry, maybe this will earn me the most points. You feel in your heart that this is the right decision. With some trepidation, you begin to formulate your explanation, making it simple and factual, owning up to your mistake. What exactly were you doing that caused you to... That's what I was asking 2 minutes ago! Okay, now we get to pick an answer. Okay, you guys can see all the text? Okay, yeah. Okay, good. If at any point you can't see all the text of a question, let me know. So I can like fix the crop on the capture. What song is this? I'm getting distracted by the music again. I have no idea. Eat the coconut crabs first. I want to pet them. Okay. Working alone on a tantalizing new design for my time routine. Reading an intriguing theory that duck-billed dinosaurs raise their young, much like birds do. Brett and I were watching a dinosaur adventure movie to get some pointers for my own filmmaking, or I was checking out Brett's new rifle. Definitely not that last one. I feel like if it's academic related, it might be forgiven more than if it is not. So I think one of the other three, the filmmaking, I have a minor in filmmaking. Yeah, my character has a minor in filmmaking, but doesn't that mean I've already completed that course? So that might be unrelated to the course that I'm currently doing, which would make the filmmaking not exactly related education-wise to what I am currently doing. If it's not related to the material, it might not be received very well. As an excuse might be that, you know, I feel like maybe that top one, because the time machine is exactly what I'm doing with this whole, like, school curriculum, right? So, like, I feel like that's probably going to be the answer that gets me the most points with this professor, since we were late. If they're, like, a really strict professor, maybe. I'd say 2 sounds like the most reasonable excuse. You think so? You know, yeah, thinking about it, actually, let me add to that point. I don't know how far in production this time machine is. Are you about to finish it? Like, I would assume so. I would assume so, because this is going to be about going back in time and stuff. So, like, are you just coming up with a new design when you don't need to? Because that could be seen as a time waster. How much is already approved? Cause there's like good and bad times to have a new design that you're working on. Yeah, I have situations like that a lot with my own projects, you know. If you want like revisions and stuff, or like you have like a whole new idea for something, it's best to introduce it early on. If you're like really late in production, then like, especially if it's like a big new design change, you can't really so easily, like, you'd have to undo a lot of finished work to make that change. So big changes are better in the beginning. So like, this sounds like it's like a lot of a big change here. And I don't know, I would assume, based on what this game is going to be about, we will be having, like, I think survival decisions and stuff later on. So I'm going to assume the time machine is probably, like, unless there's, like, a time skip that's going to surprise me with, it's probably the time machine's almost done. And it would not be a good idea to be working on something like that. So maybe the second one really is the best one. Reading an intriguing theory that duck-billed dinosaurs raise their young, much like birds do. Take it back to formula. Oh, this is where I'm gonna whip out my thinky brain. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this might be the best option. Okay, let's lock it in. I'm locking it in. Dinosaurs are endlessly fascinating. You clearly remember seeing your first Hadrosaurus skeletons in a museum when you were in preschool, and you've been enraptured by them ever since. The more you learn, the more wondrous they seem, and yet, picturing the DM, you quail at the likelihood that he'll presume you're trying to bullshit him. So that's out. Wait, does that mean it's out that he is going to, or that he's not going to? Hey, Chio. Hi, Notorious. How you doing? Welcome in. We're playing a Choose Your Own Adventure game. We're only a few decisions in, so you're pretty early. Yeah, we're not to the dinosaur part yet. As you turn over some other approaches in your mind, you spot a couple of familiar students. They're a study in the opposites. Short, overweight, long-haired Casey is a outgoing paleontology PhD student with Asian features, while tall, scrawny Skylar with Northern European features and a blonde buzz cut is a reserved engineering student. You have been impressed with the talk Casey gave on Hadrosaurus dentition, and peppered Casey with questions afterwards. You got to know Skylar from taking several classes together. Later on, you spotted them hanging out with Darian Vance, the person who has caused you so much grief. I'm not going to remember all these names. I'm so bad with names. I'm gonna be like, who is that? Who is that? I don't remember. I don't remember. But my head hurts. There's too much thinking happening. My head hurts. The mention of your enemy Wait. I accidentally skipped the line. Casey is saying to Skylar, actually done it. I've signed on with Darian. The mention of your enemy distracts you. Thrown off your stride, you step on some dead leaves clumped on the path, not realizing that they're slippery. Your feet come out from under you, splashing cold, dirty water on your jeans as you fall. Ouch. Oh. My mom went. You okay? Casey extends a hand to help you. I snap at Vance's buddies to drive them away. Well, that doesn't sound very nice. Are these not my friends? Feeling embarrassed and awkward, I jump up. That would probably be what I do. Or make a joke at my own expense and let them help me, hoping they'll resume their conversation. Well, this is probably the best way. I've heard the advice that sometimes a lot of things that are awkward are only awkward if you make them awkward. But if you laugh it off and kind of treat it as something that's like, oh, that's no big deal, then like chances are nobody else will think of it as a big deal either. And it kind of depends on like if you treat it awkwardly and you get awkward about it, then other people might notice you're awkward about it, and then it might stick in their mind as an awkward moment. But if you were to like make a casual joke and then just literally like, nah, it's no big deal, I'm okay. Anyway, what were you guys talking about? You know, then they'll just be like, oh, okay, they're okay. So okay, what were we talking about? And then they'll move on. You know? The remixed Mario voices and the music. Things aren't that serious and people falling is funny sometimes. You just gotta roll with it. Yeah, I've honestly, since reading that advice, like it really stuck with me. And I think it's actually helped me with some other times where I thought something was awkward. But it's just like, you know, just have a bit of confidence. Be like, nah, I'm okay. Brush it off. You know, make a joke. Make it funny. People like funny. Genuinely great advice, isn't it? I can't take credit for it, but like, it's such great advice. Yeah. Oh, they never forget. They probably will forget if you just don't, you know, just don't treat it as super awkward or whatever, you know. Oh, Mario just died in the music.
Oh, that's so sad.
What the heck was that? Oh, is that the flower from Mario Wonder? Someone played that. I was like, what is that? Oh, that's so sad. Man, this has like... Oh, okay, it's still going. It got like quieter and I was like, oh, where'd the music go? This is gonna be one of the most chill streams we've had in a while, isn't it? If you accidentally do something awkward, making a joke at your own expense does in fact make it no longer awkward. Yeah, it really helps a lot, you know? Like, just kind of laugh it off. It changes the vibe immensely. Nothing injured but my dignity, you reply, taking Casey's hand. You're bleeding. Oh, frick. Skylar points to the dirty knee poking through the fresh hole in your jeans. Just a bit of a scrape, you answer. Casey hands you your water bottle while Skylar scoops up your cell phone, which thankfully hasn't cracked. Or landed in the wet leaves? There could be a puddle for all you know. You take a couple of minutes to thank them for helping you collect your stuff and to assure them that you really are alright. They may be Vance's friends, but that doesn't justify rudeness. I thought these were your friends. Are these not my friends? I thought they were my friends who had a one mere mention of being signed on with this Vance guy. But now my character's all like, nah, shove them away. Vance's friends. I thought they were my friends. This seems like kind of weird. I have water in my cup, but I think I forgot to like refill it before stream. Do you think it tastes like plastic? It does a little bit. I got a new cup recently, so it doesn't quickly taste like plastic the same. Welcome to Punk Champion. How you doing? Hi. Probably. Yeah, you would be right. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick then. You guys be good. You be good. You be good while I get my water. I'll be right back. Free money! Thank you, thank you! Whew, okay. I can hear those yappy honky cars while I was in the bathroom. I don't go thank you for the pee money. I'm not even peeing and you gave me money, wow. Yeah, hi Mama, how you doing? Hi. I got water. She's gone. We can boop her to our heart's content. No, you can't. No, you cannot. How are you? Kinda eepy, kinda tired, but not doing bad. I hope you're also having a great day. Yeah. I kept forgetting to become a member for you. It's okay. Yeah, we're playing like a choose your own adventure. Is this Mario Galaxy? I love Mario Galaxy music. Yeah, we're playing like a choose your own adventure novel in the form of a game. I found it on Steam. It's pretty interesting so far. We're not to the dinosaurs yet. I want to get to the part where you're making like life or death decisions with dinosaurs. I wonder how long that's gonna take to get to. I don't know. I've actually never read a choose your own adventure novel at all. This is from Galaxy 2. Oh, really? Galaxy 2 has such a good soundtrack. I really like Spin Dig Galaxy. It's one of my favorites. Wow, thank you for feedback. Don't make any choices we wouldn't.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you.
Don't come to the castle. I've made an absolute dog shit cake. Just completely fucked it up. But you guys will make a lot of questionable decisions though, not gonna lie. Hang on, my ears are itchy. Okay. As they continue on their way, Casey turns to Skylar and resumes the previous conversation. If Darian can actually get the machinery to, Skylar interrupts. He doesn't have the expertise. What if you were to help? I don't. You were curious, but by now they're too far away for you to hear anymore. You can hardly reverse course and eavesdrop. Plus, you're later than ever. Damn, this is not how to impress the dean of students. You remember being told he also prizes neatness. You brush out the last of the clinging leaves while trotting towards the administration building. A study in mid-century neoclassical pomposity. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Don't come to the castle tomorrow. I love those memes when that letter was trending as a meme a little while back. You're so funny. The nearest set of doors is flooded with people exiting. It seems to take forever to weave through the cheery throng of undergrads. You make it inside and reach the elevators to find them both out of order. Drat! Dean Green's office is on the 5th floor. You head for the stairs and start up them. Okay. Go easy. I spend my time on filmmaking and engineering, not at the gym. Go faster. I'm not a gym rat, but I jog as a break from engineering and filmmaking. Or sprint. I'm in top physical condition, although my engineering and filmmaking grades have suffered. I think me. I like to exercise. I don't do it as often as I should, but I do try to make time out of my day to work out sometimes. Cause my job is so much sitting at my desk. I've been trying to make more of a point to exercise, so I'm keeping active. So I'm kind of leaning towards like, I could go faster. I think my biggest like issue with the situation is that I might trip on the stairs and fall and slam my leg bone on what I'm assuming is hard school steps and go ah, but like mentally, so no one hears me. And then you know. Wait, out of pure curiosity. I don't know what this means. Out of pure curiosity, Google Translate. I'm sorry, I don't understand Japanese, and I don't know if I'm the target for what you're proposing. Yeah. Yoshi! Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do this. I think it's this middle one. That's what I'm gonna do. I do jog as a break from my creative stuff sometimes. Yeah. Chili was a bot. It could be. It's hard to tell sometimes with messages like that. I don't know. I've had before some people who I think are maybe bots, and then I don't think they are after like not previous further responses. And then sometimes I guess maybe they are. It's hard to tell sometimes. It's hard to tell. It can be either way. Although you prize balance in your life, sometimes you think it would make more sense to worry less about fitness and really devote yourself wholeheartedly to your overriding passions. Then again, you're loath to give up your camping trips with Brett, which have produced treasured memories. Your best friend shares your love of the outdoors and recently introduced you to trail running. Brett's a natural athlete, a trained paramedic, and something of an adrenaline junkie. Oh, PogChamp, I didn't realize that you were so, like, fit and athletic and a trained paramedic. Wow, can you assist me if I have a heart attack? He's also a fine shot with pistol or rifle. Wow, PogChamp, I didn't know you were so efficient with guns. We are very talented, yes. Wow, I'm so knowledgeable and skilled. Wow, PogChamp's so cool. You vividly recall last year's camping trip along the ridge, miles from anywhere, when a deadly rattlesnake slithered into your campsite. Brett's back was turned when his dog started towards the snake, tail wagging, before the rattler could strike. I pet it. I go, ah, cute snake, I wanna pet him. I don't want... I don't recognize the music. Feeling confident, I raised my rifle and took a shot. I don't wanna shoot him. I don't wanna. You're in the wilderness. That's where the wild animals live. I don't wanna kill the snake. Rather than chance it, I yelled to Brett, who was a more experienced shooter, or stay. I calmly ordered the dog. I don't want any bloodshed ever. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Will the dog listen to me now? How well well trained is this dog? Is it one of those pets who will only listen to one person? How well do I know this dog? I don't want to shoot the snake. I don't wanna. But it also deadly rattlesnake. What country does this take place in? Along the ridge, miles from anywhere. What country does this take place in? Because if I'm going to assume it's either America or Europe, probably. And I don't know much about European snakes, but if it's the USA, I don't think we have any super deadly rattlesnakes. We don't really have like super deadly venomous snakes. Like I think a coral snake might be the most venomous that you can find. And they're pretty rare to encounter. The ones that you're more likely to encounter, like, you don't want to get bit and not seek medical intervention, but, like, you're not really likely to die from it. Like, the venom's not that bad. Rattlesnakes are probably US. Yeah, wait, do I know any really deadly rattlesnakes? Do I know any? Because for a second I had one in mind, which is, I think, native to, like... I think it's native... Is it India? I think it's like India or, like, a Middle Eastern country or something. I can't remember. But I'm thinking of the saw-scaled viper. That's not a rattlesnake. That's what my brain was like. Oh, I don't know why I'm thinking that one. It's not a rattlesnake. It's also not in the US. I don't know where this book takes place. Cottonmouth Chio. That's not a rattlesnake. And it's also not that venomous. Like, comparatively to other countries, the USA does not have any, like, really deadly snakes. Like, if you get medical help, you will probably be fine. You know, and they're not that bad. Owns a rifles in the USA. So that means that snake is not even really that deadly comparatively to other countries. So, I'm going to order the dog to stay. Yes. Okay, cool. You had the cool presence of mind to try to defuse the situation immediately. Fact is, you had only pointed a gun at any living thing one time, but you didn't shoot. You doubt you ever could. But it's a different story. When that dumb dog ignored your command, of course it did. Of course that dog only listens to Brett or is not trained. I caught that, but I didn't want to shoot the snake. I don't want to shoot the snake. We're out in the wilderness. We're out in the snake's house. Am I choosing which of my friends gets killed by the snake? Yes, with medical attention. I guess I am super far out in the middle of nowhere. Oh well, they should have thought about that before going camping out in the middle of nowhere with an untrained dog where there's wildlife. That is going to be wildlife. I do not want to hurt that snake. Sorry, Chio, I had to say my dog. No! When that dumb dog ignored your command and kept heading for trouble, your closest friends had no qualms about raising a rebel and dispatching the snake. No! You felt bad about the serpent, but you could hardly fault Brett's snap decision to protect his dog. Bro, put a leash on your dog! Like, nah, you had other options here. Nah, I mean, I get self-defense and stuff, but like, if you know that you live in an area that has venomous anything, and you're taking your untrained dog that might go investigate, you take precautions. I feel like all I'm seeing here is that snake was that snake was being approached by the dog rapidly. It was going to act in self-defense and probably didn't know what was going on, and you just killed it because Brett couldn't control his dog. Nah. Sorry, Park Chomp, you're a bad dog owner. I was about to say, that dog probably should have been on a leash if he don't listen well. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do if you value your dog that much, you know. Or either go camping and don't bring your dog, or go camping somewhere safer and bring your dog, like out in the middle of nowhere, like, or have a leash or something. Like, there's a bunch of options here. There's like a handful of different things that could happen here, you know. Yeah. Rattlesnakes don't strike unless you invade their space, by the way. Yeah, a lot of snakes won't. A lot of snakes will only strike if you, like, spook them, or you get too close, or, like, you know, like, they don't go out of their way to attack you. So I feel like the situation here was that Brett's dog was scaring the snake. And, like, I don't think a snake should have to die because Brett couldn't control his dog and it scared a snake that happened to be venomous because it was out living. I don't want to dislike Brett now because I said Brett was Park Chomp. But man, I don't like how this turned out. At least rattlesnakes have the decency to warn you to go away with their rattles. They do. I'll tell you, there's quite a few snakes that have defensive behavior like that, like a warning. Cottonmouths are another example. They don't have rattles like rattlesnakes, but a cottonmouth will instead, they have a defensive display of curling themselves up into a ball. And they look up and they open their mouths like they're showing you, hey, you see the white of my mouth? I'm a cottonmouth. I'm dangerous. So you better back up, better back off. If you don't, I'm telling you now what will happen. You know? And there's quite a few snakes that have defensive displays like that. And we'll use them instead. Because even if a snake is venomous, like, it takes a lot of energy and stuff for venom production. They don't want to waste it on, like, a really big, like, predator. If they can help it, they're going to try not to. So if you're just careful around them, you don't really need to worry about that. Anyway, electronics! Thank you for the super. YouTubers are brilliant and doesn't notify, so here's a funny number to correct the algorithm. Thank you, electronics. Let me check on the playlist. Okay, we're getting farther into it. It's only like an hour long. Remind me in a couple of minutes to restart the playlist. I only have one. Frick, Wait, we've been doing this for like an hour already? Oh, man.
Let's go.
I've read recently that some rattlers have stopped rattling because some humans will act violently right off the bat, so they'll just strike first. Yeah, and that's sad. The snakes are learning that people are really dangerous and will just kill them. So now they're just trying to save themselves. That's sad. I need more people to, like, understand snake behavior and not just be violent. Yay, good. They're giving Park Chompi in for 300 months. Chio, how are you doing today, Miss Chompi? I'm tired, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. How are you? Anyway, while ascending the stairs, you remember your best friend's word of encouragement when you said you'd fight this injustice. He's the only person in your life who knows about your secret project to build a time machine. Oh, it's a secret? Okay, I'm glad I didn't pick that option earlier about what to tell the dean then. You and Brett have been inseparable since grade school when you played together with toy dinosaurs. You finally reached the dean of students' office, which is guarded by a receptionist who purses her lips at you and pointedly glances at the wall clock. She's angry. She's angry. That's not a good. Okay, sorry. I'm just checking on the playlist again. Because it might play an ad when it gets to the end of it, and I want to avoid that. Oh god, I picked out a spot on my arm, and now I'm bleeding everywhere. Hang on. sorry, it's not super bad. I just didn't want my hair to get in it and then start like making blood trails all over my arm and making a mess. Ah! Hate it when that happens. I know, it's so annoying. Anyway. She tells you to take a seat as she heads into the dean's office. You wait, she comes out, closes the door, leaves you cooling your heels. Through the closed door, you can hear the rumble of the dean's bass voice pronouncing your name, which is... Thank you! Nothing. My name is nothing! Nothing at all! That all pick Chris. It starts with CH, so it's like basically the same thing as my name. Thunder, thank you for the super. Chio. Thunder, how you doing? Hi. Okay, wait, guys. Should we pick blank option or should we pick Chris? Now I kind of want to say my name is Chris. I fell asleep listening to you talk about snakes, and I had a dream I was a robot and was protecting its owner by picking up a venomous snake and carrying it away. Awesome! I love venomous snakes! Does the blank option let you enter something in? I don't know. We would just have to hit next and then just see what happens. It could just be like if you don't want a specific name for like emotion. I don't know. Chris would be funny. Blank, and I'm getting mixed answers. Sounds like a Japanese protagonist. Yeah. I don't know. What song is this? It's hard to listen to. I don't like this one. I'm gonna say that my name is Chris. Okay, cool. I'm a man. Unfortunately, the mention of your name behind that forbidding mahogany door provokes laughter. You wince. Who's in there with the dean? Forcing yourself to listen more closely while trying to be unobtrusive, you can make out the distinctive accent of Professor Thorne, who teaches temporal physics. She's the one who flunked you. You hadn't expected her, but it makes sense that she would be here. There's a third voice, ma'am. Sounds familiar, but you can't place it. They make you cool your heels some more. How do you spend your time? Wipe blood and dirt from my knee, but don't ask the receptionist for a band-aid. Flip through my temporal physics lab book, rehearsing how I made my big discovery. Rehearsing? Is that like out loud? Is that like out loud? Eh? Mayway, hi! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Hi guys! Hi! How you doing? Hello! Mayway! Hi! Thank you for coming in! Hi! My name's Chio Chompi. I'm a dinosaur. Today we're playing like a choose your own adventure novel, but like as a game, and it's also about dinosaurs, but we're not to the dinosaur part yet. I think it's because I keep stopping to yap in between all these choices. I'm sorry. But I hope you guys had a super great stream. And thank you so much for the raid. I hope you have a great day. OMG, you're awesome again. Yeah! It likes to go up. It does that a lot. It's like a penis. It goes up. If that's like rehearsing like out loud, I don't want to be obnoxious. Switch on the inconspicuous camera peeking out of my pocket, silently rehearsing my plea for justice. Wait. Inconspicuous camera peeking out from my pocket. I don't know if I want a camera on. It's gonna be recording. Seductive shoulder, no! No, big cock. Pog chops, whip out the bonks. We need a horny bonk. There's someone horny in chat. Bonk them. Bonk. Bonk. Hang on, where's my bonk? bank. Gotta run now. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you again, Maven. It was great to see you. I'd probably just go with this first one. This feels like the safest one. Kind of just doing my own thing, but don't talk to anybody. Stay quiet. Yeah, okay, we'll just do that. Your scraped knee sure could use a wipe with a clean cloth, some antiseptic cream, and a band-aid, but the receptionist's sour expression halts your tongue. Anyway, there is little you can do now but the mud smeared from the hem of your pants up to the knee. You try crossing your legs in a way that would make it less conspicuous. At last you are summoned. Behind an outsize dark wooden desk. What's outsize? I've never seen that. Sits a big bald man frowning at the rumpled paper before him. It's your letter protesting your failing grade in temporal physics. The brass nameplate on the desk reads Dr. Emery Green. Why does the button just say, oh no? Disgust curls the dean's lip as he throws his monogram pen down at your letter. You begin to understand why everyone calls him Dean Mean. You look to the side. There's Professor Thorne seated in an overstuffed brown leather chair by the window. Her cold eyes narrow and so do her lips when she looks at you. And then you notice the other two people in the room. Oh no. Sitting next to the glass-fronted wooden bookcase is your nemesis. I figured he would probably be in here. Darian Vance. He's the bastard who lifted a copy of your temporal physics notes containing your nearly completed proof of concept and turned it into Professor Thorne as his own work. And she refused to believe you when it was your word against Vance's. Ah, that's what happened. Okay. You heard through the grapevine that Vance bragged about getting an A while Thorne gave you an F. Why is everyone bamboozled by Vance's thoughtful and charming act? You learned the hard way what a glib, lying, conniving schemer he is. Worse yet... Hang on. Okay, we still have a few more minutes. We have 3 more minutes on this playlist. Remind me in a few minutes to change it. To rewind it. Worse yet, he's here with his wealthy father, a major booster for the football team. They named the stadium after him last year. From their comfortable seats, father and son favor you with nearly identical displays of contemptuous confidence that does nothing to mar their blonde-haired, blue-eyed good looks. This feels like a lot of, like, high school fluff. Where's the dinosaurs? I wanna make, like, life or death decisions with dinosaurs. I don't care about any of this. Part of me kind of just wants to, like, skim the sections and just make quick choices until we get to the part with the dinosaurs. I don't care about all these characters that I don't know. I don't care about this grade. I don't care about what my character thinks of these people. Demand they leave? No. Give the Vances barely simple nods. Pointedly ignore them. I'll just be polite, whatever. I don't care. Maybe the T-Rex is the friends we made along the way. Yeah, like, where's all the dinosaurs? That's what I signed up for today. Dinosaurs! Beaten by dinosaurs got high school drama instead. This is the worst! I wanted more dinosaurs! You hate the catch in your voice, but take comfort in the old adage of be kind to your enemies, it'll drive them crazy. You glance at that overprivileged Vance's for signs of irritation and instead find self-satisfied expressions. Blech, I don't care. Demon, let's out. Okay, sit down, Chris. You do. You're about to open your mouth when the next words pummel you. You stroll in here 40 minutes late. After having the audacity to ask for a passing grade, you were caught red-handed, turning in your classmates' work as your own. He gestures to your enemy and smokes at you. Chris, you committed a grave violation of academic code of conduct. What did you say for yourself? He's wrong. His unfair accusation unleashes a storm of indignation within you. Then quit and go to a different school. Say fuck him. I don't care about any of this. Shake my head. I never have the nerves to plagiarize, even if I wanted to. Alright, did the music stop? Oh, it did. Okay. Go poker face. I used to cheat, but don't risk it anymore. Nah, I've never cheated in school. No, no, I would never plagiarize. Okay, that one. It's true you're inherently too cautious to cheat in school, which is so much at stake. Ugh, this feels dreadfully hot. We're waiting. Your academic career hangs in the balance, so does your hope of attaining an entry-level job in your chosen field. Apologize for being late and walk Dean Green through the work in my lab work. Challenge Darian and prove he knows nothing about his project. Filmed my protest against this injustice, it'll go viral. Oh, we would only be able to do this if we turned on the camera before, but I did not, so this is not an option. Okay, that's the first time we've seen that. Okay. Probably, I don't know. Well, this is what I would do, but like, I don't know. Should we make it more interesting? Does this matter? Does this stuff matter? Is this stuff important? Why don't you already speak like an ASMR? Because I'm not doing ASMR right now. I feel like this is just going to get me told to shut up if I try to challenge them in the office. The teachers are just going to shut it down. And because they're already mad at me and they already don't believe me, and it's in a controlled environment with authority figures, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. I think the best thing I can do is just kind of kiss their butts a little bit. Is this an RPG? No, it's a choose your own adventure novel. They're supposed to be dinosaurs, but instead of just giving us high school drama. I'm kind of just trying to like skim through it to the dinosaur part. You clutch your physics notebooks, blah blah blah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so late. Your apology sounds perfunctory. What does this mean? I don't know what this word means. Even to your own ears, it's met with stony silence. Why do you have to be so nervous, bruh? I did my own work and I can prove it. This lab book contains every last one of my conceptual breakthroughs. Professor Thorpe, blah blah blah. No matter, you pop your lab book on the oversized desk. It's right around here. You can't seem to locate the pertinent passages where you derived the key. I also have my notes translating my proof of concept. It must be here whenever mine I can experiment. Okay, you can't find any of it. Okay. The dean is getting angry. You try to correct your mistake but stumble. I've nearly completed a working prototype. You're okay, so this whole thing is of awkwardly stumbling and unable to. Okay, I am hereby expelling you for cheating. Awesome! Cool! I got expelled. I think that was gonna happen no matter what I picked. Wait, what? You walked in here to get an F changed to the passing grade, and now you've just been... I don't care. I do not have this sentiment. Okay, yay! The second chapter. What chapter do the dinosaurs come in? When did the dinosaurs come in? For months, the memory of that dreadful... Oh my god, yeah, it literally doesn't even matter! The memory of that dreadful day is when you were expelled, the worst day of your life. I don't care. Okay, how else do you spend your time? Solo wilderness hikes? Nope. I watch nature films? Nope. I reconfigured my time machine, neglecting all exercise. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. We're teaching your parents' garage. I live with my parents, okay? Remember you didn't score humiliation torments you? I literally don't care. In the end, it's Brett who saves you, Park Chomp. One day he shows up at your door wearing a goofy Triceratops cap, 3 horns bobbing about. You have to laugh and invent him in. Blah, 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 blah. Then your friend does a remarkable thing, gently, patiently. By the time you two finish the bottle of what? Damn, Chio, maybe this is why I don't skip stuff. Brett persuades you to dig out your schematics and tools and try that modification. Okay! You're gonna get chased down immediately. Nah, once we're in the dinosaur part, I'll start reading it, but this literally does not matter. I think it would not have mattered any of the things that I picked. I would have gotten expelled anyway. Okay, you set to work the next morning. Time travels within your grasp. Brett digs out something from his backpack. I have a surprise for you. He pops the cork on a bottle of champagne. I don't like alcohol. You both take... I don't want to. Splash a bit on the time over. Wait, now you're wasting it on the time machine. This time machine needs a nip. Oh, okay, we have the time machine now. What's your response? Ew, I don't like Betsy. That's lame. It has to be the way back machine. No, I'm going to call it nothing. Oh, I probably could have put in my own name there. What do we name it? What do we name it? Okay, wait, low-key, kinda wanna name it just Time Rover. After, like, the one in the dinosaur ride in Disney. Yeah? Storybook ASMR wouldn't be a bad idea if it was easier for Chio, of course. You mean, like, for the stream? I don't really want to stop what my plans are just to do ASMR. Nah. I'm not a very ASMR-focused creator. I know you guys like it a lot, though. I appreciate that. But yeah, like, not all my stuff's gonna be ASMR. They were giving their sip its first water. No, it's not. It's alcohol. I think what either name it. Pussy. Tim Rover. Tim Rover. Senate Fox, welcome to Chompi. Thank you. I meant in general, not the stream, though. Maybe. I kind of like doing ASMR more as like an occasional thing. I like gaming and animating more. That's like my favorite thing to do. I like ASMR more as like occasional tweet for Park Chomps. Yeah. We'll make our own Dino CYOA game with cute dinosaurs and again more dinosaurs. Yeah, we absolutely should. We should. That would be cool! We can have more dinosaurs and no high school drama! I mean, I know this is probably like college or something. It's college, but like, it's like basically high school drama. Like, is this how people in school actually are? That they care that much about other people? Bruh. So annoying. Okay, I'm gonna name it Tim Rover. With that out of the way, you can hardly wait to take Brett out for a spin. All the way back to the age of the dinosaurs. Are we doing that now? Oh. Okay. Thankfully, temporal physics proves there's no possibility of messing with anything in the present. No matter what you do, tens of millions of years ago in the past, to put it bluntly, the butterfly effect is a myth. Just something science fiction writers made up. Are we, like, 100% sure about that? Or is that, like, a theory? With the time travel apparatus taking up so much space in the back of the Land Rover, you had to remove the rear seats, converting it to a two-seater. You need to be creative with cramming food and supplies in every available nook and cranny. Extra gas cans and a couple of spare tires to go on the roof, together with a tank of propane in case the wood in the Cretaceous is too damp for a cook fire. Since there'll be no stopping at a convenience store for if you forget your sunglasses, you must make trade-offs as to what's absolutely necessary for 7, 8, or 9 days of roughing it in dinosaur territory. What do you bring? Okay, now we're to the interesting stuff. Here we go. We can't pick the top one. A tent, rifle, and ammo. Oh yeah, that's because I picked options before that. Okay, so that was like setting up. It wasn't entirely like useless or earlier stuff because that was kind of setting up some of these choices here. I did not want to like ever shoot anything with like the snake and stuff. So now my character is not someone who would bring the survival stuff. But maybe Brett would? Like his whole stuff is that? Okay. A helmet, flak jacket, and thorough first aid training. I don't own a gun and don't shoot. Okay? A tent, a helmet, and a pistol that can fire ammo or blanks. I can perform basic first aid. Okay, so here we're making a choice. Do we want our character to not have the gun, but does have very thorough first aid training. Or, well, actually, this one also comes with a tent. This one up here does not. What's a flak jacket? I don't know what that is. Or we can have them bring a pistol, and it's basic first aid. A pistol. I mean, okay, what kind of dinosaurs do we know live in the Cretaceous? I know a Carnotaurus does. I feel like a pistol's not going to help that much against a Carnotaurus. Would it maybe be better at that point to know more thorough first aid? I don't know, like in the case of a bite or something. Like a bite, but you're able to get away. Or maybe... yeah, are you a pure medic or are you a scout? Yeah. Well, I don't know if Brett is going to be bringing his gun or not. If he brings a gun, then we're armed. And I feel like at that point, thorough first aid training would be a really valuable asset. But I do not know if Brett is bringing his guns. Is it going to fit? I can bring a pistol, but just like, we've played so many dinosaur games and we all know how that goes. Like, yeah, it's technically useful, but like, I think a lot of dinosaurs might not be too put off by it. And some of them, if they're ignoring the shots, you'll have to kill it. Can we kill them with a pistol? Can we? It's like what bomber gunners were in World War II. Black vest is body armor for shrapnel. What's shrapnel? I don't know. It prevents shrapnel. What is shrapnel? Not sure it would help versus bites. I don't know. But also, I feel like wouldn't the jacket might be more useful than just a helmet, right? Also, we get a helmet here too if we pick this one. Shrapnel is sharp flying debris. Okay. Any explosions that cause metal bits or rockets to spray everywhere. Okay. Why are you Chio ... Because I don't know where shrapnel is. It's sharp metal debris. Oh, okay. Pointy fragments from things exploding. I kind of feel like... See, like, this is where I feel like this stuff really matters. I kind of feel like maybe we should have thorough first aid training. I don't know. But I guess a pistol could injure, and that could put off the dinosaurs if we get attacked. And I don't know if Brett is bringing. But we can't bring the rifle because of my previous choices. The jacket could protect you from dino teeth. That's true. I feel like... I feel like... this feels like the first big decision. Yeah, I don't think a pistol would protect you from a dinosaur. That's kind of where I am. Okay, I think... Yeah, thorough first aid training. And we'll bring this stuff. Okay, we've locked it in. We've locked it in. Especially if Brett ends up bringing one of his own guns. Like, you know. If you find yourself in danger, your go-to strategy will likely be running and hiding. This certainly makes sense as you've never fired a real gun in your life. Not surprisingly, your best friend, brings his new rifle and a pistol. There you go. There we go. We have someone who's armed coming with us. Okay. That's what I was kind of hoping for. So we have someone with a lot of first aid, and we have someone who has guns. We're good. We got it all covered. Yay! Okay, tucked in your bag will be a few of your favorite inspirational quotes written by... Gandhi, the embodiment of unselfish compassion. It just makes me think of like Civ 5 where Gandhi is a warmonger. Well, how do you pronounce that? This looks Italian, right? Machiavelli? I probably butchered that, I'm sorry. The ultimate realist. Mark Twain and Will Rogers, those masters of humor? Or intrepid explorers like Jacques... I don't know how to pronounce it. Machiavelli. Oh, thank you, Machiavelli. Okay. So I think this decision is picking like, okay, like what do you value? What do you value here? What does your character value? This could, is it, oh, Jakku Cousteau? Oh. If you're playing the Civilization games, Gandhi tends to be overzealous with using nukes to solve conflict. Yeah. In the Civilization games, Gandhi is the exact opposite of a peacemaker. It's really funny. I think it was like an issue with like the code or something, and they kept it. Is that what it was? I think I heard that. But yeah. So like this question is asking like what do you value, and this could influence what options are available to you later. Cousteau? Yeah, Cousteau. So we can pick unselfish compassion. We will not be selfish, and we would put other people first. That could or could not. I don't know. I feel like that would lock us out of some like more selfish decisions later. I'm predicting. This is where it gets interesting. Okay, I'm locked in again. I hated the high school drama part, but now I'm locked in again. Okay. We could be a realist, really realistic, master of humor. I like humor, but I feel like in a case like, well, I don't know. I guess it could maybe be uplifting if you're like in your darkest spot with your friend, maybe the humor could be uplifting and pulling them out of a dark spot. But I feel like outside of that though, is it really gonna be that helpful? And then there's explorers. You really look up to really intrepid explorers. I feel like my personality, I'd be going with Masters of Humor. But if we're thinking more realistically, one of the other options might be more helpful. The series creator, how do you pronounce it? Is it Sid Meier? That's how I've always been pronouncing it. I hope it's right. Confirmed the bug would have been impossible in the original game. I feel like if you pick the humor option, you have the opportunity to quip and be like, so that just happened. Maybe. Should I pick humor? And like, we just kind of see what happens? I don't know. But what if that kind of locks us out of being serious, though? What if that's kind of like, if you pick that, your characters can't be so serious about certain things. Like, I don't know what this means. What is this actually going to affect? I feel like explorers. Well, I don't know how in depth. Like, would my character know about like their work, their struggles, and could take that knowledge with them? Does that mean they have general survival knowledge? If we picked intrepid explorers, I don't know what sort of journeys these particular people went on. I know Amelia Earhart was a pilot. I don't know the other two at all. You could be a silly goober. is a silly group are going to help me in dinosaur times. I'll just whip out a funny quip and make the dinosaur laugh so hard that they forget about me and I can run away. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna pick this one. Just fuck it. That's me and I wanna be me. You're hoping they'll come in handy for the comedy you'd like to film. Frick! This was a terrible decision. This was a terrible decision. Plus, a joke every now and then is a good way to ease tension. I guess so. It takes you the better part of the evening, but eventually you and Brett have sorted through the sea of equipment, strewn all over the garage floor, and crammed a small portion of it into Tim Robo. Tim Robo. Just in time, too. Boo, you say 10 minutes to midnight. That's when the time window opens. My cell phone says 12 minutes before midnight. He looks worried. Hey, it doesn't matter. We have an entire half-hour window. I told you that. I know, but this is our last chance at it. For months and months, Brett runs a hand through his hair. You have hair. Pogchop, you're not bald. Wow. I already forgot how to pronounce their names again. I'm just gonna call him Jack. Jack is underwater explorer. Edmund Hillary climbed Mount Everest. I feel like that was maybe the smartest thing to pick. But oh well, we already locked it in. That's true. Time travel to the late Cretaceous 67 million years ago. I thought it was 66 million years ago. Depends on complex calculations of time and space. You've only identified 3 launch windows this year, and 2 of those had already happened before you got Tim Rover up and running. You think I'd be late? Me? That produces a smile. It feels good to be able to joke about this. And anyway, a unique orange shimmer will surround the time machine, thereby alerting you when the time window is open. Let's get the camera rolling. What final preparations do you make for your historic departure? Comb my hair, don a clean camo vest, and check the lights and camera. That's so filmmakery. Pack materials to make field notes, maps, and sketches. Triple check the time machine screens. Do a once over of every. This one. I don't care about my appearance. It doesn't matter. What matters is all that. Okay. For someone who's about to make history, you look a little wild-haired and rumpled, but who cares? What's important is that your time machine is well provisioned with many notebooks, pens, and pencils. Its lights, humming noise, and readouts all reassure you that everything is as ready as possible for the scientific expedition of the Central. What is what is this? I'm just reading this and just looked at it, just. You break the Land Rover to play a 1-minute warning before the time window opens. It blasts through the garage and probably wakes up half of your suburban neighborhood. Brett's a wide-eyed bundle of nerves. Who can blame him? On impulse, you grab the silly duckbill dinosaur cap he gave you and put it on. The hat makes Brett smile. As you settle into the driver's seat and buckle up, your pulse is racing. With a trembling hand, you run through the pre-flight procedures. The Flex Navigator's green light glows steadily. The time machine keeps humming. All systems are go. Brett confirms it. You press the launch button and the garage disappears. 1 second, the garage is right outside the windshield, and the next second, your time machine is surrounded by an inky darkness broken up by purple ripples. All is dead. Quiet. I don't know why I paused there. All is dead and quiet. Save for the having of your equipment. It's dead. Quiet. Is this an effect of soaking the time stream, or simply your own nervous anticipation? The chronometer on the console between the seats counts down to the 6-minute trip. You place your hands on the steering wheel out of habit. It moves freely as though it isn't connected to anything meaningful. Although, that's what you expected, because you're using autopilot for the voyage out. It still feels wrong. Now there's 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. You make good use of your time. I monitor other readouts and record their values. I crack jokes and reassure Brett that everything is going as expected. Or I film myself and Brett on a maiden voyage. I mean, I feel like this was like the safest thing to have this information here. Brett's nervous, but he's probably gonna be nervous the entire time, especially when a dinosaur shows up. Film myself and Brett on the maiden voyage. I mean, we do want to film stuff. And this is a pretty safe time to film something. But like, what if something happens, and if we're filming, we don't see it on the readout? When if we're so busy filming that we don't see it, and we miss something important, and it doesn't get recorded, and we don't have that information later. I don't know. My goal at the end of this thing is I want me and Brett to get back safely. Imagine I get back safely and then PogChamp fucking dies. Chio and PogChamp? Nah, more like Chris and Brett. I don't know what to pick. PogChamps, pick for me. Pick for me. Pick. Actually, wait. Should we make it the poll? Okay. One. There we go. Oh, what? Oh, what? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll just give that a minute to run. I do one since you can always record your thoughts after everything's done. This is true. I'm curious what PogChamps are gonna have me do. Yeah, but I feel like the filming part's not just really to get like your thoughts down, but also like proof that it happened. Cause this whole thing is your life's work, and you wanna make it like this is your biggest deal. That's where the filming thing comes into play. You want to record proof of the voyage, proof that your time machine was a real thing that actually happened. Vlog it for the YouTube channel. This is true. Well, also, wait, apparently it's like super inky blackness. Would the camera even film anything? Maybe we should wait till the dinosaurs are there. I don't know. Okay, I'll give it another few minutes. Take another sip of my soda. Ooh. Like a different experience when it's the next day. It's like extra sour. Grape soda. That's the type I got. I got grape soda. It's got a bit of a sour flavor to it. Alright, I'm ending the poll in 3, 2, 1, and PogChamps chose. Wow, number 3? Really? PogChamps want me to film it? Well, okay, we're gonna prioritize some of the filming. You film Gandhi with his nukes. We're filming Gandhi with his nukes. Alright, at first, Brett's biting his lip nervously. Somewhere around 25 million years ago, he relaxes and starts such a funny sentence. Somewhere around 25 million years ago, he relaxes and starts chuckling while looking pointedly at your head. In the middle of your explanation of what the Flux Navigator does, you realize that you're still wearing that ridiculous Hadrosaurus cap. You can feel yourself relax, happy to share a lighthearted moment with your best friend, but does it project the right look on camera? Who cares? It shows your passion. If what you're talking about in your video is that impressive, no one's going to care if you have the dinosaur cap on. No, remove it and restart my site. No, don't keep it. Maybe if it's endearing, I'm going for a heartwarming film. Yes, here's hoping it'll be a hilarious element for a comedy. Definitely, I'll look like a regular person in an action movie. I feel like, well, my thoughts was like, I guess this is the type of film that we want it to be. I feel like it would be serious, but like, I don't want my character to be like, oh, you feel embarrassed, you feel awkward, you feel like it's not right, remove it and restart. Like, I don't want it to be like that. But like, my angle was more like, it shows your passion for dinosaurs. I feel like none of these really reflects that. I think I'm between these two. I want something more assertive than a maybe. But do we want it to be a comedic film? We're literally risking our lives here. I mean, maybe that'll make it funny. We died and the camera's the only thing that made it back. Okay, let's... Well, do we want it to be a comedy? Park Jumps, I don't know what to pick! I don't know what to pick! What should I pick? Should it be heartwarming or comedic? Do I want it to be heartwarming or comedic? I don't want it to be serious or be a regular person. It's one of these two. The hat stays on. Two endearing, heartwarming film. Okay, I'm gonna pick that one. Oh, wait. Oh, I got an achievement. We reached the Cretaceous. Catching a glimpse of it in the rearview mirror. You worry that the cap looks stupid and distracting. I do not worry about that. Does it work, you ask? Not so much. You take it off and start over, but 2 sentences in. What? Why did you take it off? Oh, we should have picked the yes. We should have picked the yes. I wanted something more assertive than a maybe. We should have picked the yes. Final seconds elapse. Brilliant sunlight floods. Tim Rover. The back of the Land Rover drops alarmingly, slamming your head into the headrest. Oh. Quitog! Ah! Your vehicle settles at a troubling slant. An agonizing shriek reverberates through the vehicle. You twist around to see a grayish-blue leathery wing filling the rear window. You stick your head out the side, but maybe don't stick your head out if there's a fucking bird! The wing is big enough to wrap around the side and the back of the Land Rover. Part of it is badly mangled beneath Tin Rover's rear wheels. Oh, the other creatures... Wait, you ran it over? How? Your eyes follow its stilt-like legs up to its compact torso, and up some more to its long, thick neck, white and as wrinkled as an old man's skin. Ha! Ugly! And up farther to the beak, pointed at you like a yellow sword. Above that, 2 round black eyes filled with pain and desperation fix on you. A fucking bird, you explain. A fucking bird. Before you can get out another word, it whips its red-crested head back and forth, its toothless beak agape, gulping air as it deals the Land Rover a blow with its one good wing. Your vehicle shudders and settles at a steeper pitch. Uh-oh. At the same time, quick-witted Brett reaches around behind the seat for the rifle he stashed there. Yeah, kill it. Kill the bird. He learns it and tries to... I like this exact opposite sentiment from the snake earlier. He learns it and tries to open his door door, but something is blocking it. Uttering a second shriek of desperation, the fucking bird whacks the passenger side of the Land Rover hard. Your vehicle lurches to the side before coming to a rest. Brett pushes on his door again. No luck. He hands you the gun with a brief aim for the eye and be super careful. Why do I gotta do it? You hesitate. The fucking bird deals the Land Rover a third blow. You got this, Chris. Oh god, that's me. Gripping the rifle, you practically crawl out of the Land Rover, keeping down. The injured fucking bird watches you intently, cannily. Despite its obvious pain, it pants, giving you a face full of foul breath. Its one good wing convulses. Okay, I summon my courage as I take my first trophy. I have to end its suffering. Prevent it from damaging the time machine if it hasn't done so already. I must keep it from harming us, so I stay well back as I shoot. I won't shoot any living thing. Stay inside and capture its final moments on film. I don't think we should take up a sentiment of not shooting any living thing now that we're back in dinosaur times. Like, we might need to for self-defense. I don't think we should pick the last one. I feel like that's going to lock us out of some options later for self-defense. Like, it's gonna be like, Brett is about to get his head mauled by a random dinosaur. Can't shoot it. I'm sorry, Brett. Looks away. And in the background, you just hear, ah! Yeah. I feel like also this kind of is about your character's temperament. This kind of like fills in more information about your character with this choice here. I feel like that's like all the choices, honestly. We're like filling out our character still. So like we're killing it in all of these except the last one. But this kind of like changes like how we feel about it. Like, are we doing it for a trophy hunting? Are we doing it to end its suffering because we care about the animal? This one values the time machine. And then this one values our safety. So it values us. And then this one's like, nah, won't shoot it. Film it. But I don't want to do that one for several reasons. I also don't like the idea of just a suffering animal just suffering for the sake of filming it. That sounds really mean. I feel like I'm between 2 and 4. Stay well back as I shoot. Well, don't go too far from the car, though. What if there's another dinosaur? Yeah, 2 or 4. What are we valuing more here? Actually, it's a freaking bird. Well, I guess this will probably apply for like all dinosaurs, though. You care about the dinosaurs, but we should also care about our safety. I need to make sure I'm throwing enough percentage values into these different answers here. The time machine is pretty important. I mean, yeah. But I also don't want to build up a character that only cares about the machine. I think I might go with this one. I must keep it from harming us, so I stay well back as I shoot. But how far back? How far are you moving away from the car where you can't see anything? Also, wait, it said it's on an incline? Aren't we on an incline? So we also want to be careful we don't fall. Like, what if we try to move back and then we end up slipping and then it's just a horrible situation. But also, we are getting whacked around pretty hard and the car is still here, so maybe it's not that bad of an incline? What did this say again? It lurches to the side before coming to rest. Okay, wait, here. Yeah, your vehicle shudders and settles at a steeper pitch. It is settled, but like, I don't know. I don't know what to pick. Oh, these decisions are suddenly really hard once there's probably a lot of consequences for them. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pick this one. I'm gonna pick 4. You switch off the safety, raise the rifle to your shoulder, and aim. The distance makes for a challenging shot. Oh, dang, I didn't think about that. To compensate, you wait until the great beak pauses between shrieks. It's nerve-wracking, and nothing like you've ever had to do or even envisioned doing before. You miss it, but not by much. The fucking bird moans and raises its free wing once more. Brett clambers out of the driver's door. You hand him the rifle and he finishes the job with a single well-placed shot through that big black eye. The fucking bird's body spasms, that impossibly long neck arcs back, its wings drop, those stilt-like legs pitch to one side. With a last cry of pain, the great flyer crashes to the ground and lays still. You let out a long breath as your adrenaline rush ends. Now that this is over and done with, a bunch of competing thoughts and feelings mill around inside your head, each one trying to outshout the rest of them. Oh yeah, the first thing we did was immediately kill a random dinosaur. There is one that you keep coming back to that resonates the most with you. I feel horrible for causing the death of this noble beast. I need time by myself to examine the landing site selection algorithm and prevent this from happening again. By yourself? I don't know if you should be by yourself. A fucking bird's death is regrettable, but it's a small price to pay for my breakthrough. I don't like that too much. Thank goodness Brett and I are safe. My one regret is that I didn't have the composure to film and narrate its demise. No! No, what the heck? I'm between 1 and 4. But then again, like, I don't know if I want my character to feel too bad about it. 'Cause what if we have to do it again and my character hesitates because they felt horrible about it?
Game over.
I need my character to, like, be empathetic. But don't be afraid to defend yourself and Brett if you need to. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with this one. Value safety again. In this moment, you want nothing more than to hug Brett and tell him that his safety is far and away the most important thing to you. Yeah, I see. I care about your safety, Chomp. It's important to me. Hey, look at this. Brett's gone to the front of the Land Rover and is staring at something. You circle around to join him, only to be brought up short. Right before the right front tire, blocking the passenger door, lies a second prehistoric flyer. Oh, it has the same sword-like beak as the first one, though it's considerably smaller and lacks a head crest. Dark blood from one of its coupled wings has gushed onto the bumper and splattered glistened across one mustard yellow fender. You gape at its closed eyes and inert form as silence descends, wishing you could redo your arrival if only it were possible. Oh, I think we killed a baby with a car. There was nothing we could have done about that. I picked all the preparation ones before the landing. The laws of temporal physics dictate that you can never revisit any time and place you've ever been to before, including anywhere you've ever lived. You just get one shot at existing in any given set of space-time coordinates. No paradoxes allowed. No coming back here 5 minutes before today's arrival, or 5 days, or 5 years for that matter, with the intent to stay here until today. Setting the time machine to do so will produce a slew of blinking red lights and error codes. Here's the great irony of actual time travel. It permits no do-overs, no Groundhog Day. I crouch down to examine how it differs from the bigger one. I turn away saddened that 2 fucking birds lie dead. I keep my distance as I prepare to snap a few photos. I don't know. I mean, again, I don't want my character to turn into a sad fest. In a situation where we should... You know how in horror movies, the really overly emotional character tends to die? Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that in building my character. But I also don't really like, I don't know, this feels hollow almost. Like you don't care at all. But also, there was no way to prevent the birds from dying. And like, they're already dead. It's not hurting them now to get photos, I guess. Yeah. We do need stuff for our documentary, but I don't know. Well, how does seeing how it differs from the bigger one, like, is that important? Is it important to see how they differ from the other? I don't know. Scientifically, yes. Yeah, but like, I'm trying to think, like, in the grand scheme of what my character is doing. What will help them come out alive later? What will help Brett come out alive later? And what, you know, maybe a little bit about the film, I guess. That's the entire point of the time machine and stuff. But do you really want to show off photos about how your time machine brutally murdered 2 innocent birds as soon as you land? But then also, like, these are easy opportunities to get information and to, like, record stuff before, like, more, like, dangerous dinosaur sections come in. So it's like, do we get the easy shots now so we still have some stuff? I thought 3 was more contributing to science. I think this is more, like, for our own personal information between the 2 different birds, and it could be important for later. You know? Aren't most dinosaurs just birds? I'm not getting super specific about whatever I say, like birds. They're flying dinosaurs, they're birds. It's a running joke on the channel. I feel like I realistically would feel sad that they're dead. Maybe. Well, they are birds though. Nah. Okay, 103. Birds are dinosaurs though. Yeah, but I don't care that much about the specifics. If you start talking about dinosaur specifics too much, then all the dinosaur autists will show up and never stop yapping about it. It's better to be nonchalant about it. I keep my distance, as I prefer. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's just move it along. Dan, you right, Chio? Yeah, it's just kind of how it is, you know? Well, it's not a bad thing to be, like, autistically into anything. Because I'm like that myself with some things. I think just more for the nature of stream. Best not to get too yappy about one subject for long. And I know some people struggle with that. So sometimes I just try to kind of angle conversation away from certain topics. One would be like notes that are brought back. 3 is like photos that are brought back. 1 would describe like texture and stuff you can't get from a photo. That's true. Soda. Aren't you the Yaposaurus though? Yeah, but I'm the streamer. Directing stream is supposed to be my job. You know? It's important to get these shots as soon as you can. That's what a professional does, without getting caught up in the moment. Well, I don't know about that. I don't want my character to be one of those where, like, as soon as something happens, he's trying to get photos all the time. I feel like I put more thought into it than that. Chris, heads up, Brett shouts. I feel like focusing on, like, the filmmaking stuff is going to be, like, the downfall of my characters if I do that too much. I'll be totally honest. Another fair point. Yeah. I'm just trying to, like, you know, be smart, I guess. I don't know. You look up from fiddling with your camera as the fucking bird lunges for you. I thought it was dead. You didn't kill it, Brett. What the heck? Wings, claws extended. Yikes! You leap to one side. Who knew it could play dead, or was it merely stunned? Ouch! One claw breaks your arm. You tear out of there, putting the Land Rover between yourself and your attacker. Blood droplets seep between your fingers as you clutch your injured arm. Thankfully, it isn't anything more than a flesh wound. You'll ask Brett to treat your injury later. Dang, I don't think I picked the right one. I don't think I picked the right one. Meanwhile, Brett's not one to let his best friend get attacked without doing something about it. He backs off and drops to one knee, finishing off the fucking bird with one precisely placed shot that echoes from the cliffs rising on the far side to the adjacent lake. Time to regroup. See, this is why we don't trust these freaking birds, bro. They're awful. It takes some effort, with you and Brett working together to drag the carcass of the smaller, freaking bird out of the way of the Land Rover so that you'll be able to drive off. The dead flyer must be a couple hundred pounds, and those floppy leather-like wings are cumbersome to maneuver. While you do so, you say, today is giving me a lot to sort through. It isn't like I'm at a zoo where I can safely admire the sheer size of those flyers. I wasn't at all prepared for their strength and speed, or their cunning, or their unpredictability. Is this just, are you just like, trying to say like, hey viewer, hey player, you didn't think about any of this when you made that dumb, stupid decision? That dumb freaking stupid decision that got your character injured? Yeah, you didn't think about any of that. It's not like you're at a fucking zoo, player. Damn, you dumb hoe. You dumb hoe didn't think about it at all. Oh, okay. Well, okay then. I guess I'm the stupid one. Plus their incredible reach, shooting them is a whole different ballgame than that rattler last year. I think you're right, I say. It's always been easy to talk to your best friend. Why is that important here? So you go on. But you've always known that I'm no hunter. I'm glad that you never pushed me to take it up, just as I've never tried to get you to stop hunting. Okay? That feels like you're saying that for no reason. It's good that we haven't let our differences get in the... Why are we talking about this? What? Ah, yes, it is. Where are you going with this? Is what I would say. I don't know. Those words come quickly to his lips, and that's precisely why I know you'll understand. When I say you need to take this, he draws a pistol from his back and hands it to you. No, don't protest. It's filled with blanks. Your life could depend on your willingness to use it. If I didn't insist on this and something happened to you, I take it because Brett asked, even though I'm sure I'll never fire it. Why would you be sure? I take it, willing to reconsider for Brett's safety. I refuse. I'd only be more of a danger with it. No. Take it and make the reason be that, like, okay, yeah, I'll think, yeah, for safety. Don't be sure you'll never fire it. Consider it. Try to be smart. It's a guy thing. Is it? I guess I wouldn't know. I guess I wouldn't. You take the gun and say you'll do your best not to let your friend down. Next, you commence a more careful inspection of your vehicle. Thankfully, nothing looks damaged. Says Brett, eyeing branches and detritus, I don't know what that means, heaped in an arcing mound surrounding the area. I'll get it. Tim Rover landed in the middle of their nest. Oh, yay! How nice for me! Are we in the tree then or something? Wait. Oh, probably not. They probably built a really big nest on the ground. Yeah. Okay, never mind. That's where we are. You look around more closely and realize your best friend is right. The nest is ridiculous. Almost as big as your friend's small apartment. Well, that makes sense, as the larger flyer must have been twice your height with a 20-foot wingspan. A dozen yards from the nest, a shallow stream feeds the lake. The shoreline is passable for some way. Tall pines march up the hillside. A breeze brings the crisp, wintry scent of the forest to your nostrils, which is a refreshing change from the odor of the nest. The sun shines high over the lake, turning its waters silver. Though you left at midnight, the claws of temporal physics require you to arrive at midday. Next. I hope the gun is a high caliber. But it's full of blanks, though. Does it matter if it's a high caliber if it's full of blanks? Brett stares at the remains of the bigger fucking bone. We're really here, he says. There were times when I didn't think you could do it. Well, I'm certainly glad you kept your high opinion of my abilities to yourself. Oh, shut up, character. He poses for a couple of selfies in the back of Tim Over with the head of the fucking bird at his feet and motions for you to join him. I mean, I don't know, last time I valued photos, I got raked over the coals by the author. High caliber usually means thick gun. But does that matter if it's full of blanks? Does that matter if it's not actually shooting anything? I mean, I don't know much about guns, I don't know. I guess I would just assume that the size and build and everything about the gun is to aid in the way it can shoot certain types of bullets. Oh, bludgeon? I mean, I guess. Usually means bigger ammo to go blammo. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It just says pistol. I don't know what the biggest kind of a pistol is. Okay, wait, yeah, he poses for a couple of selfies in the back of Tim Rover with the head of the fucking bird at his feet. Motions for you to join him. I'm big on selfies and I'm excited to take some. Nope, that is not me at all. Alright, these photos will document our contribution to science. I do so only to prove we were here. No way, it's disrespectful to these poor unfortunate. I already took photos. Did I get those photos before? Did I? Did I get the photos before or did I get interrupted? I don't remember if it said I did or not. Well, like, don't we already have some? I don't know. I think we did. Well, then it's stupid to say it's disrespectful because I already did. Alright, we'll take them. Having studied zoology and paleontology, you recognize the necessity for these precise depictions of... Did you guys hear that? Bro, there's someone like laying on a horn outside. I was like, excuse me? These freaking truck drivers, bruh. They're a little too trigger happy with the horn sometimes. The necessity for these precise depictions of prehistoric specimens. Where would we be if the great naturalist of centuries past hadn't made highly detailed drawings of exotic species that later became extinct? You pull up a dinosaur app on your smartphone and start thumbing through fucking bones. None of them quite has the same beak or the fan-shaped red crest surmounting this one's huge head. This could be a whole new species. That gives you an idea, and you just kill it. What the frick, McCall? Are you just saying that to piss me off with that? Wow, he thinks I'm an OD fake fan. I can't believe you think that after all this time together. Yeah. Wait a minute, too. Don't be cute. Can read it. I can no longer relate. It's okay, PogChamp. That's why I'm reading for you. Silly, so you don't have to read it all. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna name it after myself. Chris. It needs a name. Some combination of both of our names. I feel like that's better than just picking yourself. You did discover it with a friend after all. If it's in a species, it'll need a name. I won't know until I do a scientific analysis. I feel like this is better. Name it after some trait. Also sciencey. Brett looks a little disappointed, but says, makes sense, I guess. Does it matter? What, did you want it to be named the Chris Bretasaur? Like, how's the story going so far? It's going! It's going! We're finally to the dinosaurs part. You take a deep breath and consider what to do next. Examine the time machine settings to find out why it crashed in the nest. Poke around the fishy stems in the nest for eggs or immature fucking birds needing help. I mean, how are you going to help it? How are you going to? Like, what's the plan there? Use specimen bags to collect samples from the nest as I keep an eye on our surroundings. I've got so much to film and narrate. I feel like I either want to go with 1 or 3. I don't know. But maybe I should value the dinosaurs themselves with some of these. I don't want my character turning into who never values the dinosaurs at all. I don't know. Is that Mario 64 music in the background? It is. Yeah, maybe. Well, I just don't know what are we gonna do? Cause like, we're not a dino doctor. Like, what is the plan here? The adult is dead. Like, what would you do? What would you do to help it? I don't know what the plan here is if I pick this option. Or even if there are any, and then it feels like I wasted an opportunity. Because like, these are more certain. And I could definitely get something out of these two, but I don't know if anything nice will come from this one. Keep it as a pet. It's a wild animal. Do you think there's actually a reason for why it would crash in the nest? It almost feels like it's random. Collect samples, I say. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay, let's go with 3. You're good at multitasking like this. I am not. You scoop up some remains from both fucking birds and their nest material. You get some samples of the fibrous membranes that make up their feather-like wings, and also the fine hair-like filaments coating their foreshortened torsos. Their broken wing bones are hollow and thin as playing cards. You put several of their droppings in a sealed container. Isn't science glamorous? Now, even better, you spot a pale curved object poking out from beneath the nest. It feels squidgy and parchment-like, an intact egg. Oh. Nearby are several more, but each of these is ripped open, not cracked or broken, suggesting that the offspring has already left the nest. Okay, yeah, so like there's not really any there except for the intact egg that I found anyway. The unhatched one doesn't smell so great. It's probably not good then. Nevertheless, you carefully bag it and pack it away while noting that the fucking birds situated their nest in close proximity to a large lake. Okay, so that means there probably was nobody to help, and we ended up going right that we picked a more sciencey option. While you're wrapping up, you catch a fish. Wait, fish! You can fish! You catch a flash of movement and rustling in the woods. With terror-inducing screeches, a flurry of green-feathered bipedal dinosaurs charges straight for you. They're only hip-high, but those vicious, curved hind claws are about as long as your fingers. Troodontids, pack hunters, major bad news. Hollywood producers who thought dinosaurs couldn't look fearsome with feathers were so wrong. These predators, cousins of the velociraptors, a few generations removed, have more ferocity than an eagle and a mountain lion combined. They must have scented blood. Brett takes shelter inside the Land Rover. It feels like you're miles away from the safety of the vehicle. Worse yet, you are between the carnivores and the dead fucking birds. You must act immediately. Oh, great! I'm about to die. Did the music stop again? Oh yeah, it did. Play it again. Remember you're also bleeding too. That's true. Okay, well the second option is off the table. Climb a tree, though it won't be easy, and film the drop. Oh my god, no, not in the case of immediate danger. I returned to the safety of Tim Rover to film the Troodontids. Yeah, this one's like, pick up the leader, it's a difficult shot. It may cause the rest to flee. Can't do that. So we don't have a gun that has actual bullets in it. We could return to the safety Oh, to film or sprint to the Land Rover, scare them with the horn, then drive away and hide in the woods. I feel like this feels like the safest one. We sprint, we scare them off, we at least try to do something. We don't just get in there and film, and we don't, like, we climb a tree. What if that just leaves Brett to get picked off? Nah, I'd pick 1. 3 would lead the scent back to the rover and endanger Brett. I don't know. I guess it's a gamble if they will be scared off with the horn. Oh yeah, I could have checked something bigger. But also, if we're injured, we're injured on our arms, can we climb a tree? Like, can we? Also, I feel like it could be seen as abandoning Brett. Although Brett does have guns. Shoot, Snack! Don't go, what the heck? Most animals are scared of noise. Yeah. I still feel like this is the safest option. We're safe inside Land Rover anyway. Is it? I don't know what the car looks like 100%. Brett isn't injured, he's not a target, and he's safe. Is it like an open car? Or is it like a closed encapsulated car? If there's a bunch of them, how strong is the car? Can it withstand their attacks? If I'm immediately removed from the situation, they could notice the car and investigate, and then Brett could be attacked. I don't know if I can climb a tree with my injured arms. They wouldn't have a reason to attack him. I don't think wild animals always need a reason. What is the best choice in my opinion? You're 100% certain? They could just hang out under the tree. But then Brett could probably pick him off with his gun if that happened. Okay. Okay, if you say so. If you say so, I'll pick your option. We're gonna try to climb the tree, though it won't be easy, and film the drama unfolding below. Okay. Oh dear, tree climbing is not your strong suit. You missed that stout horizontal limb, fall, and land hard on your outstretched thumb. At least it isn't your dominant hand, but man oh man does that hurt. See, I freaking said it! We can't climb the tree because we're injured! I called it! Bro! What are you laughing at? This was your pick! Are you just purposefully trying to lead me into danger? Was that your goal? Was that your goal? I should have gone with my gut. Here comes the Trudons, hits all of them, which planned me. Run to the nearby dead fucking bird, gambling that will go for a tasty meal that isn't me. I'm speedy enough to race for the Land Rover, which is farther away than the fucking bird. Okay, great. Now we're in a trickier situation. It was a good idea. No, it wasn't! Trying to climb a tree when your arm is injured, when there's a bunch of them and you have to be fast. Are Trudons scavengers? I don't know. Are we speedy enough to race for the Land Rover? overboard. You already filled one agility check. What do I think? I don't know. This is like safety, but it's farther away, and they had a chance to get closer to me. Definitely not 3, haha. well, I can't even pick 3. It's like, yeah, nah. Not my fault you rolled a nat 1. It was your pit. It was your pit. Can you beat them in a sprint versus a long run? How far away am I from the Land Rover? I don't know. Okay, wait. There were also athletic answers earlier that I like picked up. I picked athletic related answers earlier. I picked like a mid-range one. My character is not the most athletic, but it's also not inathletic. Kind of mid-range. When she browsed the tree, I heard fire! I don't know, it's like guaranteed safety versus a gamble, but also further away, closer to you. I'm gonna attempt to go for the Land Rover. I'm going to attempt. I hope this doesn't get me killed. I hope. I'm not 100% sure about either one. I don't think I'm going to feel very confident in either one. Okay, I'm picking it. Okay. The biggest and fastest of the true did snap at your heels as you sprint like crazy, hammering and pile into the passenger seat. Brett floors it, plunging across the shallow stream and into the woods. It's difficult to watch the savage scene unfolding as the two ninjas tear into the bucky board. Oh, okay. Whew. You keep closing your eyes, envisioning your own flesh, your own blood and organs in place of the flyers. Phew! Now that that's over with, you need to deal with your medical situation. Brett has you try moving your bruised, swollen thumb in certain ways, which really hurts. Yeah, I just injured myself even more. It's really good I have thorough first aid training, cause god dang, bro. That's not good. It's probably broken. What? It could be worse. I'd better immobilize it for now. Being a trained paramedic, Brett does a good job at splinting your thumb with a pencil and medical tape. A high overhead, a pair of tailless flyers circles and circles. Through field glasses, you discern that they may have as much the same wing and head shape as the former occupants of this nest. Then again, they could be scavengers waiting for you to quit the scene. Speaking of scavengers, in light of your all-too-exciting encounter with the True-Mounted Horde, Brett offers to keep watch for signs of other hungry critters lurking in the dense foliage so that you can give your uninterrupted attention to your main interest. That's really thoughtful of him. Okay. Well, we're not focusing on a dead True-Mounted. Because we drove away. Never mind the dinosaurs. I make sure Tim Rover is functioning at 100%. I don't have it in me to pick through the carnage. Let's go explore. I feel like we should make sure about the Tim Rover. Just to really make sure. You need a flu emote. That's another good idea. Yeah, I had a Marmo that was also like a really, really good emote idea. The only issue is like having enough active memberships that it'll let me like upload them. And I think some of the older ones start expiring, and then it's like, oh, you can't do it, you know? We have so many emotes. We have so many of them. Yeah, I would use 2 hands. Nah. Wait, what are you guys talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, let's make sure Tim Rover is functioning. You run several diagnostics. to make sure that the rough landing and the encounters that followed did your time machine no harm. Several anomalous readings grab your attention. Uh-oh, I think there's something. Who's Tim over? It's my car, the time machine. Talking things over with Brett always helps clarify my thinking. Once in a while, Brett's input helps me refine my thinking. I need to focus on the data by myself without distractions. Okay, so this is like regarding how much we value Brett's input with stuff we're doing ourselves. I feel like it is good to involve Brett with stuff, so maybe not 3. How much are we talking things over? I don't want to always rely on Brett. I'm like the time machine. Dude, I don't know how much Brett knows about this stuff. Brett seems like a homie so far. Brett's Pie Chomp. Pie Chomp's the homie. Yeah. One feels like I've become dependent on him. This is true. Okay, yeah, maybe 2. It's kind of go midway, you know. We will take his input, but like, we're not gonna like always need it. Yeah. You try using Brett as a sounding board as you consider the ramifications of your data, as you never know when his input will be useful. Heck, if you know what's going on, you file this away for future consideration. Oh, heck, if you know what's going on. Okay, I read that in a weird tone. Heck, if you know what's going on, I don't know what's going on at all. You file this away for future consideration when you're less frazzled. You two pile into the Land Rover and set out along the lakeshore, passing turtles twice your size, sunning themselves on the floating tree trunks. You have no more encounters with dinosaurs before it's time to set up camp for the night. With the sun setting, you build a crackling fire, over which you roast a fresh fish that your best friend has reeled in. As you sort through the events of the most remarkable day of your life, nothing has ever tasted so good as this, the earliest fish that any human ever caught. Cool, yeah. I'm gonna drink some water. Ooh. Ah. That's some good water. Okay, next chapter! Rise and shine, Brett yells. It's a glorious Cretaceous morning. Time's are wasting. Shut up, Brett. You're going to attract dinosaurs by yelling! Brett yells! Excuse me! Shh! You slept the sleep of the dead thanks to the wilderness air. Then again, it might have something to do with yesterday's adrenaline and exhaustion. Ignoring your body's protest, you stand, stretch, and look around. Early morning sun streams through a scattering of cotton puff clouds to greet the conical spires of the firs. That is quite a description. On the far side of the lake, the sun's rays spear layers of low-lying mist, turning them into a patchwork of gold. From somewhere over there, a loon-like call rises a full octave before leaping up a second one. Moments later, a response comes. Your friend pauses as he lights a fire and turns his head in the direction of the calls. I've been keeping an eye out, but they're either well hidden in that mist or too small to spot. Sure would love to see our neighbors. Me too. Brett has golden retriever energy. Yeah, well, I need him to tone it down. Hi, my dear Chompi. Hi, Fonz. How you doing today? Brett goes to the water's edge and fills a gallon jug. Your thoughts return to yesterday's fucking birds, including the 2 flyers circling in silence high above that nest. You had assumed that they were the equivalent of a Cretaceous vultures, but they might have easily been the offspring of the fucking birds inhabiting the nest, or the bigger one's additional mates. Then again, they could have belonged to another unrelated species. You sigh with the realization that doing zoological field work isn't exactly straightforward. I don't like words, they're too big. So thank you for the seed, but Robin Williams voice. Good morning, Cretaceous! Give him a Scooby snack so he relaxes. I want a snack. That sounds yummy. I would love a snack. Okay, the call comes ringing across the lake once more. You break out your video camera to have it ready in case they take flight. In the meantime, you listen intently to the pitch and cadence as you debate whether a spot-on imitation will lure them out of hiding. That's a tall order, unless you can be quite calm and precise when performing. In contrast, the simplest thing to do is to write up what you know and tape their cries. Then too, if your eyesight is good and your hands are steady, you might have better luck scanning the mist-streaked shoreline with binoculars. Okay. So we're trying to get data on these birds here. Imitate the cry to draw these new creatures closer. Take notes and record their vocalizations to compare with modern avian species. Scan for the creatures with binoculars. Well, I don't know how steady our hands are gonna be because they're kind of all messed up. I got an injured arm and a broken thumb. Thanks, Bye Chomp. And I don't know if they're on different hands or if they're both on the same one. I don't know. How good do we think our imitation is? Oh, wait, hang on. You listen intently to the pitch and cadence as you debate whether a spot-on imitation will lure them out of hiding. It's a tall order unless you can be quite calm and precise when performing. Okay, so like I think we gotta kind of assess how our character is doing and then pick based on how we're doing, based on other decisions we've already made. I don't know if we'll be able to do the imitation. I don't know. We're kind of really injured. I think maybe taking notes and recording the vocalizations might be best. We don't want to go back with nothing because we tried to get all the best stuff and fail at all of it. Yeah, okay. Let's go with taking notes and recording. You may not be terribly adept at imitating bird calls, but it's simple enough to jot down significant details and to record their cries. Could there be 3 of them? You amass an impressive amount of data about the location, the time of day, and the pitch, frequency, and duration of the vocalizations. That's a wise decision on your part. As your microphone picks up the wind in the trees, the rustle of the notebook pages, and the crackle of the campfire for a few intermittent seconds before cutting out. Your efforts really pay off. Movement catches your eye. A pair of ancient heads with pointy beaks on ostrich-like necks poke up from the mist. Brett, look! 2 fucking birds, new ones. Wow, you're right. Brett is grinning like mad, and you can feel that you are too. Their heads crest sweep backwards to form slender V's, which look like L's as they tip their heads upward. Seconds later, a 3rd one appears. The great winged, tailless creatures take to the air with what you swear are cries of joy. How quickly they fling themselves into an updraft, riding it high into the blue sky. It's hard to get a sense of their size from this distance. If only you could spend all day watching the way they circle and soar, dip and glide, playing follow the leader. There's no way to tell at this distance if the alpha is male or female, or perhaps it's an adult female with 2 juveniles. Seeing them is a challenge in itself, given that their pale leathery wings blend in perfectly with the color of the morning sky. You do get a few snippets of them on camera, but not good ones. That's okay. That's okay. It's hard for me to focus on reading. I feel like I'm not doing a very good job. I wonder how long this game... I know it's supposed to be a couple hours, but I feel like I yapped so much and took so long on some of these decisions, you know? So I'm feeling a bit uncertain. I don't know. You're doing fine. You think so? Thank you. I always get like that. Like, my brain gets kind of tired of reading a lot of passages after a little bit, and then it's like, The cheery sound of water bubbling for coffee draws your attention back to the campsite. Brett pours and hands you a cup. The first sip. I don't like coffee. I don't want to drink the coffee. The smell of breakfast cooking over the wood fire sets your stomach rumbling. Does anybody know why food always tastes better in the wilderness? I don't know. Does it? I haven't had a lot of opportunities to eat food in the wilderness. Have any of you? I wanna go camping. I like camping. Well, actually, I've never been camping. I really wanna go camping. I wanna like go make like hot dogs over a fire or something, you know? Camp food tastes better, yes. Yeah. I wanna make hot dogs and s'mores. Yeah. I wonder what they're having for breakfast. Oh. You two cheer and chat about the day ahead. The plan is to drive along the lakeshore, since the fresh water attracts all sorts of creatures, particularly in the heat of the day. Already it's approaching 80 degrees at 8 a.m. Oh dang, that's warm. Ooh, that's pretty hot. At 8 a.m., you're sweating as your body struggles to adjust to a 40-degree increase in temperature from back home. Anyway, it may be easier to keep to the water's edge than to plunge through old-growth forest. But that also makes you more visible. We'll be more likely to spot Trudontids out in the open near the shore, says Brett. I still can't believe how fast they were. Not to mention other marauders. You're both painfully aware that you've come to the precise time period and geographical region ruled by the king of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although paleontologists estimate that the apex predator was scarce. All it takes is one to ruin your whole day. Oof. Do you think we'll see one? Oh, I bet we're gonna see one. You should, Chio. It's invigorating. I wanna go camping. Yeah. Like, I guess the only experience I've had kind of camping is, one time I camped in my grandpa's backyard. You know, like we had a fire pit, we roasted hot dogs and s'mores and stuff over the fire. And, like, watched a movie on, like, a laptop or something in a camp, in the tent. We slept in a tent outside. But, like, that doesn't feel like real camping. You know, like, it's in your backyard. I want to go real camping. I want to go, like, out into the woods. And I have to pee on the ground. I have to poop in a hole and cover it. I wanna go out in the wilderness. Maybe there'll be a bear. Maybe I'll die to a bear. I wanna go out in the wilderness. Yeah. I'm not even to the choices yet. Ooga booga, hang on, we're not there yet. You can always just go to a campground. Yeah, I'd love to do that. I just need to find time to do it. I wonder if I should try to do that before I move. I don't know though, because I don't have a tent right now. I'd have to go buy it. That's more to bring with me. I don't know. But I know there's some nice campsites, like, not super far from where I currently live, so I've never been there. I don't know. My bad, I skipped ahead. That's okay, no worries. A nice tent is usually worth the money. Yeah, but it's more to bring with me too, though. I don't know. Silent find it back where I was. Taking the last bite of instant eggs. Ew, eggs! Brett asked how you're feeling. I've been better, you grumble. Fact is, your injury is starting to hurt again now that you've got your blood circulating. Concern shadows his face. Let me look at it. I wouldn't be so injured, Uga, if you didn't. My thumb is broken, and it's your fault. In 30 seconds, you're gonna get distracted again. No, I'm not. You hesitate. While you prize self-sufficiency, Brett can do a better job than you can, and you might learn something from watching, if you're not squeamish. What do you say? Don't need to make a fuss, I can handle it. Well, only if you insist. Okay, I can watch and learn what to do. Yeah, okay, I agree that 3 is probably best, especially when we're out here with dinosaurs. We need all the info we can. And I'm not super squeamish by medical stuff. I'm really not. I mean, I guess I've never been in a situation where I'm watching that stuff firsthand, but like, I'm not that squeamish secondhand. You undo the bandage while Brett wastes no time in pulling out a first aid kit. You shove aside your natural tendency to look away. You don't want to waste this opportunity to see precisely what Brett does. He thoroughly inspects your colorfully bruised thumb, a painful process, and binds it up again. Go easy on it. I can't do anything more out here. You swallow a pain reliever and promise to follow orders. Brett breaks camp. Normally you would help him, but you have something more immediate that needs doing. Check my camera and microphone and recharge the batteries. Inspect Tim Rover to make sure it's in tip-top shape. Clean and oil the gun. Yeah, I did. Wait, I did look at Tim Rover and there were anomalous readings. I don't know if I actually did anything about that. That might be a good one to pick. Focus on my field notes and sketches without consulting Brett, or focus on my field notes and sketches with Brett's input. I choose 3. You'd pick the oil and gun. Yeah, oil and gun. Oil the gun. Maybe. I don't know much about gun maintenance. I do know I want to take care of the gun, but also it just has blanks in it. Well, I mean, not to say that those might not be useful, but like, I don't know. I mean, I gotta go and don't pick up my vehicle. So glad I waited into you. I look forward to seeing more of your stuff. Oh, thank you, Zenith. Have a great stream. Love this text kind of game stream, by the way. Thank you. It's my first time doing something like this, so I appreciate the feedback. I hope you have a great day. Thanks for hanging with us and sticking around after the raid. That means a lot. Make sure you rent a portable heater to keep you warm if you go in wintertime too. Yeah, it's still pretty cold. I don't know if I want to go right now. It's more of a summer activity. Or like late spring maybe. Spring, summer, I don't know. I'm thinking I'm between either 2 or 5. 2 or 5. Cause, well, I don't know. I know we did just look at Tim Rover, but I'm not sure if we did anything about the readings or not. I think my character was gonna keep it in mind while they got away from the dinosaurs. Now we have a quiet minute. We can use that quiet minute to really make sure Tim Rover's okay. But also, we can also review the field notes and sketches with Brett's input. I'm kind of interested in what that interaction would be. I'm not sure. So it feels like not as important. Our safety vehicle and the time machine that brought us here and will be taking us back doesn't feel very important. I don't know, Uga. I mean, the last time I listened to you, I got a broken thumb. I don't remember it saying you did anything about it. Yeah, I don't remember that either. I don't know. I'm interested in 5, but I feel like we should do 2 and really make sure the car is okay. No, I mean, like, you already made sure it was fine before, just the readings were weird. But if they were weird, doesn't that mean, like, this would be okay? I mean, not that it is okay, but, like, if they were weird, doesn't that mean, like, it might not be okay? Firearm only has blanks and should still be in fine condition, I'd hope. I think so. I haven't even used it yet. It's probably fine. Yeah, I'm def between 2 or 5. I'd hate to not be able to go back and we get stuck in dinosaur times because we didn't pay enough attention to Tim Rover. The word inspect makes me think it's like a physical thing rather than the readings. But you already know it's fine physically, is it? I am personally a little bit more interested in 5. Okay, let's go with 5. We're gonna focus on the field notes and sketches with Brett's input. Okay. It's important for you to get down all the details and make some rudimentary sketches of this new species across the lake while it's still fresh in your mind. And you wouldn't want to do it alone. You show Brett your sketches. He nods approvingly. The proportions look right. Try drawing them standing on all 4s. That's a great idea. You make a new sketch to show how they hunch forward with their wings folded up like knife blades pointed skywards. In the meantime, he reads through your notes. Add something about the flash of yellow as they unfold their wings. I did not think of that. Wait, what did I read? Understand. Oh, there we go. Wow, I did not think of that. You ask, and then go on to answer your own question. Must be because I'm ever needful of the minds of others. Oh.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's how I feel about it. That's so sad. That does feel like a weird thing to say. Like, I don't like when characters say stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't socialize a lot. But like, that feels like a weird thing to say. Imagine you're talking to someone and they're just like, why didn't I think of that? Must be because I'm ever needful in the minds of others. Wait, what? Is that just me? I don't know. That feels like a weird answer to give. Okay. Brett chuckles at the old joke between the two of you. Oh, it's an inside joke. Your third grade teacher had been fond of urging you both to be ever mindful of the needs of others. Okay. Once that's done, you and Brett load up the Land Rover and set out, marveling at the giant redwoods and the other unfamiliar trees. That's why it feels weird to me, because it's an inside joke I don't understand. That's why it's so weird. Okay, it makes more sense in context. Some of them must be 10 feet or more in diameter. It's tricky driving where they've tumbled down, especially when their tops are submerged in the lakes, forcing you to detour from the shoreline, and then farther still inland. After a series of annoying dead ends and backtracks, you say, we've made more twists and turns. Brett finishes your thoughts. Than a twisty-turny thing. There's nothing to do but keep going. Bit by bit, the ground grows damp, then muddy in spots. That proves to be a good thing. Stop, Brett yells. You jam on the brakes. He hops out and backtracks a few paces. You follow him. See that? I can't freaking read. See that? He points at an irregular depression in the mud that looks nothing much. Wait, that looks like nothing much. Footprint! Now you see the outlines of the print, and it's huge. 3 toes splay out from a partial heel impression, almost 2 feet in length and wider still. The footprint crosses your path at an acute angle. That's what I was saying, but Brett's gone pale. T-Rex has 3 toes. That's what I was thinking. T-Rexes have 3 toes. Whoa. Don't let Chio drive again after last night. Hey, I didn't do that bad with the RV. I got us to the second checkpoint. That's gotta be something. Your friend twists this way and that, peering through the dappled green canopy. You wince. He's right. Could a T-Rex hide behind one of those massive sequoias? What are they called again? The big redwood trees. Redwood trees are freaking ginormous. I don't know if you guys have ever seen one. I've been to the redwood forest in California like once. They're massive, freaking massive mahogany tongo trees. And there's a lot of banana slugs there. I like the banana slugs. They're yellow and sluggy. You have no idea. Everything is so quiet. How about let's pray, Fled? You shiver despite the heat. But wait, lots of dinosaurs have 3 toes. This big? Brett shakes his head. Yes, this big. Think of all the fossils we've seen in museums back home. You scrutinize the print more closely. Relief bloods through you. T-Rex has claws at the tip of slender toes. Look here, fat toes, no claw marks. Okay, it's probably not a T-Rex then. Brett's not terribly convinced, so you pull out a laminated chart of dinosaur footprints, which are slightly different than the drawings downloaded in your cell phone app. You point to the T-Rex example. It's decidedly unlike whatever stomped through the mud. Nonetheless, you wonder how exactly you can tell if it's prowled these woods 10 minutes ago, or 10 hours, or 10 days. Your friend waves a dismissive hand at your chart. Nobody's 100% certain that's what a Tyrannosaurus footprint looked like. I guess that's also a fair point. So there's a lot of guesswork that comes with dinosaurs. It's not all very certain. They should just ask me. I know something about dinosaurs. Very poignant, but we know a T-Rex print has to have claws in this dinosaur. It doesn't. So what do you want to do? Oh god, okay. So we have a disagreement here. My character is feeling uncertain that it's a T-Rex, or actually feeling pretty certain that it's not. And Brett thinks it could be. We follow it. Didn't we come here to find the super duper source? I don't know. Didn't we just come here to prove the time machine works and find more info? I don't know. Let's trace the prints back the way they came. Maybe back to the creature's lair. I don't know if that's a good idea. You had me until you said creature's lair. Partly to impress Brett, you say, I'll shimmy up this tree and have— No! Shimmying up more trees! No! No more trees! Ah! So, okay, I don't like any of these answers. I don't like any of these answers. If you go to the creature's lair, it could just come home. If we follow it, though, what if it is a T-Rex? Or if it's not a T-Rex, what if it's just another, like, dangerous dinosaur? Yeah, last time I tried to climb a tree, I got a broken thumb. We are not climbing another tree. Might be a T-Rex with a broken thumb. True. No, Ooga Booga, I'm not climbing the tree. Tree. Allosaur as well. Yeah, they're also pretty big. I feel like maybe the safest thing is to follow the prints back. Well, but also, it pointed out that you don't know how old the prints are. If it's recent, then following them back the way they came could be safer. But if they're not recent, then like, what if the dinosaur already is back in its lair and you just run into it anyway? This feels almost like a guess. This feels almost like a guess. I wish I could shimmy up the tree and have a look, but I feel like I locked myself out of that option with my broken thumb. I don't know. Following it feels risky, but so does going to its lair. Maybe we don't have to go all the way back to its lair. Clearly it's not locked. Yeah, but it feels unlikely. If we follow stealthily, we might find it feeding and be able to snap a picture. I don't know. It's like 2 feet in length. How big is 2 feet? I'm not good with feet. It's 12 inches. How big is 12 inches? Okay, wait. How big is a subway footlong? It's a pretty big footprint. I feel like could be 10. I'm not sure. This game really wants you to shoot things and climb trees. I know, yeah. Okay, 1 or 2. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm not sure. I'm not climbing this tree though. We're not doing that. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 1. I still say 1. Okay, we have 2 votes for 1 so far. Should I do another poll? What? Okay. There we go. Let's run the poll for a minute. You guys can help pick. 12 inches a foot, right? That's like 30 centimeters-ish, I always see. Oh, thank you. I'm never sure what it translates to with centimeters. Sorry, I'm American. I only know inches and feet and I don't know the metric system. I think the subway footlong was revealed to only be 10 inches long and was a big controversy. Really? I really want a sandwich now, man. 50 plus centimeters? Oh, wait, really? Yeah. 3 centimeters is roughly an inch, right? I think so. Okay, 1 is in the lead by quite a lot. So, I'm gonna end the poll. I guess we'll follow it. We're following. Brett's eyes go wide. You mean trying to catch up with it? He shrugged. No idea if that's even possible. What do you say? After a pause, he replies, okay, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled and my rifle loaded. Okay, that's a good thing. Good thing. Good. You drive along in the direction the dinosaur was heading, narrating your excitement as you track this unknown prehistoric behemoth. You love this sort of real-time drama, and it isn't everyone who would have the courage to plunge forward not knowing what might be around the next giant sequoia. Every few yards, Brett insists on stopping to examine a mega footprint. While you do want to verify the lack of claws, you insist that one of you stay in the Land Rover with the motor running, eyes peeled at all times. Eventually, you come to an animal trail, where several sets of tracks lead in different directions. You and Brett both get out of the Land Rover and stare, trying to make sense of them. While doing so, you accidentally brush against a tree with a sticky resinous sap on its trunk. Damn, Mason, you almost got the golden gunk in your hair. Yeah, gunky. When you do manage to focus on the tracks, you note no claw marks that I can see. Some prints are partly covering others. Most of the prints are prey. True. You guessed that the three distinct types of dinosaurs use this pathway. Maybe more. Thankfully, none of the tracks looks like troodontids. That much you can both agree. So which way do we go? That way, Brett points. Because it beats crouching here in confusion. One direction is as good as the other. A seat? To his unassailable logic. Well, okay then. Sometime later. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna drink some more water. Oh, there's so much reading. So much yapping. After maneuvering the Land Rover through increasingly swampy terrain, you groan in frustration. You think these beasts would make some noise. Who knew it was possible to miss a herd of enormous dinosaurs? Dinosaurs can be pretty tricky, pretty sneaky. The plan seemed pretty easy right up until you had to detour around one pool of another hip-deep water. With a sigh and a glance at Tim Rover, you say to Brett, where we're going, we do need roads. Nor are there any more trees to climb to get your bearings. Brett hoists himself onto the Land Rover's roof and peers through field glasses. There's good news and bad news, he says. Uh-oh. The good news is that I see hadrosaurs. Scads of duck-billed hadrosaurs, not more than a mile from here. The bad news is that there's more water between us and them. Well, we can't drive to the water. You clamber up onto the roof. Brett passes you the binoculars. You let out a low whistle at the sight of them. Dozens of huge hadrosaurs, in shades of green and brown, occupy a low, steep-sided terrace on the far side of the marsh. Their bulky bodies are unmistakable, with their distinctively arched spines and stiff tails. Some graze, some amble about on 2 legs or 4, some rise up on beefy hind legs to point their broad snouts this way and that, scanning their territory. Their markings blend in perfectly with their surroundings. Only now do you notice that there are yet more of them sitting motionless. Gazing at the Hadrosaurus herd fills you with... cautious fascination, though every paleozoologist's dream. Desire to bring back the most impressive trophy ever. No, not to. Impatience, there's so much to film, I don't like that either. Concern, it'll be difficult or impossible to reach them in the Land Rover. Energy at the anticipation of a strenuous hike up to their terrace. I mean, I'm not against feeling cautious fascination. You can be fascinated, but also cautious. I don't think that's bad, but like, what does that mean, though? What is my character going to do if I pick that? Because otherwise, I think maybe concern. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be overly cautious the entire time, but like, I don't know if the rover will be able to get up there. Like, I guess it's also saying like, if you're energized about it, it would be a hike. We're not gonna take the rover up there. I feel 1, but I do 3. Really? I don't know. I feel like I don't want my character to be too impatient. Titanosaurus was notoriously not very sneaky. Is it because he's a titan? Think of the science. I'm glad we followed them. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I feel like I want to pick one because I just resonate with that so much. You know, I love feeling like just fascinated by like the stuff that I love, and I love that about animals too. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with one. You watch the fluid way they switch between walking on all fours and hopping on their hind legs, hoping to spot telltale signs that they're about to bolt in your direction. And what is it about, what is that they're eating? Are individual members of the herd taking turns watching for predators? Your mind buzzes with a dozen more questions. All told, it takes the rest of the morning to coax the Land Rover through the fetid swamp, and then to locate shallow places where you can ford a succession of 3 different streams. Dense foliage mars the view of your quarry. At roughly a half-mile from the terrace, you halt and turn off the Land Rover's engine. Who knows if the unfamiliar noise might spook them? Then, too, you don't want to take your vehicle up the terrace's steep, crumbling banks. Best to scramble up this last leg on foot, and to carry only the gear you think you'll really need. Uh-oh. In addition to a full bottle of water, what do you lug with you? Oh no! I strapped a little GoPro camera to my Hadrosaurus cap and loaded my gun with live. Okay, maybe the gun is the reason this is out instead of the Hadrosaurus cap. But my first thought was like, I didn't tell you to take that cap off. Like, you could have kept it. I liked the cap. But maybe it's out because of the gun. That might be what it is, maybe. I don't know. Hoping to get close, I put on my... Oh, I can put the cap back on! I put on my Hadrosaurus cap and cram my pack full of specimen bags. Okay. I need my big video camera, collapsible tripod, microphone, specimen bags, and the Hadrosaurus cap. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff, man. I loaded my pistol with blanks. You have to load it with blanks? I thought blanks were just like, it's empty. And I guess if it was empty, we just click and wouldn't shoot anything. I guess a blank would be something. I never thought about that till now. Puts on cap gets confused for me. Nah, not the Hadrosaurus penis. Okay, load my pistol with blanks, don my helmet with my GoPro camera clipped on, and bring a first aid kit. I feel like this is the best answer. Like, we have some specimen bags full of stuff already from the fucking bird nest. We've done that already. We don't need all this stuff. Do you even need a tripod, bro? Just bring the camera if you want. You know, I feel, yeah. Also, putting the camera on, yeah, so in this one, the cap is to shade your eyes. But in this one, it's your helmet, not your hat, your helmet. And strapping the camera on means you can maybe get the footage, but it's out of your hands. It's keeping your hands free. And you're bringing the pistol with blanks and the first aid kit. This is very easy. Very, very easy. 3 is very practical. I picked 2 because I'm a Goron. Like from Zelda? Like as gunpowder, but no bullet in the round. Oh, okay. That's how it works. Oh, okay. So it's like you're igniting the gunpowder, and it might flash and it'll make the sound of the explosion, but it won't actually fire anything. Oh, okay. That's what a blank is. I feel like I'm realizing now I never actually knew what a blank was until just now. Okay. I'm easily picking this one. This feels like we can get the information with the camera, but we're also being safe. Okay, we're going with that one. Notwithstanding the heat, it's safer to wear a helmet for a preliminary scouting mission. Although there's no way you could ever deliberately harm one of those magnificent beasts. It's wise to have the wherewithal to drive them off if you accidentally scare them and they charge at the 2 of you. You also take your small daily logbook. Brett brings additional water, some food, first aid supplies, and his rifle. You set off, pausing every so often to consult a compass and to wrap orange tape around tall plant stalks to mark the route leading back to the Land Rover. You're feeling pretty confident, having remembered to record your coordinates before you started off. Brett nods approvingly. Good to see you thought to do that. Yeah, I got Brett's approval. Yeah! Yeah, I can do damage if you place the barrel close too. If it's a blank firing gun, if exhaust elsewhere. Oh, that makes sense. Oh. Blank cartridges can still hurt you. It is an explosion still. That is true. That is true.
Let's go.
Okay. As you draw closer to the terrace, an occasional clack or hiss reaches your ears. After sliding through the muddy undergrowth and then up the embankment, you come to the edge of the Hadrosaurus encampment, which you can smell before you catch sight of it. If you thought the marsh stank, the combination of rotting vegetation and dinosaur poop is worse. Trying not to inhale, you hold up behind a fern that's so big you'd swear that it ingested a megadose of steroids. It conceals your entire body and Brett's too. From there you gawk at the behemoths, feeling like a munchkin in Oz. Hadrosaur nesting grounds. Ooh! The large ones rival your bedroom in size and would brush their heads against the ceiling. Dappled in striped scales cover their bulky torsos and tails. Distinctive ridge lines send crenellations from their brows over their small-brained skulls, down the thick necks, and along their arcing spines, nearly to the tips of their tails. Many of them stand on all fours, dozing or placidly crunching pine cones, needles, and foliage with their broad mouths, undoubtedly enjoying the sun. But when they choose to move, you gape at the way they lumber about. All of that weight shifts backwards to balance on comparatively slender ankles and fat, three-toed feet. Maybe this was their feet. Because I remember it said, like, it came across a crossing with a lot of different footprints. Maybe this is their feet. They have the 3 toes, fat 3-toed feet. Then they drop down again, and even take a few steps on all fours as they feed. Chris, Brett said, pointing, those things are their nests. Low rings of greenish-brown rotting vegetation cover the terrace, evenly spaced, with narrow corridors between them. You say, so this is life in prehistoric suburbia. Can't say I'm big on their color scheme. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Brett is right. There's one adult per nest, plus either a brood of young ones or a clutch of eggs shaped and colored like cantaloupes, but as big as honeydew mounds. With mounting excitement, you notice that something significant. The adult duckbills may all be females. In many nests, newly hatched babies and youngsters squawk for attention, like most newborn creatures, apart from birds. They're adorable. Wait, birds don't... Squawk for attention. Birds don't do that? I guess they do for food, but maybe not for attention specifically. Okay. They're adorable with their gleaming green hides, outsized heads, and dark eyes. Not to mention the shiny bills that they've grown into, or yet to grow into. Ha! You exclaim. Paleontologists will tell you they're born with proportionally tiny bills. Not true for this species. Brett nods, impressed with your acumen. You fall silent, gazing across the Hadrosaur nesting ground stretched out before you, contemplating the unprecedented opportunity that awaits. That is, if you don't find yourself doing something, whether accidentally or deliberately, to rile up those massive beasts. You break out your... specimen bags to collect samples from a vacant nest. Oh, that sounds risky. Film equipment, none of the above. Look for something more exciting than these dorky cud chewers. What the hell? Mean? How mean? I'm back. What I miss? I don't know. I don't know when you stepped out, but we're currently looking at a Hadrosaur nest and we're trying to decide what to do. I just finished reading to this segment, so we're at the decision now. Well, I feel like not 3. Not 3. Because if we can get evidence off these dinosaurs, they don't have to be big predators. And if this is like, maybe relatively safer opportunity, I mean, herbivores can, like big herbivores, they can still do a lot of damage, so I don't want to say it's like safe. but like maybe safer than some other dinosaurs we could find if we play our cards right here. And it calls them a name. How mean. Wait, but we didn't bring specimen bags, did we? Or maybe we did, and the other option was just like... Maybe the other option was just like... That's the only thing you brought. I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards 2. You know, because we have the camera strapped to our head. So we can film and keep our hands free in case we need them. And it also might be safer not to approach the nest. Because they can be like, they could get aggressive, you know, or like defensive because we're approaching the nest. There was a snake and she didn't shoot it. I didn't want to. I like snakes. One might only appear vacant when it actually isn't. Yeah, or like maybe it is vacant, but then the dinosaur comes back while you're still there. Like, no, I want to go with film equipment. Okay. Next. Hello? Ah, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, I thought I was maybe not responding for a second. Okay. With mounting excitement, you get everything set up and switch on the camera. You briefly set the scene as to where you are and what you've been watching. David Attenborough, eat your heart out. Okay. I start to film a heartwarming movie. I begin filming a scientific documentary emphasizing cogent explanations. I commence shooting a comedy. What kind of movie are we making? I don't know. I've kind of had scientific documentary on the brain this whole time, and we've also taken samples and stuff. I feel like 1 or 2. Gotta go with the science option again. Yeah. It's a documentary, isn't it? Yeah. It's kind of what I'm thinking. You know? Like, it can be a documentary and science-y, but like, still with heartwarming and funny elements to it. You know? It doesn't all have to be heartwarming. Plus, I feel like, I'm just like thinking back to that other decision about like wearing the hat for the movie type, or... I feel like your science will be there and present and factual, and like wearing the hat's not gonna change anything. It can be like kind of heartwarming, but also still sciencey. Two would be better for science, while 1 is better for publicity. That is true. It might get more general publicity if it's more heartwarming. I don't want it to be a comedy though. It doesn't feel right, and I feel like if you're trying to shoot a comedy, like how are you even gonna do that? I feel like you might do something dumb and angry dinosaurs or something. Yeah, it could be a fusion, but it should be informational. I don't know, but I did say something about it being heartwarming before, so I almost wonder if we should compound that. Maybe make it look like it is, or yeah, I think so. But I also feel like our character is kind of like all about the dinosaurs. Maybe we should go heartwarming. I don't know. Is it time for another pull? 1, 2. Choose! Choose, Podchops. What should we answer? What should we say? Say. Man, it's almost like I can't speak English. So I'm still drinking my soda. I'm a nerd, so I'm biased. That's true. I'm more of a geek myself. Maybe that's where I'm kind of leaning heartwarming myself. But like 2 is so severely in the lead right now. That is a big lead. Woo! She's sneaking in sappies. Yeah. All this yapping is kind of hard on my throat sometimes. Give me science. Well, okie dokie. I'll give it another minute. Let you guys like think and put in your answers if you want. But 2 is definitely in a big lead here. Yeah. It's definitely 1 or 2 for me. What would a heartwarming dinosaur movie even look like? Like, if it's not like an animation or something? I don't know. This always did kind of feel like it'd be scientific. I require delicious science. Yeah, looks like 2 is in the lead. Okay, 2 it is. We're going to film a scientific documentary emphasizing cogent explanations. I don't even know what that means. It's too sciencey for me. Yeah. You remark that the hadrosaurs do not perch on top of their eggs. You methodically explain how you've come up with the back of the envelope calculation as to what a hadrosaur likely weighs and... Sorry, I lost my place in the meeting. And how sitting on hard eggs such as these would run the risk of crushing them. Next, you take a thermometer reading indicating that the ground is quite warm even in the shade. You then point out that several nearby steam vents and hypothesize that the female hadrosaurs may have chosen this active geothermal area as a nesting ground because it's the right temperature to incubate their eggs without poaching them. Ah, that's a good point. Is this like actual information? Am I learning something by playing this? A mother duckbill in a nearby nest rudely interrupts you by making that disgusting sound one associates with cats and hair bars. Ew, she's puking! Only louder. She regurgitates a vile-smelling bolus of slimy green, half-digested goo. Ew! When she spews out her babies. Ew! They're burning. They open their little bills wide and gulp down as much as they can. Brett can't contain himself and bursts into raucous laughter. Shh, don't get their attention. It's contagious, and you soon find yourself helpfully chuckling too. Fortunately, the hadrosaurs ignore your silliness. Oh, okay, good. Phew. They're leaving me alone. You manage to regain a modicum of composure and resume filming. This ought to be a more serious endeavor. Hatching. Hatching. Babies? We do have egg fossils, and there are some papers on their placement letting us know about past volcanic activity. Interesting. An egg quivers, shakes, and begins rocking. Brett holds up a finger to his lips. You hear tiny taps coming from inside. A crack marches diagonally down the speckled shell. The taps turn to pecks, which produce several smaller cracks that spread out from the first one like tributaries of a river. They widen and explore new territory as the pecking increases. A fragment of eggshell flies outwards, and then another. A blunt beak pokes through, followed by a miniature claw, followed by an eye blinking in the sun. With a heave and a bassoon voice explanation, a little head rises up, green and shining except for that oversized brown bear. And here comes the body, miniature crenellations running down its arched back and foreshortened tail. Clump, it chirps. Clump. How sweet! Such a pretty little striped baby. What an event to witness. Clump, clump, clump. The hatchling waves its forelimbs disjointedly, and its tail too as it takes a step. Clump, clump. That's so cute. The baby duckbill sounds proud of its achievement, which it should be. Its mother, whom you name Mama Hattie, not so much. She scrutinizes her newborn with a critical eye. Oh, don't abandon him, no. It's working. Do you know what that means, Brett? Your friend gives you a quizzical look. The paleontologists are wrong. They claim newly hatched hadrosaurs must be nest-bound because their joints aren't fully formed until later. Glop, another step, and the hatchling splashes into some green glop and promptly falls face forward. No harm done. In an instant, it's up and flexing those hind legs. The baby jumps and lands closer to Mama Hattie. An astonished look fills the baby duckbill's face at its own ability to leap tall heaps of green goo in a single bound. I'm going to name it, you say. I have the perfect name. Clumpy. I didn't get to pick it! Gee, where did you get that then? Just as I thought of it first. With that, you go back to what you were about to do. I jot down observations in my daily logbook. With a laugh, I say to the camera, "Ha! Who needs hatchimals when you've got a Hachisaurus?" That's lame. So the mental image is really funny. That's some heartwarming content for the dog. That is true. That might be kind of funny. I captured a little endearing baby on film and also its mother. I explained on camera the scientific significance of what I've witnessed. I kind of do actually like this. He didn't learn much from the humor quotes. We can say something dumb, you know? It'll be fun. 2 is very Chio coded. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I like this one. I'm gonna say it. Your comical face and timing are spot on, as are your clips of its wobbly steps on slippery ground. You continue in that vein. All of a sudden, the nature of the interaction between the hadrosaurs changes. Turning its demanding eyes on its mother, Cubby opens its wide mouth and snaps it shut. And again, and a third time. Then the baby duckbill utters an insistent wail, part outrage and part hunger. Mama Hattie reaches down and takes a huge mouthful of vegetation from the far side of her nest. You can't see exactly what type of plant, and much is determinedly. Must be born hungry, but remarks. What's for lunch? Is it gonna be more gross description? This is a lot of text! Oh my god. My throat is like so tired right now. I almost wonder if I should get some tea for my voice. Yeah, mucho texto. It would take a while for the water to boil, though. Yeah. Should I like get like a cup of tea or something? Or maybe make like some cup noodles or something? Should we take like a little break? And I get something? Go get tea, girl. Maybe I'll just come back with both. I make tea and cup noodles. Yeah, it takes a good few minutes for water to boil, though. Should I still do that? I feel like I should. Before getting to this, like, freaking mucho texto section. Okay, I'll go quickly get something. Yeah, we can wait. Okay. You be good. I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Oh, did the music stop while I was gone? I kind of figured it might. It did. Alrighty. Thanks for waiting. I was getting like some tea and stuff. It has to cool down, but I did get some. Yeah. The water wasn't quite boiling yet, but like it was really hot. It's probably enough, right? Probably good enough. Yeah. It's not a brawl, it's battle already over. What are you guys talking about? Ew. At least we get to admire her amazing forehead. What do you mean? Ew. What does it have no idea. Actually, nothing bad happened when you were gone. Don't bother looking around. Okay, I'm not 12, but I used to be, not gonna lie. Okay, I was gonna say, I saw that message and was like, wait a minute. Don't read the chapter when you were gone. I'm looking! I see. Yes, we'll be here. You should. Okay? Are you guys trying to start a war? Nah, I just came back from getting tea. Flipper dot. Flipper dot. No? Huh? What's happening? Just boys being boys? Well, okay then. If you say so. Yeah, I went to go get some tea and stuff because all the reading, there's a lot of reading. Kind of getting in my throat a little bit. So thank you for waiting. I also got a cup of instant ramen that is also currently cooking. I hope the water was hot enough. I really do. It was hot enough that sometimes I heard just a little glimmer of a whistle coming out of the kettle. You know, just a faint little sound. You know? I didn't wait, I fast forwarded. Bottle watcher here. But it's still live! Well, while I wait for my tea to cool enough, and while I wait for my ramen to finish cooking, we can start with this mucho texto, which I feel like you guys probably already read through, but... Free money! Ah, Rose, thank you! Thank you! Here is for the war clean or lost in that... What? What happened while I was gone? What the heck? What were you guys doing? Which one did you bit, my tail? It was me! I bit your tail! It was me! I did it! Okay, I'm just kidding, I wasn't here. He watched intently, expecting Mama Hattie to feed her newborn. Excitedly, you burble about the universality of the mother-child relationship across many, many species, and down through the millennia. To think that this is the first time anyone has witnessed a dinosaur caring for its young. You and Brett and Cubby aren't the only ones eagerly awaiting what comes next. All the offspring gaze fixedly at the movement of their mother's mouth. Mama Hattie turns towards the largest of her 6 other hatchlings as they all screech their demands for food. She chews and regurgitates a bolus of foliage, which they pounce upon while it's still in midair. Baby Cubby may be slower and less coordinated, but it sure tries to horn in on the feeding, only to have its older siblings elbow it in the head. No! No, it's punch all over again! The wee one barely succeeds in dodging away. Now Mama Hattie chews and spits up another green bolus. Hunger compels the little baby to try again. It fares even worse than before. A couple of the siblings peck Cubby in the face. Their wide bills are short. Blood drips from the little baby's snout as it gets shoved from the nest. No, it's getting abandoned! It's getting pushed out! Mama Hattie doesn't intervene. Worse yet, she makes no effort to feed her newborn. Sure, she has her hands or mouth full with the demands of Cubby's, Cubby-rella? Cubby-rella's 6 older competitors. But, little Cubby twists its head one way, then another, stopping when it sees you. Oh, come, it coos forlornly. Come. Uh-oh, we've been spotted! You and Brett freeze. Cubby stops in its tracks, blinks, cocks its head. You give it no encouragement, avoiding all eye contact. A long minute later, the hatchling wheels around to spy Mama Hattie. It makes a small hop toward her, followed by another, then a bigger one. Without as much as a single glance back at you, it resumes its demands that she feed it. It's for the best, Brett murmurs. You nod. A pang of regret wells up inside you. But wait, Mama Hattie regurgitates another bolus of green goo for her favorite children only. The deck-filled baby clearly isn't going to get any. It fixes those doleful eyes on you once more. Does it want me to feed it? Cup. On shaky legs, the hatchling takes a tentative step towards you and Brett. Uh-oh, oh no. Then a second, more determined one, and a hop. Pop! It cheeps again. At last, it's captured Mama Hattie's attention. She gives you the stink eye before her attention is drawn back to her clamoring brood. Cubby takes a handful of more hop steps, the last one accompanied by a triumphant choke. Its mother swings around to face you. She opens that bill full of teeth and hisses. Uh-oh. 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 Well, it's gonna abandon its kid and then get mad at me for literally just existing? Sensing that this is a pivotal moment, you hastily weigh your options. A strategic retreat or a full-out flight might be safest, but playing it too safe may do little or nothing to further your overarching goals. Of course, you could also respond aggressively, but that carries significant risk, especially if you botch it. So we could slowly back off a few paces and hide in the ferns until Mama Hattie and Baby Cubby forget about me. Dash way back to the edge of the terrace. That should satisfy Mama Hattie. Hiss right back at her. Most herbivores will back down at a display of aggression. Fire a blank to force her to back off. It's imprinting on you. Oh no. His back is wide. I'm just imagining a full-grown man just going... Scroll down a bit. I can't scroll down anymore. I'm at the bottom of the page. There you go. I don't know. Would firing a blank feel like we're hissing too? I feel like that would probably be taken more like... I don't know if the hiss would go very well. It's a big dinosaur. I don't know if she'll be put off by my little display of aggression. I don't know if she would be. But like, yeah, it's right. We don't want to play it too safe. I think option 1 is the best. Slowly back off a few paces and hide in the ferns until Mama Hattie and Baby Cubby forget about me. Maybe. What if they don't forget though? But that does keep us close to the action, which is nice. I don't think we really want to dash all the way back. I think that's the safest option, but I don't know if it's what we want to do. You should make monkey noises. That's pretty scary. What if she hates monkeys and it angers her? Yeah, large herbivores are not known for backing off at signs of aggression, especially when their children are nearby. Yeah, nah. Maybe the first one? Maybe the first one? Just kind of back off a bit and hide? Do you think they would forget? Hide in the ferns. What ferns though? It's not the ferns that they're nesting in, is it? It's okay. Monkeys don't exist yet, so she can't be scared of them. Wanna save by report Cubby. Okay, let's try one then. No, let me reposition the window. Okay, cool. In 4 big backward steps, you're completely concealed behind yet another massive fern. The duckbills can't have terribly long attention spans, can they? These dinosaurs can't be too bright. If both mother and baby don't see your face or hear anything, they'll forget about you, right? Well, yes, your plan seems to work at first. Uh-oh. You and Brett crouch together behind the ferns for so long that your leg falls asleep. At last, you poke your head around the edge of the leaf. The hadrosaur mother has her back turned to you and has resumed her routine of eating and regurgitating vile glop. Trouble is, little Cubby catches sight of you. No! It squeaks and flaps its forelimbs with excitement. Next thing you know, the baby duckbill toddles towards you, cheeping for all it's worth. Are we going to, like, take this baby? You try to gently shoot the hatchling away, but that's easier said than done. Little Cubby noses into your hiding place, blinks at your shooing motions, and cocks its head to one side as though fascinated by your action. Must be even dumber than I thought, says Brett. You decide not to clap your hands or shout, or not just yet. as that would only rile Mama Hattie. Instead, with her attention turned elsewhere, you have an opportunity to learn more about Hadrosaurs by trying something that plays to one of your strengths. Whether it's your hand-eye coordination, your burgeoning knowledge of first aid, your penchant for unconventional experiments, your good heart, or your proficiency at filmmaking. Okay. Throw my Hadrosaur cap onto a bush 10 feet away, hoping Cubby fixates on it so I can continue my observations. But then your Hadrosaur cap! What if Brett is sad? Brett gave that to me! You can't leave it behind. Clean up Cubby's wounds, which will be a major challenge. And my hand is injured. How proficient can I be with my thumb all like... It's in a splint! It's in a splint, isn't it? Take a small risk, try feeding the hatchling some leaves to find out what it eats. Or film poor Cubby's heart-wrenching cries of hunger and myself feeding it. You're a doctor, aren't you? I am not a doctor, but I am proficient with first aid. I did pick to have thorough first aid training. So maybe that would help me heal. For such cringe influencer behavior. It kind of is. It kind of is. Should we attempt to clean up its wounds? The Hadrosaurs at the pond are free! You can just take them! It's literally just its favorite dino and it's free. You can just take it. It's true. Brett could tag in and help. Maybe? But also, I brought a first aid kit with me. I did bring a first aid kit with me, but like, what if I use it on Cubby and then like, what if me or Brett gets hurt? But I kind of want to see what happens. I kind of want to see what happens. But like, what if I end up using some sort of antiseptic on it and it like stings and then it makes him like cry out and then saving a child is worth the risk. You think so? You'd be a hero. Should we clean up Cubby's wounds? Should we try? Picking two would be unnatural interference, which is against the code of scientists. I'm not a scientist, though. I'm a college dropout. Actually, I changed my mind one. Why? 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 The little baby, though. Little baby. I want her. I just hope it's like, it works. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Brett, get out your first aid kit and walk me through treating these gases. Chris, maybe let's not. He hates it. I've gotta try. Knowing that it won't be easy, you switch on your camera and start recording. You slowly extend a hand towards the hatchling. Hopefully, it'll get used to you. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. It might not like me. To nobody's surprise, little Cubby's having none of this. Your gentle voice does no good. It squawks bloody murder at the first touch. Worse yet, that draws Mommy Hattie's attention once more. Oh man. We could have been friends. We could have been friends. We could have been friends. You don't need to be told twice to run, because Brett shouted that. Before you know it, you're both racing down into the swamp, smacking into reeds and sedges, knee-deep in brackish water, plunging onward with the Hadrosaurs in full pursuit. For stupid connoisseurs, these dinosaurs sure can run. You barely elude them, and only by crouching down until you're mostly submerged in the stinking muck. You rarely... Wait, what, really? What? You remain motionless. I don't know why I read that. It's not at all what's written there. Legs cramping for what seems to be like an eternity, or at least like the rest of the Mesozoic era. When you finally emerge, your muscles ache, your head... Stop choking on nothing! Your head throbs, you've managed to lose your binoculars. No, my binoculars! Dispirited but physically intact, you live back to the Land Rover. Nah, I feel like I picked a stupid option. I just wanted to see what would happen. Rip lost equipment. Dang! It's getting late. Your adventure with the Hadrosaurs took so much time that now you really need to find somewhere to camp. Definitely not in the wretched march, and preferably not smack dab in the middle of a game trail. At last, You managed to locate a well-drained open area near a freshwater stream where you can make a quick getaway in the Land Rover if need be. That evening, sitting by the campfire with Brett, you review today's events. No, not everything went precisely according to plan, but nonetheless, the best thing about today was... Why is how things are going with Brett not an option? Why is this not an option? Why would this be locked out? Am I ignoring Brett too much? Is Brett mad at us? I don't know, maybe. I feel like I've been listening to Brett a lot, though. I think maybe Brett isn't happy that you tried to fix the dino. I mean, maybe it wasn't the smartest decision. I don't know. I don't want to play it all entirely safe. I want to make a few risky decisions to find out what happens. It's more exciting. Not enough relationship points with Brett? I don't know. I guess we'll go with 1. Because out of these 3, it's the... Well, I mean, I would pick what's going on with Brett, maybe, if that was an option, but it's not. So we're gonna go with the first one. Probs wasn't the wisest. No, but we got to find out what happens. You fill in some gaps in your field notes, recording a few preliminary conclusions while your observations of the hadrosaurs are fresh in your mind. Brett compliments you on your diligence and keen eye for detail. You daydream of becoming the Jane Goodall of the duck-billed dinosaurs. Your second day in the Age of Dinosaurs turned out to be utterly awesome sauce. What if you could stay here longer than the 7 or 8 days dictated by the time windows? Maybe not. No, you don't have enough survival training for that. No, maybe not. No, thank you. I'd miss all the people back home. I wouldn't push my luck. Or maybe not. Or man, maybe this. One of the no options. I'd miss all the people back home. But my only person who cares about me is Brett, and he's right here with me. So, but then maybe, like, this means, like, we care about other people, and it's not just about me. Okay, fine, we'll pick that one. You don't regret this interlude in your life, but you wouldn't want to extend it either. Home really is where your heart lies. Okay, good. I don't think trying to stay longer is a good idea. Especially because there's only a few times where we could go back and connect to the present. We'd be here for a long time. Is my tea cool enough now? It is. Oh, maybe I added a little too much honey to it. It tastes pretty strongly of honey. It's not bad though. It's not bad. Too much honey? Never. I don't like honey. Okay, next chapter. Dang, how much longer is there? The day began remarkably well. I guess we're a couple days in. Oh, we should probably not even be near, like, through half of this then. Oh, man. The day began remarkably well before your worldview turned upside down. You woke after a sound sleep, feeling rested and refreshed. While sipping his first cup of coffee, Brett focused on your broken thumb, eager to take a look at it. How do you respond? I took care of it myself. I need the first aid practice and prize self-reliance. I agree immediately. He's the expert and it's safer to have him treat it. I reluctantly let him examine me to make him feel better. No, I do think he's the expert and I do think it's safer to have him treat it. When Brett approached the subject, you said, I'd feel tons better if you take a look. Plus, it's showing that we trust Brett's judgment and maybe he won't be so upset even if I make a couple of dumb decisions. Your friend pulled out a first aid kit. Brett thoroughly inspected your thumb, which was more colorful than yesterday. This involved pain-inducing poking and prodding before he bound it up, wearing an unhappy expression. You definitely need to protect it from any more abuse and see a doctor when we get back. Nothing more to be done for now. Uh-oh, it's pretty bad. You gulp a pain reliever and promise to follow orders. I'm just surprised we didn't need to gulp up another pain reliever yesterday. Dang, these pain relievers last forever. With your eyes peeled for whatever might come your way, you and Brett headed off, driving through progressively drier terrain filled with gigantic trees, spiky leaf, undergrowth, and a few detours. Generally following a river downstream in search of marvels. The occasional cries of fucking birds came from somewhere high above the interlaced canopy. They were the sole indication of large creatures, as the forest floor showed a dearth of paw prints or other evidence. Pit stop! Must be Vicodin? Or maybe. Maybe. Now it's mid-morning. You stop to refuel the Land Rover and refill your water jugs in the swift current. Is that water safe to drink? You hear a familiar humming and whirring. Is this even possible? You swear it must be your imagination, except that Brett also detects the distinctive tones. He holds up a hand and points at a grove of stout ginkgo trees a short distance from the river. It sounds nothing like rushing water, nor like any Cretaceous creature. No, this is the hum of civilization? The whir of a machine, and not just any machine, but the unmistakable sound produced by a device you would recognize anywhere. You set your water jugs in the Land Rover before approaching the grove quietly on foot. Thankfully, you have the presence of mind to switch on your GoPro, which is clipped to your helmet. The thick trunks of the ginkgo and the dense leafy canopy darken the ground, making it difficult to see. You pause to turn on your microphone and say a few words, noting the time, date, and your location before pointing it so as to better capture the hums and whirs. The noise grows more insistent, rising in pitch. You draw closer. Brett's right behind you, peering around a massive tree trunk. You behold and film a break in the forest where something large and rectangular shimmers, struggling to gain solidity in the middle of a sunlight game trail. Its Aero Street rides gleam metallic. No, this cannot be anything found in nature. There comes a silver flash and a rumble like thunder, with a whiff of ozone. An RV bursts into view. There's other people! There's other people here! From like the future! You gape in astonishment. The RV, jacked up on oversized wheels, looks familiar, though you can't quite place it. Great googly moogly, this is impossible. What is with the way that our character talks? Awesome sauce! Great googly moogly! New neighbors. What if this is actually me and turns out time paradox is actually all a thing? Like my original hypothesis was wrong. Fucking bands, I bet. Oh, it could be. Brett makes an impatient gesture. Shall we say hello to the new neighbors? But, you sputter. Time travel can't work this way. There were no time windows 2 days after we left. At Brett's puzzled look, you explain, nothing can arrive here 2 days later than we did. Believe me, I searched very thoroughly for any conceivable day this whole year. He looks dubious. You glance at your phone. Besides, it's 10:42 a.m., not noon. What's going on? Maybe he just came through at a previous time point and was there before we were. You're playing as someone dying from terminal millennial. Do millennials say great googly moogly? I've never heard anyone actually say that ever. The only person I've ever heard say that is the beast from Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, not an actual person. What if this time machine started out from different geographical coordinates than ours? You shake your head. Of course, its precise latitude and longitude must have been different from the coordinates of our time machine. This RV couldn't have come from my parents' garage. Wouldn't even fit in it. But the dates and times when it departed from the present and arrived here have got to be identical to ours. That's the constraint imposed by the temporal equations. That's the whole reason why they're called time windows. With a shrug, your friend says, maybe there's a fudge factor or a hidden window. Can't be. The equations I derived can be solved only for a scant 3 time windows per year. No more. Nonetheless, you turn that notion over in your head. Could you have overlooked a 4th window? Or even more? You shake your head, recalling your diligent searches. Maybe the RV took off a year or 3 after us. Then it would get here a year or 3 later as well, you reply. The precise length of a temporal journey can't be altered willy-nilly. You think back on the readouts since your own trip began, knowing that you could have paid more attention to them, wondering what you overlooked or misinterpreted. Yeah, I haven't been looking at the readouts much. The answers must lie inside that recreational vehicle. As you think it over, I'm excited to pick the brain of whoever's operating this time machine. My figures look correct until now. I'm eager to solve this puzzle on my own. Although my equations got us here, I need the newcomers to clue me in for safety's sake. My calculations may not be perfect, but they got me here. I'll continue to rely on them. I feel like if you think there might be more information you don't have, it's better not to just say, "No, I'll look in my own." But we also don't know who is in here, who it is. Are they friendly? Maybe 3. I need the newcomers to clue me in for safety's sake. Do we want to trust these people? Or do we want to do it on our own? And then there's like both eager and like more reserved options for both. I feel like kind of, don't be too eager, but like maybe see what info they have. I don't know. I'd go with 2. They might not be friendly. Yeah, they might not be, but what if relying on our own information? Like, what if that's not the move? My figures looked correct until now. I'm eager to solve this puzzle on my own. I don't know. Also, what if Brett, like, doesn't like if I shut out, like, other... Like, if I rely too much on just my own knowledge, it could also push Brett away. Even though this isn't, like, about him necessarily this time, it could still... I don't know. I feel like there could be something that he overlooked. Because it seems like such a complex topic. Like it's actual time travel. This feels along the lines of something like quantum physics. It's complicated. If Brett still has his gun, then there's not much risk in them not being friendly. Everyone's friendly when you have a gun. That's true, I do think he does. What if the new guys have more accurate theory of time travel? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like be hesitant about it, but like do be open to it. You know, like not hesitant, but like cautious. Be cautious about it, but be open to it. Because we don't know. We don't know. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that one. Although my equations got us here, I need the newcomers to clue me in for safety's sake. I can't, it's freaking Vance, bro! You're wincing at the thought of having come 67 million years on the basis of a faulty preconception, or even an out-and-out mistake. Before you take Brett back home, it's imperative to get things squared away. Your top priority needs to be working with whoever is inside the RV to boost your understanding of the theory underpinning time travel as well as its practical application. You can hardly wait for the door to open. Before you've had a chance to absorb this new worldview, the RV's humming winds down and it cuts off. After a few seconds of silence, the familiar rustle and chirps of the forest resume. They made a nicer job of the landing than we did, Brett says. You grimace, don't remind me. The driver's side door swings open and a lanky, masculine form hops out. The cocky swagger looks familiar, though his back is turned to you. He's wearing a familiar t-shirt in your former school's colors, its name arcing across his shoulder blades. The man hoots, spreads his arms wide, and spins around, the archaic sunlight catching his golden hair, an enormous grin on his face. It's Vance. Who's Vance? It's like his old schoolmate who stole your work. And your character called them an enemy before they got expelled from school. And the school like believed in the bully instead of believing you. You blink in astonishment. Your throat constricts as you behold your nemesis, Darian Vance, complete with the same supercilious grin and the same world as his oyster manner that you last saw in Dean Mean's office. Everything falls into place. That bastard not only stole your proof of concept for time travel, but he also used your plans, all your hard work, to build his own time machine. Clutching the microphone in one fist, a fist that you'd rather use to deck him. That scared me. That's sad. You mother... Vance, you scum-sucking shit-brain. May you get pecked to death by a pack of rabid troodontids. No, that would be too good for you. Brett holds up a finger to his lips and motions for you to keep on watching. In Vance's hands is a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne? I probably did not pronounce that right. Come on out, he shouts. Did he hear you? You glance back the way you came, judging the distance to your Land Rover, tensing to sprint. Your pulse is already racing. Brett places a steadying hand on your shoulder with a small shake of his head. You realize that Vance isn't looking in your direction. Oh. Bring the glasses, Vance says to someone in the RV. Now you know why the RV is so familiar. It's the one that you remember being parked in Vance's driveway. Meanwhile, he unwraps the foil on the champagne bottle and twists the wire cage securing the cork while humming the refrain from Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride. Is it maybe like not really him? No, you said champagne, right? No, I mean the rest of it, not the word champagne. Maybe it's like a hologram, like a recording or something. I don't know. The passenger side door opens, and out steps a second time traveler, another familiar face, this one from the university's engineering school. With a couple of tentative steps, Skylar sets foot on the Cretaceous moss, video camera perched on one shoulder, and strapped securely in place, trained on Vance. Skylar points a microphone at Vance, who pops the champagne cork. It flies off and vanishes amid the primeval lichens. Wide-eyed, gawking Skylar, tool bangling from one help is... Oh, I can pick if they're a man or a woman. Does this really matter? I guess I imagined them as a woman, so I guess I'll pick that. How much does a hologram weigh? I don't know. Nothing? Skylar's attention is focused less on Vance or her immediate surroundings as on the rear roof of the RV where familiar-looking equipment pokes up. Telltale lights betray the presence of their time travel device. As an engineer who evidently knows her way around a time machine, Skylar must be the one who figured out the trick to arriving this morning. Then it hits you. Vance didn't even build his own time machine, you whispered to Brett. No way! That top 1%er wouldn't dream of putting in any real work. Don't you see? After he stole my notes and schematics, he co-opted Skylar. That's who converted his RV into a time machine. Figures. Brett gives you a look filled with sympathy. We'll find a way too. He trails off in uncertainty. Bravo! Comes another shout as the RV's backside door swings open. It's Casey, the paleontology grad student who had impressed you. With the stems of 3 champagne flutes held between the fingers of one hand, Casey's gaze slowly sweeps all around, forcing you to duck behind the ginkgo. Casey is... Oh, okay, so maybe they're not a hologram. They are actually there, but, like, we're hiding. Okay, I thought we were, like, closer to the RV than that. Yeah, I imagine him as a dude, I guess. You grudgingly admit it's good to have a paleontologist here. One who probably knows his way around wild animals and maybe can even predict where to find various dinosaurs. I bet Vance is gonna die. He ought to have a decent sense of which ones are most likely to pose an immediate threat. You continue to watch and film. Vance pours the champagne, raising a glass high. Casey shouts, "Today and Vance, the ones who brought us to the late Cretaceous. Well done." Juggling the microphone and champagne flute, Skylar echoes that sentiment. Tadarian Vance, our leader, the first time traveler. Woohoo! No, we got here first! They clink glasses and drink. I thank you, my friends, says Vance as he looks straight into Skylar's camera. You've been amazing in assisting me in building my time machine. My great invention. Oh, I bet it's going to be a theme now where, like, our character is worried about him taking credit for our work again, a second time. Those words prompt Skylar's lips to thin, but she doesn't contradict Vance. Your enemy goes on, as his ridiculous good looks and earnestness on full display as he takes credit for all your insights and hard work. Yeah. Emotion bubbles up inside you. Jealousy, I'm widely envious of how great Vance looks and sounds on camera. What? Hope, could you get Skylar on your side and learn how to come here outside the time windows? Maybe. Curiosity, did these three come here to study dinosaurs? Rage, I'd love to march over to Vance and cuss him out, ending with, and the time machine you rode in on.
Yours truly.
Okay, that last word is very cringy. I'd fire a blank to scare him. I think they have weapons though. Don't they? If you time travel further into the past than the first person to time travel, does that mean you technically time traveled first? I don't think so. Because within our time frame, the time traveling would still be happening later than the person who did it first, even if they go to a period that's earlier. Yeah, I was thinking too myself. Because I don't really like the negative feeling options, and potentially we could gain another ally, which would be great. It would be really, really great. Especially if something ends up going wrong later with the time machine, which could happen. It could happen. Okay. You technically have video evidence that you were there first. That's true. That is true if there's times and dates on it and stuff. Yeah, in the present, you still would have been the first one to leave with your time machine to the past. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Could we get Skylar on our side and learn how to come here outside the time windows? Yes, you're royally pissed off at Vance the Bastard, no doubt about it, but beyond that, you're flummoxed at how Skylar built on your insights so as to allow them to travel through an unknown fourth time window or whatever it was that got them there this morning. What an accomplishment! It changes everything! Could you find a way to work with Skylar and Vance if need be? Any serious inventor would find the prospect eminently sensible. Brett hands you some binoculars. We have more binoculars? Well, okay. It just doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter that I lost mine. Brett has his own. Brett hands you some binoculars so you can observe them more closely from your hideaway behind the tree. The three of them drain their champagne flutes, and Vance pours himself another. Meanwhile, Skylar pans slowly with the video camera, lingering on Vance the RV and their Cretaceous surroundings. Casey's looking up and down the game trail and at the ground for animal tracks and droppings. Okay. You mull over a crucial decision. Is now the time to march up to Vance, catching him off guard so that you can confront him openly and on camera about all his spurious claims? That's an intriguing thought, especially if you can set out the engineering details in a clear, matter-of-fact manner that he'll find impossible to refute. On the other hand, maybe finesse would be a better approach. How good are you at laying a clever trap that would ensnare someone who lacks sufficient knowledge to construct a time machine or who's ignorant of the key principles of temporal physics? Given the possibility of encountering more Cretaceous predators, you might not want to stray too far from your own vehicle without a gun, even one loaded with blanks. Yeah, maybe. I'm in the freaking sun's shining on my camera again. I wish that wouldn't happen. Like, certain time of day, the sun, like, is angled just perfectly right on my camera and it can't see me properly. What was I reading? Oh yeah, we might not want to go way too far just with like a gun loaded with just blanks. However, you're not so sure about letting Vance know you're here just yet. It might be smarter to keep hiding while you figure out whether this could be an opportunity to gather evidence against him. I'm still reading! You guys giving me answers already. Secretly learn more about time travel or even watch your potential new film star in action. Lastly, you're keenly aware that Darian Vance isn't used to being crossed, which may make him dangerous and unpredictable. That's true. I don't trust this guy. Plus, you're outnumbered 3-2. You could sneak away with Brett before any of them spot you, or figure out that you're here. You'll even get a decent workout from pushing the Land Rover far enough away that they won't hear when you start up the motor and keep heading downstream. So our options: confront Vance directly on camera and refute his spurious claims. I don't think that's a good idea. Trick Vance into revealing on camera that he stole my invention. I don't know. Don't tip my hand. Hide and surreptitiously from Vance and his cohorts. For safety, I'll slip away with Brett before Vance and company spot us. Okay, I don't think we should go with the first one. I don't think that's going to end well. We've pretty much already had this play out at the very beginning. And I don't think so. 3 shifts your own focus away from your original goal. That is true, that is true. Maybe we shouldn't even bother too much. Just keep, we know they're here, we've observed it, and now we could back off, go back to studying dinosaurs. We're only here for so long. Maybe it's best not to, like, push it too much with them. Because I feel like any information they have, it's not going to be on dinosaurs. It sounds like they just got here. It'd be on the time travel aspect, which may be, it might be important. I don't know. I feel like for sure though, I'm leaning towards either 3 or 4. I don't think confronting them is the move right now. I don't think trying to get like a 1-up on Vance is the move right now. It would be either to film them, which it could lead to them, like, maybe we could figure something out, like, if we record it, like, maybe we'll end up recording something important that would, like, come into play later. If we leave, we might not record it. But there is also a chance that they could catch us. I'd say 4 because then it's their own fault if something happens to them. That is true. Exposing fraud is just as important. I still say 3. What if we record and then forget to take the cap off? I don't know about that one. I don't know. Gosh. Should we film them? Should we hide and film them? Or should we slip away and go back to what we were doing? This decision will greatly impact the story. It probably will. I'm worried they might scare up a big dino or put us in danger through carelessness. If you pick 3 and something happens, then you can be blamed for not helping them. I guess so, but also, how long are we going to be filming them? Do you think something's going to happen in those, like, few minutes? Maybe? Okay, you know what? Yeah, I think maybe we'll just slip away before we're spotted and go back to what we were doing. Because if we don't get caught, we have an advantage in that way. You know, like, I don't know what sort of advantage right now, but like us knowing about them and them not knowing about us, maybe it'd even be better. Maybe we can get a chance later to film them. But like, more safely. Safely. More safely? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pick this last one. Let Vance and his lackeys find out themselves what a true daunted horde is like. Maybe even meet up with a T-Rex. Meantime, it'll be simple enough to follow the river downstream to whatever dinosaurs await. That's what you had been doing before Vance turned up. You motioned to Brett to sneak back to Tim Rover. You're feeling pretty good about this course of action, and Brett supports you on it. You reach the Land Rover without a hitch and put it in neutral, and commence silently pushing and steering. Things are going well until the unexpected happens. They do say that no battle plan ever survives contact with the enemy. Movement along a side trail, which runs into the main one, catches your eye. A scale-covered triangular head thrusts aside the sword-like leaves. What first looked like dirty white stripes running the length of the mud-colored quadruped resolve into row upon row of knobs and spikes protruding. I feel like my tone for the sentence is off. What first looks like dirty white stripes running the length of the mud-colored quadruped resolve into row upon row of knobs and spikes protruding from its armor-plated hide. There we go. Barely chest height, this beast is built like a low-slung, scale-covered tank with serious club at the end of its tail. Snuffling and snorting, it reaches the intersection with the main trail, in effect cutting Casey off from Vance and Skyloop. The dinosaur turns towards Casey, who is sitting down, intent on examining and collecting samples, paying no attention to his surroundings. Look, you point at Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus. He's getting attacked by an Ankylosaurus. Sorry, I want to test and see if my noodles are good to eat now. My noodles are going to get cold, but... Oh, I put some soy sauce in my noodles. Oh no, walk away. Wait, let me take a bite of my noodles. They're pretty good. Wow, a huge grin divides Brett's face. Quickly, you zoom in with your camera, saying into the microphone. Who knew that it would turn out to be the spitting image of the love child of an armadillo in a tank? All joking aside, this is a potentially serious development, even if the creature is an herbivore. The Ankylosaur isn't accustomed to humans and may not react well to one intruding on its territory. Casey is carrying no visible weapon. In fact, you have no idea if any of them brought weapons or if they might panic and do something dumb. The way the trail curves hides the Ankylosaur from those at the RV. You know what? I think it's good that we didn't try to focus on them, because this Ankylosaur would have caught us off guard if we tried to film them and we were distracted. I think we made the good idea. You consider driving at the dinosaur with your horn blaring to scare it off and warn Casey. If you've got the courage and are a decent driver, that seems reasonably easy. Although you have no idea how the beast will react. So you give some thought to driving slowly and carefully to film the solitary dinosaur. It hasn't yet posed a threat despite its fearsome appearance. There's no assurance that you'll ever get another crack at capturing it on camera. Do you really want to blow your cover? You could let the three of them deal with the Ankylosaur on their own while you keep pushing your Land Rover until it's far enough away they won't hear you start the motor. There's not more time to debate. What do you do? Oh god. I drive straight at the Ankylosaur leaning on the horn, drive closer to get better footage without spooking the Ankylosaur, or we sneak away and head downstream with Brett. It's the safest choice. I still stand by my choice, sneak away. It is true. This Ankylosaur might not even necessarily be a problem. It could just pass through and nothing will happen. And I think if they got done in by a dinosaur this early, I mean, if they really showed up with no weapons, that just shows poor planning on their part. I brought in first aid kits, I brought in weapons, I brought in all the stuff I did specifically to be the best prepared I could. Maybe he doesn't want to be filmed. He did not consent to being filmed. If you drive at it, it's going to total your rover and you'll be forced to join Vance to use his. Ew! Ew! Nah! 3 all the way. I'm kind of leaning towards 3 too. We don't even know if it's going to attack. The other choices might spook Yankee. Yeah. And even driving closer to get better footage, it could spook him into being aggressive. 2, you get data, you reveal to them that they weren't the first in a pretty neat way, and you don't risk yourself or your rover. Well, I don't know about not risking the rover. We do have to drive closer to get better footage. And I think Brett is pretty set on just going away. He seems like he approved with the decision to sneak away, so if we change it now, we might also upset Brett. Plus, we can always get other data. It doesn't have to be this dinosaur. It doesn't have to be every opportunity. Doesn't your camera have a zoom feature? Maybe? I guess the game's not really considering that. I think sneak away and head downstream with Brett is the right choice. We're not gonna do anything about the Ankylosaur. I mean, it's not that I don't want to, but I feel like the other options are just risky. It doesn't give me an option that I feel isn't Although I guess with an ankylosaur, I guess any option would be risky if you're not like just simply moving away. Okay, yeah. I'm going to sneak away. It's gonna be like, you sneak away and immediately hear the screams of the Modood as Vance and his crew get attacked by the ankylosaur. You owe them nothing. Besides, Vance and company are possibly more dangerous than an ankylosaur if they get wind of you. You motion to Brett to keep on pushing Tim over. Your friend silently nods. You both put your backs into it until you judge it safe to start the motor, then take off fast along the river. They'll find our tire tracks, your friend says. Maybe follow us. Maybe, you say, but they won't know who we are or how many of us are here. That's true. You both lapse into silence as the river grows swifter and louder, breaking out into rapids. By and by, you come to the top of a waterfall. Mist rises from the good 100 feet below you. Glittering, frolicking, darting in and out of the mist, and its rainbows are 4 or 5 fucking birds. The ostrich next flyers bear head crests sweeping backwards as they tilt their pointy, beaked heads up and down. Great wings gleaming iridescent in the sunlight, the tailless creatures rise and circle and swoop with cries of delight. Ooh. That sounds like a pretty sight. You immediately recognize these beauties to be the same species you saw yesterday morning across the lake. Their nest perched precariously on rocks, jutting from the opposite shore above the falls, except this is a larger family unit. Oh, are they gonna be a problem? The pastoral little ones poking their heads over the rim of the nest, insistent on watching the marvelous antics of their parents. Putting aside thoughts of Vance and Casey and Skylar, you watch the adults circle a few feet above the necks as they call encouragement to their offspring who flap their little wings, doing adorable imitations of their parents. It dawns on you that the 4 adults are trying to teach the little ones to fly. This will be perfect for my documentary. What could be better for a heartwarming nature film? They're so skittish, I just watch and whisper into my recorder. Oh, they're so skittish that I just watched and whisper into my recorder. Maybe? Are they really skittish? We saw these dinosaurs before. I don't remember if they were especially skittish from the last time we saw them. Otherwise, it seems like it's another, like, is it heartwarming or documentary? I think we are kind of making a documentary. I don't remember them being skittish necessarily. Yeah, it's a documentary. While Brett watches, eyes sparkling with enchantment, you get out your best video gear and start filming. Unfortunately, your hands are wet with mist. The camera slips from them. Oh no! And you have to climb down and hunt beneath a myriad. Is that how you pronounce that? Myriad? Of spiky fern fronds before you recover it. While you're busy doing that, the fucking birds get wind of you and hunker down in their nest, shrieking invective at you. They don't seem very skittish to me. Leaving the waterfall at last, you and Brett continue to trace the river downstream, coming to a broad treeless plain where you won't need to fear predators hiding behind every oversized fern and ginkgo. There you make camp. That evening after dinner, you review your film from earlier in the day. Oh, okay, I got my camera back. Oh, okay. Whew. I always said Murad. I'm not sure. That's always been one word where I kind of just pronounce it, but I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Look for clues as to how Vance and company succeeded in arriving at 10:42 a.m. Or my best work is the initial shot of the ankylosaur parting the leaves. Personally, I'm feeling the second one. Okay, good. I was about to crash out. I know. I guess we dropped it, but then we were able to recover it. Myriad? Oh, is that how you say it? Myriad. Myriad. Okay, thank you. Myriad according to Google. Okay. What do you guys think? Are you leaning towards 2? Or do you think 1? I feel like we just had this discussion and it was all 2. These are some good noodles. I added soy sauce to it. So there's like a salty flavor to it. I like noodles. Yeah, okay. 2. 2 for sure. This clip will work well in whatever type of movie you end up putting together. You pack away your gear and get ready to turn in. Brett sits by the fire, having insisted on taking first watch. You lie down to get some sleep, your head crammed full of intriguing notions. Your thoughts keep circling back to... How about Brett? The one we're actually with? The one who's had my back? The one who kept checking on my broken thumb after I was a dumbass and tried to climb a tree? My friend, instead of any of the people who are clearly not my friend? Are we in love with Brett? No, but we are in a life or death situation together. Plus, any of these other options just feel like it's feeding into that high school drama of caring so much about what these other people are doing. I mean, I know myself exactly how much it sucks feeling like someone took credit for your work, for your own designs. I know exactly what that feels like. And it sucks, and it's not that easy to just get over. I've dealt with that myself before. Sometimes I think back on it, and it still stings. It stings to know someone did that to you, but if you let yourself dwell on it all the time, you're never going to get anything else done. So I just feel like it's best just to focus on what we are doing. That's exactly what I choose to do in a situation like that. You focus on what you're doing and just try to do the best that you can. You know? And not worry too much about what someone else is doing. Because you can't always control if someone else is going to be crappy to you, but you can control what you do. And you can control how you respond. And I think that's more important. Are we doing Brett? Yes, we're doing Brett! I'd love to hang out here longer with my great friend. I'd be relieved if I had more flexibility in taking Brett back home. Yes, I would like to have more flexibility in taking Brett back home. We don't want to stay here, do we? There's dinosaurs everywhere and we don't have that much supplies. Huh? What do you mean, huh, what? Huh? These are worded oddly. I guess it is worded kind of oddly. I feel like it just says, I'd be more relieved if, like, I could be more secure in knowing I'll be able to take Brett back with me. I don't know, but I don't want the game to be like, oh, we're gonna stay here. Cause like, no. No, you don't. Flexibility in taking Brett back home to his own home, I hope. Eh? That makes me think you'd leave him behind. Eh? I'd be relieved if I had more flexibility in taking Brett back home. Sorry, I burped. This feels like the decision between like staying here. It already gave me a question like this. About the idea of staying here longer or going back on time. I think that's what this is going to. One is safe option here? Really? Are you sure? Isn't this more about like just getting a specific ending or whatever? They keep trying to bait you into staying here longer. Yeah, and it's like we're supposed to be here for a set number of days, like 6 or 7. And don't say it. I worry that if we try to stay longer, something bad will happen. So I think it's smarter to stick to the original plan. What we plan to do, how long we plan to stay, how long we plan to stay, and thinking about like how many resources we have. You know. What have you done? I get that foreshadow sense where that means he'd get left behind. I don't understand where you guys are getting that. I'd be relieved if I had more flexibility in taking Brett back home. Is that like the only thing I can interpret is maybe that's like taking Brett back home even if I don't. But like, I think it's more just asking, do you want to stay here longer or is it like about getting back home? That's how I'm seeing it. I'm not really reading, like, you're gonna not take him with you. I don't read that in this sentence at all. Like, at most, I read it as maybe your character, my character, me, might not make it back home with Brett at most, but I don't read this as, like, leaving Brett behind. Because I'd be relieved, a positive feeling, if we had more flexibility in taking Brett back home. We'd be feeling positive if we felt even more secure than we are now if we could bring him back home. That's what I'm gonna say. Sure, you knew there would be dangers when you set out, but the events of these 3 days have given you a fresh perspective. The touchdown of Vance's RV proves there's more flexibility in arrival windows than you ever dreamed possible. Maybe that's true for departure windows too. For Brett's sake and your own, you've got to find out ASAP. Ugh, is this really giving in to frickin' Vance? I don't care about that! You finally fall asleep worried. Okay. This thing being called Stampede doesn't give me a lot of hope. I wish I didn't look so horrified when I eat noodles. Camping on a flat expanse dotted with shrub vegetation has its good points and its bad ones. The good, no worries about carnivorous dinosaurs ambushing you. The bad, any troublesome beasts you can discern from ridiculously far off have probably already turned their eagle eyes on you. The ugly, no chance of dissuading predators from indulging in their nasty habits. After breakfast this morning, Brett decided to head over to the river to fill up the water jugs. With no carnivores in sight, he insisted on hoofing it the half-mile rather than driving the Land Rover to avoid startling whatever skittish creatures might be enjoying a refreshing early morning drink. If something interesting turns up, he has promised to contact you via walkie-talkie. Truth be told, he scoffed when you first trotted out your dad's old set of walkie-talkies, but they still work fine, and it isn't like you can text each other in the late Cretaceous, so you dragged them along and insisted that you each keep one with you just in case. While Brett is away, you spend your time... Okay, I do think having a way to communicate is good, and I don't like that Brett scoffed at it. Come on, Brett, I thought we were all about safety here. While Brett is away, you spend your time examining the time machine, checking the gas tank, tires, fluids. I'm already just leaning towards this because it's been a while. Taping more observations about yesterday's and Kilosaur dealing with my broken thumb. We were already told there's nothing else we can do about the broken thumb. Treating my bruises, scrapes, and gasses. This one could be good. Inspecting my camera gear and readying it for today's filming. I still feel like we should keep an eye on the freaking time machine. It's been a while since we've checked on it. It's been a few days. We've had to escape some dinosaurs. We've had stuff happen. You know, and if that is like currently our only way back, I feel like it would be good to keep an eye on it. Vehicle maintenance is important. Yeah! Plus, the bruises, scrapes, and gasses probably aren't that bad, and if they are, you'll be back home within a week. They can probably wait. I'm gonna check the time machine this time. I really feel like we should be, paying more attention to that. Thankfully, everything seems to be in good working condition. Okay, good. We're okay. Everything's in good working condition. Once that's done, you decide to break camp and pack up. You're in the middle of doing so when the ground under your feet starts to tremble. That's oddly disconcerting. An earthquake, maybe? Then a low rumble comes from the distant horizon. Uh-oh, this can't be good. At first, all you can make out is a little cloud of brown dust hugging the sparse prairie, headed your way. Wiping sweat from your hands and forehead, you climb on top of the Land Rover. The rumble builds. Through binoculars, the dust-cloud resolves into a herd of bellowing brown beasts, bigger than buffalo, stampeding towards you and Tim Rover. Their feet tear up everything in their path. Their massive heads protrude as though mounted on bony platters, bearing a distinctive... Did the music just run out again? Oh, it did. I'm just like, wait a minute, where's my music? I hope you guys aren't getting tired of this playlist. I don't have another one. Bearing a distinctive trio of horns. 2 above the eyes and a 3rd on the snout. Those horns point straight at your encampment. Thundering triceratopses! There must be a couple dozen of them, no more. How long have I been streaming? 5.5 hours? I thought this was gonna be a short stream, but... Damn, they're fast! You leap down, the ground shakes almost as much as your fingers and your voice as you call Brett on the walkie-talkie. Heads up, we've got trouble. What's that noise, Chris? I just got the jug stopped off. I'll be back as quick as I can. No, you'll never make it, Brett! As praying of fear rolls your innards as it sinks in that this is true. Already, the horned heads have gotten close enough that you have to raise your voice to be heard. You quickly fill him in, making sure he understands that the Triceratops are headed at him too. Then come get me. Desperation underlies his matter-of-fact tone. Don't know if I can reach you in time. Listen, you've got to take cover somewhere, anywhere. There's an overhanging embankment, or I can swim downstream. Can you try and turn them, Chris? My rifle's in the Land Rover. No, wait, focus on saving yourself and our ride home. We gotta prioritize the Land Rover. Closer and closer. The thundering Triceratopses begin to fan out, trampling everything in their path. Whatever slim hope you had that they'd miss you is gone. You come to grips with the fact that there's no surefire way out of this one. You can try to outrun the herd and reach Brett before they do. This might work if you're really brave and an expert driver, though you would be putting everything at risk. Then again, if you're more cautious and reasonably skilled at driving over rough terrain, you could speed away at a right angle from the direction of the stampede. If the herd doesn't give chase and Brett succeeds in swimming downstream, perhaps you two can rendezvous somewhere after the danger has passed. You shake your head, tempted to crawl beneath the Land Rover and gamble that they don't smash into it. I don't know about that one. Not a good idea, as it's hard to imagine how much of anything, yourself included, could come through intact. Besides, if something happens to you, Brett would be on his own to find safety as best he could. Nonetheless, hiding does make sense as a last resort if an attempt to turn the herd fails. Blanks seem less risky if you're not a good shot, given the likelihood that wounding one of these behemoths will further enrage it. You make a decision and shout over the roar of the herd to tell Brett. Okay. I guess this is a novel instead of a short story. It is a novel. I'll drive straight to Brett, risking myself and Tim Rover. Drive away at a right angle from the stampede while Brett swims downstream. We're toast if those four-legged tanks damage the time machine. That's kind of what I'm kind of leaning towards. The third one is completely locked out from us. While Brett shelters in place, I'll make my stand right here. Rifle. Yeah, it's because the rifle raised, ready to fire caliber ammo. Okay. Or I can fire blanks to scare them off while Brett hides in the overhanging bank. I don't know, because if they're stampeding, they're probably either angry or scared. If they're angry, firing blanks may not scare them off. If they're scared, it might make them freak out, but maybe not in the way we want. I'm back. Are we still alive? Yeah, we are. But there's a bunch of Triceratops stampeding towards us, and we have to get away. Hi, thank you for the sub. Hello, Chio. I hope you and Chad are doing well. I accidentally made a smog gas fireball on Tuesday during lab, so that was fun. Are you okay? Yeah, seems like scared. Yeah, I don't know. Fire blanks. Cowboys used to turn herds of cows by shooting in the air, if movies are accurate. Maybe? I'm thinking either 2 or 4. But this is still a risk. But also, so is this. If the blanks do not scare them off. But it also said that... well, actually, it says hiding makes sense as a last resort if the attempt fails, not shooting blanks. Okay. We could either try to drive at an angle and try to rendezvous with Brett somewhere else, or we shoot blanks to try to scare them off, but we're not sure if it's going to work. Accidentally popped the valve off a Bunsen burner and gas ignited off the flame. I'm glad that didn't turn into anything bigger. I'm glad you're okay. Whew. I vote 2? Are you heading off, fake killer? Have a good day! Avenge yourself, advance his evil deeds. We will! Don't get Brett killed. I'll try my best. Thank you for hanging with us today. Well, how confident of a driver are we, though? Keeping in mind our hand is still damaged. And we'll probably need our hands on the wheel. It says, if you're a more cautious and reasonably skilled at driving over tough terrain. Okay, yeah, so this will require us to be an expert driver. I don't know if we are an expert driver. This is more safe. But we still need to be reasonably skilled at driving. I have no idea what my character's driving skill is. You could speed away at a right angle. What do you think? We need thumb to grip the wheel, right? Do you? I once made a science experiment in AP Chem where I was lighting ice on fire, and the whole event depended on my ability to use a lighter with my pinky to avoid lighting myself on fire when it lit. Really? Yeah. 2 for sure. How good of a swimmer is Brett? I think he's pretty athletic, isn't he? I don't know. Oh, this is scary. Swim safely, Brett. Okay, you guys think we should pick 2? Drive away at a right angle from the stampede while Brett swims downstream? But we're toast if the 4-legged tanks damage the time machine. Ford's cool, but the risk of them hitting the time machine is scary. Yeah, that's true. It might not scare them away, or if it scares some, it might not scare all of them. Also, it said that they were fanning out a good bit. Yeah, maybe... Oh, but because they're fanning out a good bit, what if it's hard to drive at an angle, though? Oh, man. I don't know. This is so nerve-wracking. What if I make the wrong choice and then we die and this my run is over? True, the fanning. Yeah. Yeah, they began to fan out. So we either try to drive around them or we force them away. They're not to us yet, though. But, like, I don't know. With all that in mind, do you guys still think we should pick 2? Are you still confident in 2? Still 2? Alrighty. Let's see what happens, because I have no idea what to pick. I don't feel any more confident myself. Okay. You 2 hastily arrange by walkie-talkie to meet at a rendezvous point. Frantic, you hop into the driver's seat and race like mad to reach that location. On they come! If you thought they were loud before, the noise from their grunts and growls added to the stampede of the furious charge now rises to the volume of a freight train. It sends your pulse into orbit as you drive through the low-lying brush. Above the ruckus comes the tight, scared tones of Brett's voice imploring you to be careful. You choke back a laugh at the ridiculous notion that it's possible to be careful in this situation. Alright, man, you can put your tism away. That's like me when I start overthinking. Nor do you have any time to answer him. Your full attention is given over to your driving, which grows more difficult when the dust cloud sweeps ahead of the hood. It envelops you in a choking haze, stinging your eyes and sending you into a coughing fit. You didn't think to tie a damp cloth over your mouth and nose. The ground quakes so badly that you have to slow the Land Rover or risk a blown tire or a broken axle. You want to turn the wheel and flee, and urge you must fight. Your plan works! It worked! It worked! You've maintained sufficient speed to quite literally leave the Triceratops in the dust. Trouble is, when you get to the rendezvous spot, still shaking, Brett is nowhere in sight! Brett! Brett! You grab the walkie-talkie, but you can't raise him. You try another channel, then a third, nothing but static. Throwing it on the seat. You jump out of the car bellowing, Brett! Brett, where are you? No, wait, it'd probably work better if you give him a chance to answer. Brett! Your voice echoes back from distant cliffs. You grab a first aid kit and dash along the embankment, screaming, Brett! Okay, he's okay. I was okay. Here comes the reply. I'm over here. Yes, relief surges through you. He's alive. Mud-streaked and sopping wet and clutching a dripping walkie-talkie, but physically unharmed. Your friend scrambles up the embankment. You hug him like you'll never let go. He listens to the fear, sweat, and grime squelching between you two. He hugs you back every bit as hard. Ah, Brett's okay. Yay. Your feelings for your... Oh my god, you can actually... for your best friend, the one who knows you better than anyone in any era, sweep over you. Do you yearn to kindle a romance, or are you supremely happy with the way things are? I haven't thought about this. How do we feel about Brett? I'm in love. I pull Brett closer and kiss him. Okay, I don't know how Brett feels about that. It's crazy that I'm falling for Brett. I've got to say something. I feel like that might be better if we want to go the romance option. Don't just kiss him out of nowhere. I tell Brett how glad I am that we're such great friends. Friend zone. I silently move away from Brett, who has never wanted more than friendship. I mean, I don't know. Okay, it's definitely either 2 or 3. You know, don't assume that he just wants nothing more than friendship, but like, you can decide yourself if you want to be friends, or you can decide maybe you have feelings for Brett, but I don't want to kiss him. Not like right now. 104! No! Those are the worst ones! Imagine surviving all that and blowing it, like, we could ask. Yeah, we could ask! I don't know. Do we have feelings for Brett? Nah, 104. No, not 104, bro. I would pick like 2. I know 3 is friend zoning, but like, if we're gonna do romance, I would not pick 1. Is my point. Don't just kiss him out of nowhere. Cause what if he doesn't feel that way? It would be really awkward, and it would drive a big rift, bigger than just not having feelings back. You know. I like Brett, and I'm very happy he's okay. Hey, you're pretty wet right now. I am too. Do we want a yaoi relationship with Brett? Dinosaur era yaoi. We could be the first yaoi pair in Dino Times. I'm kind of curious. I think I kind of wanna. I kind of wanna. I kind of wanna. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this moment's like kind of like the one where you would kiss someone in the movies and stuff, but I don't know. Chris could be a girl's name. I chose to be a dude. Wait, no, I'm a girl. Frick! I forgot. I picked that I was a girl. No, it's not yaoi. Not my straight ship. I forgot. I did pick to be a girl. Yeah, boy. So we have to restart the run. Let's just headcanon that I'm a dude, because I totally forgot that I picked to be a woman. I'm a dude now. Okay, I'm gonna say this one. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. What? I got an achievement. Oh. You whispered to Brett. I can't let another minute go by without telling you how much you mean to me. After all this time, it's crazy, but I'm falling in love with you. At first, you look startled. Then he breaks into a huge grin, grabs you, and pulls you into the sweetest, softest kiss you've ever known. Ah! Wow, it worked! I'm falling for you too, Chris. See, I told you guys that 2 was the right option. The next kiss sets your pulse racing again. Not that it ever really calmed down. You draw a point at last, staring intently at each other's faces. Although you learn to revel in this moment, you need to get going. More slowly and cautiously this time, you drive back to your campsite while Brett scans for any sign that the herd might make for a second pass. You dimly recall something about stampeding buffalo making a circle. Could that be true for triceratopses? I'm more of a one kind of guy, but we still had a kiss moment though. We still did! So I got the best of both worlds here. butt scoffs, only in a lame spaghetti western. Hope you're right. You reach your encampment. I hate that I remembered that I was a woman because I've literally been thinking of myself as a dude because of the name Chris this entire time. Like, I very quickly forgot that I made myself a girl. Dang! You reach your encampment to find a disaster area. Sleeping bags, clothing, the torn and flattened remnants of anything not packed in Land Rover are strewn about. Strewn about. There's not much left, but this is all you have, so you start to pick through it. You retrieve the unused propane tank, some foodstuffs, and the coffee. Then, on foot, you both follow the dinosaur's course, collecting more of your belongings. In their mad stampede, the Triceratops has dragged some things a surprising ways away from your campsite. There may not be much left, but you need anything you can salvage. You're a good half-mile from your vehicle when the next crisis snaps its fanged jaws. You hear familiar cries in the distance, cries that send spears of dread down your spine. You raise your field glasses and curse at the sight of your old friends, the single-clawed Troodontids, looping across the plain towards you. Damn! Of all the pieces of bad luck, you don't want to believe it, but their coloration and bobbing gait are as unmistakable as their cries. While there's only a pair of them this time, that's too many. Vividly, you remember how they were drawn to fresh meat and blood. Perhaps they've associated you with a meal. Oh man, maybe they're following behind the Triceratops is hoping for something dead. Wait, I want to take another mouthful of noodle. Odd that you were still given the option of a guy named earlier. I mean, you can have girls named Quish. I know girls named Quish. Not personally, but online. What do you mean don't say that? I'm eating noodles. What's wrong with that? Several thoughts chase through your brain. First of all, you could race back to the Land Rover and make tracks. They're far enough away that it should be fairly easy to outpace them. An intriguing idea comes to you. Here's a chance to study or film the Troodontids. Though that's not a task for the faint of heart. To do so, you would need to lead them to a small band of dead lizards that got trampled by the Triceratopses. Shouldn't they find lizard flesh tastier than yours? Brett grabs his rifle, ready to pick them off. For him, that's no problem. Your friend is cool, collected, and a good shot. I don't want either of us to start blasting at these creatures, Brett. We don't need to. He looks a touch frustrated, but also relieved. Are you frustrated or relieved? So what will it be, Chris? Okay, well, we can't reach for a gun. Blanks will do the job. We can outrun them. Let's feed a pair of ravenous Troodontids. Okay, it's only 2. It's not a full pack like before, but they still got like razor sharp claws and stuff. They're still dangerous. A blank might scare them off. They are really far away. We could outrun them. They are fast, but they're really far away. We could outrun them. I am reasonably athletic. How much filming have we done so far? I did some filming of the initial fucking birds at the very beginning. I did some filming of the hadrosaurs. And I think that's it so far. Should we try to film them? If it's just 2 of them, they probably very punk ass. What does that mean? If we tried to feed them, well, if they're that far away, maybe we could lead them over to the lizards. I'm afraid the blanks would attract a bigger threat. It could. Documentary kind of sucks so far. We do need more material. We do. And we've got no, like, predators outside of maybe the fucking birds. I don't know. What do you think? Should we actually go with this option? Should we lock it in? study or film the Troodontid, so that's not a task for the faint of heart. To do so, you would need to lead them to a small band of dead lizards that got trampled by the Triceratops. How close is that to me? Is it far away? They are scavengers, though. They might go for the lizards over us. We saw that behavior in them earlier. Climb a tree. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's be risky. And hope Brett doesn't die. Let's be risky. After quickly examining what you have in mind, you and Brett back off and begin to circle around so that the trampled lizard carcasses will lie between you and the carnivores. Stop! Brett shouts. You halt in your tracks. Steps from a burrow in the ground. A furry, pointy-snouted critter pokes its head out of the burrow, no bigger than a squirrel. It sniffs the air and twitches its outsized ears. So very pale, hairless, and almost human-like in their curves. Mammal! All that fur, it has to be! You suck in your breath and stare at the tawny little critter. Its long, whiskered snout quiver like mad. Can it sense that you're distantly related? How do we know that exactly? Just because we're mammals? Eh? Its lively eyes fix upon you. What do you do? Easy does it. I motion to Brett to retreat carefully. Make a threatening motion. It can't distract us from the Troodontids. Freeze. Maybe it'll back off if we show we aren't afraid. It's small like a squirrel. If it's like a bear, it'll scram. Maybe? But what if it's actually really aggressive or something? We really can't get distracted from the Troodontids, though. Late Cretaceous is where we should be, I think. Yeah, we're in the Cretaceous era. I'm pretty sure it's the late Cretaceous. It's also not showing any signs of aggression. Should we go too? What if this gets negative attention from the Troodontids, though? How close are they now? I don't know. I worry if we don't do something about it, it might distract us. And if we start retreating immediately, the Troodontids might not get distracted by the lizards. Maybe this is the best idea. Aren't you never supposed to kill your ancestor in time shenanigans? Apparently, there's no time paradox worries in this. At least the main character doesn't think so. That was addressed before. Okay. I'll try this one. The last thing you need is for this rodent to cause either of you to lose focus at a critical moment. Silently, you bare your teeth and wave your arms to drive it away. This rodent isn't intimidated in the least by you. In fact, it bares its rat-like teeth and raises a ruckus, an unearthly howl loud enough to wake the dead back in the present. Uh-oh, it was not intimidated. Startled, you cringe backwards. The Troodontid's sharp-beaked head swooped to point at you. Damn this! Uh-oh. It didn't work! Not good. What now? It's awfully far to start shooting at the Troodontids unless you're a crack shot. You could always try reloading with blanks, or race to the Land Rover if you're in top condition. I don't think we are. Uh-oh. The nearby brush fuels a different idea, namely lighting a branch on fire and using it to keep the Troodontids at bay. That always works in the movies. I don't know if I believe in starting a brush fire. While these predators have no reason to fear you, isn't it likely they'll be terrified of flames? This seems feasible for anyone who's brave enough and reasonably coordinated. Okay, we're not open firing, so shoot blanks, run, or fight them off with fire. The fire could spread and hurt us too, though. Like, how dry is this plane that we're in right now? Also, what if it doesn't, like, ignite enough? It might not be even enough. There's issues with fire. I feel like maybe shooting blanks is the best idea here. We're not in top condition. We cannot outrun, I don't think. I've got 2 injuries on me. Well, I feel like we gotta try shooting the blanks, I think. We gotta try. I haven't used any of my blanks at all this time either. So we probably have a lot of it. Except I don't know how much might have been destroyed with our Triceratopses, I don't know. You're both wet from the river, you'll be safe from the flyer. Brett is wet from the river. Did I go to the river? I don't think I did. Is the gun wet? I don't think I went through the river, did I? I think only Brett went through the river, didn't it? I think only Brett went through the river. Y'all hugged and kissed, you're both wet. That doesn't make me that wet. As long as the gun is dry, it's all good. I'm pretty sure the gun is dry. Okay, I'm gonna try shooting blanks. The time seems to slow down as you wait for the predators to speed towards you and for the blanks to be that much more effective. You tell yourself that you're taking a reasonable, calculated risk. Nevertheless, all you can think is that this is nuts. Sweat streams in your eyes, you wipe your face on your sleeve, and in doing so you manage to drop the gun. It doesn't go off, but now it's entirely up to Brett. What the heck? What the heck? My character just randomly dropping the gun for no reason at all other than plot? Excuse me? It's up to Brett to salvage the situation, which he does. His gun booms, and the savage predators turn tail and flee in panic. Your friend is disappointed in you, though he doesn't broach the subject. You feel... I'm disappointed too! What the heck? Why did my character drop the gun? There's not even any stated reason. There's nothing I forgot about or anything. My character just randomly dropped the gun for no reason. Like, bruh. Frustrated with myself because I didn't have Brett's back. Determined to do better next time for Brett's sake. Grateful that Brett hasn't yet lost all faith in me. I mean, I feel all of these. I feel all of them. Probably because you refused to shoot in previous scenarios, but we're shooting blanks. And we were specifically given blanks because the character doesn't want to shoot a gun. Like, that's the whole reason Brett gave them to me, so I could be safe, but also still acknowledging he wasn't gonna make me shoot an actual weapon. That's the whole reason I have blanks. And the blanks are also intended in many of these scenarios to scare off, not to injure. It can injure, but that's not even the intention with these decisions. The refusal to file earlier reflects a lack of familiarity with firearms, including ones loaded with blanks. Yeah, but like... I guess maybe that's where it's coming from. I don't know. But I was refusing to shoot because I felt like there were probably more useful opportunities to use the blanks. That was my line of thinking. And I was right in thinking we did not need the blanks before because we're still here and doing pretty well. But now when I felt like I finally actually needed the blanks... You did hurt your thumb. I hurt one thumb. I have two. Oh, okay. Well, how do I feel? Yeah, I'll be honest. I am frustrated with myself. I didn't have Brett's back. We're critiquing the game's logic and you specifically, Luca. Other practical solutions. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I just think it's dumb, because I was trying my best to be logical. And it feels like that was taken away from me Or it feels like almost like the game is punishing my logical decisions then at that point. I'm a boddler, so I choose option 1. Oh, but maybe we should have a more positive outlook. I don't know. Do we want the character to be frustrated? Or maybe we can have a positive spin on it and have them be determined to do better next time. Maybe this will also kick my character into high gear. Like, bro, we could have died here. I'd go with 2. Yeah, okay, 2. Later that afternoon, after everything is settled down, you check out what your GoPro camera might have caught on film. You had switched it on as soon as the ground started to tremble. Now you take a look. Oh, this is sad. The film could have been remarkable if your GoPro hadn't gotten pointed skyward during the first few minutes of the Triceratops stampede. Hells bells, you have nothing worth using. This has been the toughest day yet, filled with one unexpected development after another. There were moments when you questioned whether the Mesozoic era was really the place for you. No wonder every artist's depiction of mammals from this era portrays them as cowering before the dinosaurs, terrified of their mouse-sized scores. Then again, today brought some incredible experiences, ones you'll treasure for a very long time. Now that you have a chance to reflect, what's your assessment? Okay, it's basically saying I did not get anything useful from my documentary today, but there might still be positive things to consider. Coming here is the best thing I've ever done, hands down. There's been setbacks, but I've learned from my mistakes and I'll persevere. Okay, I like this one so far. If we'd stayed home, I might never have seen how much Brett means to me. It was crazy plans to make this trip. I'm out of here the first chance I get. I feel like this one matches most what our character would be thinking. Being positive, I like learning from mistakes. I do that a lot myself. And like, acknowledging like, okay, it's not going entirely as we planned, but like, we can still make things work and stuff, you know. You should just fill in most of the documentary with clips of you yapping. This is true, we could. Yeah, okay, 2. I'm going with 2. You've learned a lot about yourself in the short time since you arrived. For one thing, you now have a deeper understanding about how you respond to a crisis. For another, you have a better appreciation of what it takes to keep going in the face of fear. Oh, yay! Yeah, I love dinosaur death traps! Wow! You didn't sleep well last night, having woken up any number of times with nightmares about the Triceratops stampede. Also, the pain pill you popped didn't do squat. Moving hurts. When you mention this, concern fills Brett's face. Let's have a look. You hesitate. There are times when it's good to power through on your own. This is not one of them, you know that. Picking up on your reluctance, he says, I absolutely insist. He pulls out his first aid kit, at which point you protest that your own field medicine techniques are improving. I should think so, he replies, and then gets down to business. You watch closely and find that you've absorbed a good deal of what he's taught you, which pleases both of you. While doing so, you weigh a couple of options for striking out into the unexplored terrain, including a geothermal area. Suddenly, a flare rockets up into the clear blue sky. It's unmistakable even without binoculars, and it can only mean that Vance and company must be in trouble. Okay, for a second I was like, maybe, what? For a second I was like wondering, like, who are you setting this flare to? But maybe they did find the tracks. Maybe they did. You watch closely, no, I did that already. Two things occur to you. First, Vance's crew did indeed spot your tire tracks or hear your motor. Second, are they ever going to be as astonished at who comes to their aid? I don't want to come to their aid! Looks like we're the only cavalry to come riding over the hill for the next 67 million years. You couldn't live with yourself if you were to ignore the distress call. If it's a distress call, who the hell do they think they're sending it out here to? Because they don't know I'm here! They don't know anyone else is there! It's gotta be something else! That doesn't make any sense! It doesn't make any sense! It's gotta be that they're communicating to each other because they found my tracks or something. Like, there's nothing else. Who do you think is gonna come to your rescue? Huh? Brett gives you a grim-faced nod. Let's roll. You hastily stow your... I don't want to! Head towards the source of the flare. I don't wanna! like Vance is just using the flip for special effects on his video. Yeah, maybe. You've been driving about 45 minutes, which seems like an eternity to you and must feel even longer to whoever's in trouble. When the somber silence that has descended upon your Cretaceous ambulance is broken by the familiar gabble of duck-billed dinosaurs up ahead, coming over a little rise, you spot the herd making their way towards a patch of fragrant foliage of the type that you recognize as their preferred meal. Not surprisingly, the juveniles with their bottomless appetites rush ahead. The adult females proceed more slowly, with clacks and tail twitches undoubtedly meant to encourage the yearlings to follow. The recent hatchlings ride on their mother's broad backs. You're proud that you can pick out Mama Hattie's striped and dappled markings, but wait, her broad screeches at the littlest hatchling and shoves it off her back. They're still bullying him! Ah, Papa! Thank you for being part happy for 800 months. Stegosaurus! Frick you! Nah! Landing snout first in the dirt, it swaps cup onto towards the baby hops back aboard. Again, the older siblings shove it off, screeching even louder. It's as though they're yelling, "No room, no room!" But there is room, more than enough room, on their mother's ample back and tail. The scene plays out a third time, with Mama Hattie moving on before the hatchling can scramble aboard. Cup, the runt of the litter hops after its mother, who has increased her pace, but it can't keep up. Some people would find this troubling, while others may view it as normal sibling roughhousing. Still, others wouldn't even need to slow down to watch. You make a snap decision about stopping the car, weighing the need for speed against a brief delay for Cubby's sake. You pull over. Well, the last time I tried to help Cubby, she ratted me out. I'm sorry to give him pot champion for 4 months. P you! Ah, frick you! I took a shower today. I know some of you guys did not. Only stinky one here is you. Okay, now time is pressing and the baby duckbill has to learn to survive on its own. That's not a bad mindset, but I really don't want to help Vance. But last time I tried to help Cubby ratted me out. Slow down to make quick observations, but don't actually stop. Yes, I can give poor little Cubby a lift without a major delay. A lift where? I don't think Cubby's gonna get in your car, and I'm not about to make another dumb decision with Cubby. Yes, a brief stop is worth it to film my answer to March of the Penguins. I do think filming is not bad. Yes, the smallest duckbill isn't actually hurt, and I need this chuckle-inducing snippet. I don't know. I'd pick one, really? Ruka! Hi! Thank you so much for the win. Hi, Jamstones, how you doing? Hi. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. My name's Chio Chompi. I'm a little dinosaur. And we're playing a choose-your-own-adventure novel in the form of a game. Yeah, we've been going for a while. I don't even know how much longer we have ahead of us, but we've been making decisions all day today. Yeah. I've also got a cup of tea and some noodles that I've been eating in between decisions. So, if you see me make a weird face, it's because I'm eating noodles. But I hope you had a really great time with Roka today. Thank you again, Roka, for stopping by. I hope you get a good rest after stream. For 5 hours already? Yeah, I thought this was gonna be shorter. Maybe I'm just yapping for too long. I don't know. Can I have some? No. Right now, our characters are in the past. There's another group of people who found their way to the past. They don't know we're here, or at least they're not supposed to know, unless they found the tire tracks from my time machine. But they fired a flare, and we were heading towards them to help. Not by my decision, I don't want to help them, but the game just decided. So now I'm at a decision. Do I keep going towards their flare to help them, which I don't want to do? Or do I stop and do something with this herd of dinosaurs that's here that we ran into before, and now we're seeing them again for the second time? Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to go help them. They're mean. The leader's mean to me. And we could get some more filming. We could. I've been feeling like I haven't personally, if it's for help, again, they're not even supposed to know I'm here. So they're literally shooting up a flare to nobody, unless they have evidence of me being here. And if they do, then I find that suspicious. It might not be for help at that point. Note to self, if you're mean to Chio, she will leave you to die. We don't know if they're being left to die or not. All we know is that they fired a flare. That's all we know. We don't know why. We don't know why. And to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the overly positive rushing to someone's aid, even if they were mean to you. Nah, I think to an extent, this is gonna sound really cold, but to an extent, you reap what you sow with people. And I'm not saying that they deserve to die, but like, we could just get a small snippet of filming, and then we go save them. And Brett should be happy about that, because Brett liked when I wasn't prioritizing them. Well, actually, Brett liked when I wasn't obsessing over them. Now that it's actually about potential danger, I don't know how Brett's going to feel. But she's just saying it's not her responsibility to help them. Yeah, exactly. And personally, I still find it suspicious. I find the flare suspicious. I don't know. I kind of want to stop just briefly and get filming. Brett might hate me for it, but it's for my documentary. I'm doing it. I'm locking it in. You've got to hurry to capture this great scene, so it'll only be a few minutes lost. That probably won't make any difference. It'll all be worth it if you can get these shots. Little Cubby marching determinedly towards the McDonald's of the Mesozoic. Worry fills Brett's face. I'll get us there in time, you reassure him, hoping this will be true. It isn't enough to be able to set up your film equipment with lightning speed. You also have to be unobtrusive enough that you don't disrupt the scene. Unfortunately, you accidentally press the flash start. Oh my god, can my character stop having skill issues? Startling the younglings who turn to stare at you. Freezing in place does you no good. The adults glare at you. That's your exit cue. You pack up and zoom off with no useful I'm gonna freaking kill my main character. Can my character freaking stop having skill issues at every turn? It's not making it worth taking these risks. Bro! You've been using this camera to record dinosaurs for a few days now. How do you make this mistake? Oh my god, it's gonna be so annoying. You follow a dry, rocky creek bed, which means it's slower going than you'd like, full of twists and turns and the possibility of a blowout if you aren't careful. Up ahead in the sky, you spot a flock of fucking birds, 4 or 5 of them, circling and occasionally diving, then rising again. It's too far to see what they might have in their dagger beaks. Coming around a bend, you slam on the brakes. Before you lies a... Wait, I accidentally moved my eyes down and thought I saw the words T-Rex. Excuse me? Before you lies a pond in which a couple of triceratops struggle, uttering grunts and snorts, though their movements are sluggish. A fucking bird swoops down to strip the flesh from the corpse of another great beast. Something so far gone that it's hard to tell what it once was. Oh, possibly a juvenile T-Rex. Dang it! Don't spoil yourself now. I'm sorry! My eyes like to look down! I didn't spoil myself though, because it's not what I thought it said. You think with the shadow, birds of other unfortunates jet up from the water. Worse yet, Darian Vance's RV is sunk up to its axles in the pool, with its occupants looking out at the passenger side doorway at Vance. Okay, so they did fire a flare to nobody? Bro, excuse me? There he is, floundering hip deep in the pond. Sweat drips from his flushed, terrified features. Black gobs spatter his arms and torso. Vance's eyes widen and a look of utter desperation crosses his face as he catches sight of you hopping out of your vehicle. Over in the RV, Casey looks equally astonished. Skylar, however, shrugs and said, I might have guessed you tried to reach the Cretaceous. Vance has recovered from his shock enough to yell, watch out, it's a tar pit beneath the surface. Yikes, Vance isn't kidding. The foul odor rising from the cesspool is due to more than carrion. You vaguely recall learning that a tar pit isn't actually filled with tar, but what the hell is that stuff? You can't quite remember. Some sort of noxious chemical brew, one not to mess with. Dang, okay. We're firing a flare to Saint Nick praying for rescue. Maybe Skylar convinced him to do it, just based on the chance that we made it here or something. Skylar holds up a goo-smeared rope. Too short. You can't get your RV any closer? She shakes her head. Not an inch in any direction. Believe me, I've tried. The heat and the fumes are getting to us. Skylar gives Vance a worried look. Hurry, Chris, Skylar shouts with a glance up at the swarm of impatient aerial scavengers. Casey scans the surroundings, his face gone pale. They might not be the only ones looking for a meal. Okay, you run your hand through your hair as it sinks in that it's up to you to free Darian Vance from this Cretaceous death trap. Darian Vance, if it had been anyone except your worst enemy, there wouldn't be any question that you do everything you possibly could ASAP. Seeing Vance helpless, red-faced and wide-eyed, practically hyperventilating is a turning point. In a flash, you know what you want to do. Do I? I don't wish him ill. I'll risk helping him, maybe even offering to work together later. Okay, well we can't do this one. I wouldn't want to anyway. I'll save him because it's the decent thing to do, then drive away never to see him again. What would Brett think of me if I didn't try to save Vance? Me saving Darian Vance, best scene ever. I've got the upper hand, time to make the bastard pay dearly. I don't want to make enemies here either, though. Option 1 is disgusting. Nah. Yeah, I'm not looking to make enemies here. Maybe 2. I'll save him because it's the decent thing to do. Then drive away, never to see him again. I guess this is 2 decisions in 1, though. Because you're also deciding you're not gonna do anything with him afterwards. This feels a little too eager about the whole thing. This feels a little petty mean girl. I'm thinking either 2 or 3. 3 would probably help with Brett. Would it? I feel like this is like you're doing it based on what Brett would think if you didn't. Which I feel like my character probably wouldn't be super thrilled to help him, but probably would due to certain factors. It's between 2 and 3 for me. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea. Brett would rather us do it for us, not just for him. Yeah, that's true. We're locking in 2? I don't think this is bad. I don't really want to work with them anyway, I guess. Chio sipping tea with the pinky out. Yeah, I got a cup of tea because my throat was starting to hurt with all the reading and the yapping. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. I think we still have quite a bit to play. You couldn't live with yourself if you didn't do all you could to get Vance out of this mess. Even though there aren't words for how much you despise the man who single-handedly ruined your academic career and your life. Once you've done what you must, you want no part of him, ever. Stay calm. I have an idea. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. Sure hope so, he says. It would be counterproductive to let everybody know that you haven't entirely figured out what to do. Truth be told, Darian Vance is in pretty deep and that stuff looks disgustingly sticky. Before you plunge in, figuratively let's hope, you take a deep breath and promptly conclude that the scorching fumes make taking deep breaths a bad idea. Okay, step 1 is to instruct everyone to soak a cloth in water and tie it around their mouths and noses. They hurry to do so, all of them except for Vance. Now what? Do you switch into rescue mode? Yeah, I don't think Vance can, because he's actually out in the tow, not in the vehicle with the others of his crew, I think, right? Absolutely, there's no time to waste. Start by tossing Vance a water bottle. Wait, first investigate the deadly tar pit to find out where it's shallowest for Vance to wade to shore. Not until my cameras are rolling. I feel like this might be smartest, but I do worry because I did stop to get footage. How much time do we have? How much time do we actually have here to help him? I'm gonna take a sip of my water. Is that an early water bottle? I have no idea. I think one, the option for one is like, you just immediately jump in to start helping him. Waste no time at all because you don't have much time. Or you can take a second to kind of look around first and assess the situation, but you're going to risk not having time to help him. But if you just immediately jump into helping him and you don't know where it's safest for him to go, it could make things worse. We're just gonna have to take another risk here. I mean, how fast is he really sinking though? Couldn't he wait like 5 minutes for me to take a look at stuff? I feel like it's smarter to take a look and investigate first rather than just make a move. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Tar doesn't pull you down that fast. Yeah, like it should be fine. It's like quicksand. It doesn't go very fast. So we should be able to like take a look around. If he's panicking, I'd wonder if he'd even listen to instructions. But also consider Chris's bad luck with the toss. I'm gonna continue to do woohoo, Mario. I'm gonna continue to do what I think is right, and if Chris just fucks it up with skill issues, like nah, okay. With the visibility underwater so poor, you want to determine the best route for getting Vance out of there, lest you unwittingly drag him into a deep spot. The stakes are too high to make a hasty mistake and have him literally in over his head. You dip a few branches into the pool to try to assess its depths. Vance gives you a look of impatience. Don't be impatient. Casey, however, approves of your tactic and fills you in on a possible route. It'll be tricky. You tell him, thanks, I'll give it a try. Next, you search through your own vehicle for your longest rope. By the time you dig it out, Vance has sunk a few more inches. He eyes you warily. It's only a few inches. While you're busy doing all this, a dinosaur comes tromping along. It's a juvenile ankylosaur wagging its club's tail back and forth. Ah, it's kind of cute though. It makes straight for the pool, no doubt intent on a refreshing drink and clearly lacking the requisite caution. You try hollering to scare it off. Everyone else joins in. Fat chance. For a second I thought that was going to say fat fuck. It barely glances your way, being too young or stupid to be frightened. What now? Vance won't be thrilled if you turn your attention to saving the ankylosaur instead of him. But neither would he be happy if it got trapped, then panicked and used its club tail to splash him with tar. If you want to warn the dinosaur away, it's easy enough to fire a blank over its head. You just have to be sufficiently careful to warn everyone else first. Or, if you have a decent throwing arm, you could throw a flaming branch at it to frighten it away. It has almost reached the water's edge. I feel bad. The baby just wants a drink of water. I refuse to let the ankylosaur distract me from liberating Vance. I'll risk shooting a blank to scare the ankylosaur off. Hurl a burning branch to drive the dinosaur away before it blunders too deep. Oh no, what if the burning branch just starts a fire or something while we're trying to get somebody out? It's gonna cause panic, maybe. The last time I fired a blank though, I do think it's maybe good to keep the baby away while we're trying to rescue Vance, but the last time I fired a blank, my character messed it all up completely. Flames will ignite the tar and cause one hell of a fire. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not safe. It's not safe. Maybe Chris learned how to aim. I don't even think she needs to know how to aim, right? She just needs to not drop the gun. That would be step 1. Should we risk shooting a blank to scare it off? If it isn't close enough to bother us yet. No, it says it has now almost reached the water's edge. It's pretty close. The ankylosaur is pretty close. I want to say maybe within 10 feet. Just based on the description. Almost is pretty close. Yeah. I don't want the ankylosaur to make rescue efforts worse. If he's hip deep and he only went down a few more inches, we have more time to respond to it. Realistically, we do have more time to respond to it. And if this game ends up saying that we did not, then I call bullshit. If the baby is here, then the parent isn't for it. That's also yeah, that's a good point. It's probably best to keep it away, so the parent also will not come over here. Okay, I'm gonna risk shooting a blank. Please work! Please work! Please work! Before shooting, you call out a warning to Vance so he's not caught off guard. Then you fire. Judging from the way the dinosaur turns tail and dashes around the bend, it will not be back. Oh! Fire! Oh god, yeah! Vance appreciates your concern that it might have splashed him with tar. Even Casey gives you a thumbs up, though you suspect he likely thinks a less traumatic solution would have been better for the juvenile and Kilosaur. Okay, Casey. It was between shooting a blank to scare it or burning it and everyone else alive in a tar-ignited firestorm. I don't want to hear anything, Casey. I don't want to hear anything about it. Casey, we beg your finest pardon. Shut up, please. Right! Like that was the only other option. It's high time to get down to the tricky business of hauling Vance out of this death trap. The first thing that comes to mind is to throw him a rope and haul him out by hand. If you aspire to be the hero of your own movie, what could be better? However, this requires considerable strength and some hand-eye coordination. My hand is all fucked up. I don't know if I can do that. You might conclude that it's smarter to tie your end of the rope to the Land Rover and pour its horsepower to work hauling Vance from the tar pit. This requires some skill at rope throwing. Plus, the driving will be a challenge as it requires a deft touch. There's also the need to keep the aerial predators at bay or at least work quickly before they make their move. You begin laying out your plan, such as it is. First off, whoever has a good throwing arm needs to get this rope out to Vance. Then there's the matter of hauling him in, or maybe using my Land Rover for that. We also need a decent shot to drive away those fucking birds. Yes, it could very well come to that. Who's willing to shoot other predators too? You glance along the path you drove in on, emphasizing your point. Casey reacts first by backing up a step. Not me. No way would I ever point a gun at every living creature. With Vance being unarmed, that narrows the possibilities. I'll do it, Skylar says. Seeing your surprise, the engineer adds, I do know my way around firearms. You know you can count on me, Brett says. I'll keep that in mind, you say to both of them. Personally, I prefer to be the one to throw one end of the rope to Vance and give it the old heave-ho. One of my arms and hands is very injured. Toss Vance one end of my rope, tie the other to the bumper and drive, or monitor those fucking birds gun in hand. Okay, my character is not proficient with guns. The third option is absolutely out of the question. Yeah, we only have one arm to heave-ho. I got one arm injured by the birds clawing the frick out of it, and then I later broke my thumb. I don't know if that could both be on the same arm or it could be on two different arms. I don't know. I feel like odds are the car might be best. I don't know if I can pull him out by hand with my injured hand and arm. I feel like it's better. They're both hand related, but I feel like the thumb is 100% shattered and almost infected. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. Carpo's better than you. Just have to be a good setup. Yeah, if we're taking a risk with the hands, I feel like using the car is better. Rope comes undone. Well, we're just gonna hope not. Alrighty. One after another, everyone else nods agreement. Encouraged, you look at the person you trust with a gun in this emergency. As sentry duty, Brett, I've seen what a good shot you are. I'll have Vance free so fast we won't need a sentry. Don't say that. Skylar, I've got faith in you. Now, man, I have no idea how proficient Skylar is, but Brett has kept us safe with gunshots this entire time. I trust Brett. I'll do my best, your friend says. The RV crew takes a renewed interest in Brett, sizing him up for this task. Casey frowns, but Vance and Skylar give you small nods. Why the frick are you frowning, Casey? Why do you care? Why do you care? Oh, I didn't pick your friend, Skylar. The person who I've never, ever seen shoot a gun versus the person I have seen shoot multiple times and have been friends with for years. Oh, God forbid I didn't pick your friend. Sorry. Easy peasy. Your rope toss is dead on. Yes, Step 1 is good. Vance seizes it and coils it around his wrist and waist. After tying the rope to your axle, you climb into your vehicle and use the lightest pressure on the gas pedal. Slowly, slowly, you manage to haul him a few inches. Then a foot. A tentative cheer goes up from the onlookers. You wipe sweat from your forehead and take a small, cautious breath. This is no time to get overconfident. You keep going until, yes, steering Vance is free! Ah, woo! He may be staggering and suffering from dehydration, but you did it. That's not my problem. Okay, next task. The next task, I can't freaking read, is for you to tow Vance's RV out of the quagmire. Oh yeah, the RV is also in the tow pit. Quagmire? It's stuck in something. This begins with an awkward maneuver for Skylar, who leans out the RV's back door to tie one end of the rope to the rear bumper, mere inches above the surface from the potent boot. Okay, I'm gonna assume that's still in the tow. Now push him back in. Yeah! Though she looks a tad woozy, she manages it. Why is she woozy? Are they just dehydrated from being stuck there? Now it's your turn. You tie your end of that rope to your axle and start the motor. Gently, you press the gas pedal. The rope goes taut as you inch forward. With a great sucking sound, the RV settles and lurches free. A cheer goes up from everyone, but this is no time to get overconfident. You keep pulling at the same speed until all 6 wheels are on terra firma. This is my character being overly scientific. With the RV free, Brett prepares to treat Vance. In addition to dehydration, lightheadedness, and nausea, he's suffering from burns produced by contact with whatever noxious substances are in that unholy cauldron. Well, I sure hope his entire body does not get infected. Yes, they're doing the nerd thing. Oh, God. I'm taking a sip of my noodle broth. Hang on. When the worst of the terry gunk is cleaned away and Vance is finally able to sit up, everyone gathers around. He looks from one worried face to the next before his gaze fixes on you. Chris, he rasps. Casey gives him another sip of water. After spitting out something black and smelly, he goes on. I was positive I was done for. I'll never forget seeing you come driving around the bend. I can't thank you enough. Well, at least I got a thank you. At least we got that. The gratitude in his eyes is heartening. Everyone nods and Brett pats you on the shoulder. For once, the urge to make a joke deserts you. I underestimated you, Vance concedes, and I owe you an apology. Thanks. Wow, is this an alternative universe? Everyone's looking at you again, expecting you to say something. I appreciate that, you reply. It means a lot to me. What else means a lot to you? Ha! Brett. He ate some of the tar. He probably just had it in his mouth and he's spitting it out. The way Casey is smiling at me, Casey can go get fucked. The admiration filling Brett's face. How great Vance's speech looks on camera. Does that mean that I recorded it? Wait, that's gonna be like Schrodinger's recording, where it only existed if I said I recorded it. The remarkable idea that Vance and I could team up as the veritable Wright brothers of time travel. No. My overwhelming desire to get as far away from my enemy as fast as possible. It's definitely either 2 or 3. Probably just 2. I don't know. That would be a funny recording. I feel like getting it on camera doesn't even do anything for my dinosaur stuff, though, unless dinosaurs happen to be on camera, because, like, otherwise it's just pulling him out of tar. Yeah, Brett, we didn't freak up the shot this time. Yeah, Brett. More than Vance's regard or anyone else's, it's Brett's unspoken pride that moves you and makes it all worthwhile. Well, it's been real, says Brett, and now we've got to go. Come on, Chris. He grabs your arm and pulls you along to the Land Rover. Once you two are out of their earshot, he mutters, an apology? What's Vance up to? Don't be taken in. Oh, Brett doesn't trust him. Well, he doesn't fool me, you reply. You toss all your gear into Tim Rover and drive away. Ooh, we don't trust him still. Yeah, W Brett. Later that evening. How much longer is there to this adventure? I was promised 2 hours. It's been 6.5. I changed my mind. Brett is our boyfriend. Yeah. It's getting late. Your adventure at the tar pit took so much time that now you really need to find somewhere to spend the night. Away from the death trap, you and Brett decide to head back to familiar territory, camping a short distance downstream from the waterfall. There, you've got fresh water and semi-open terrain. I don't know what that means. It's a compromise between the forest and the plains. Plus, you'll be able to see Vance and his cohorts from a ways off if they decide to come this way. That evening finds you sitting by the campfire with Brett, nobody but him, reviewing today's tumultuous events. Who could have imagined that you'd find yourself in the position to rescue Darian Vance? Sure, you didn't handle things perfectly, but you do feel good about... I feel like I handled that pretty perfectly to me. What are you even talking about? I wonder how much time a gun would have shaved off. You mean just shooting him? Just shoot him? You do feel good about my part in saving someone's life. How nicely my movie's coming together. I'm not getting enough footage for me to feel good about this. Getting solid evidence of that. Yeah, I didn't do any of that filming stuff, so there's a... my part in saving someone's life, how great everything's going with Brett, learning more about all these dinosaurs. I feel like I want to shift my focus back to, like, getting video footage and, like, learning about the dinosaurs, maybe? I just gave Brett some high praise, and I don't want to linger on this because we don't trust Vance. So let's go with learning about the dinosaurs. By the light of the campfire, you write up your field notes, recording preliminary conclusions while your observations of the hadrosaurs, bucking birds, and juvenile ankylosaur are fresh in your mind. Brett compliments you on your diligence and recollection. You daydream of becoming the Diane Fossey, I don't know who that is, of the Cretaceous. As you drift off to sleep, what do you find yourself thinking? When the moment of crisis came, I acquitted myself well. I feel that way. You said it right. Oh, yeah, thank you. Not a bad day. Could have gone better. I'll see what tomorrow brings. What if Brett were trapped in that tar pit? There isn't anything I wouldn't do for him. Why would I be thinking about that? That did not happen. What if we take the plunge and don't go home the day after tomorrow? Oh my god, this game really doesn't want me, like... This game really wants me to consider just staying behind. No! I feel like that wouldn't be fair to Brett either. For me, it's either 1 or 2. You know, I feel like maybe we should give ourselves, like, some confidence. We did acquit ourselves well in the moment of crisis. So we should have confidence, and if it happens again, maybe my character won't drop the freaking gun. You know? Woman who studied gorillas. Not a woman who was part gorilla. Oh, I see. Oh, gorilla woman. Yeah, okay, character development. Beginning with your first sight of Vance in that hellhole, you totally rose to the occasion. He would never have survived without you. It feels terrific knowing that with all the dangers the late Cretaceous can throw your way, you can handle things. Okay, great. Don't get over cocky. But, like, you know. Okay, we have, like, 2 more days, so it's like today and tomorrow. I don't think it should be that much more to the story. Okay, but we have to get some more footage. There were a few times I tried, and my characters just keep skill issuing through everything. Like, excuse me, is that based on earlier decisions I made, or is my character just dumb? I don't know. For once, you slept well. Waking to the smell of fresh coffee. Yes, you ambled to the campfire. I'm so happy that of all the things to survive the Triceratops stampede, our coffee is here. Which Brett pokes with a stick while making coffee breakfast. Frick, I can't freaking read. The crackle of a flaming log accompanies a chorus of chirps and cheeps. Wait, I just realized the BGM's not playing. How long was that quiet? Yeah, I love my BGM repeating for the 6th time. Woohoo! I didn't know you hated coffee so much. I'm not a fan. my throat. My throat is so tired from yapping. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope I'm still gonna be able to do stream tomorrow. It's welcome to the game. I can't cancel it. Been looking forward to that for literally 2 weeks. I still have a little bit of tea. It's not really hot anymore, but it still tastes good. Remarkable how many insects spilt through the surrounding foliage and dart across the rushing water at the base of the waterfall. You look around for the fucking birds. Although lush growth obscures their nest, you hope to spot them in the air. Bert follows your glance. I almost said gaze. I guess that would have worked. Our prehistoric neighbors took off while you were getting your beauty rest. Aw, really? Your friend pours you a cup. Before proceeding to the various possibilities for the day ahead, what's item 1 on your agenda? Honestly, it is to get more footage. I feel like I've neglected that. And the game's like letting me know that I've neglected that. It just ended a bit ago? Oh, okay, it hasn't been that long. I just kind of took notice. I was like, wait a minute. I make sure Tim Rover is ready to roll. I capture some clips of us camping this morning. I check that my injury hasn't taken a turn for the worse. I clean and load a gun so we'll both become home in one piece. Well, we can't make that one. Honestly, I think all of these options are good. I mean, we can't do anything about the injury. There's nothing we can do to make it better right now, so if it has, what is that going to tell us? It's just going to tell us that it's worse? I'm already avoiding using it. Like, okay, we know it's worse. What are we going to do about that? There's nothing we can do. And Tim Rover's been okay the last few times. We did have the Triceratops Stampede. Yeah, we already been taking it easy. Maybe we should capture some clips of us camping. We need more clips for our documentary. Yeah, we gotta start cooking. Yeah. I guess tomorrow will be a light yap stream tomorrow, mostly gaming. Yeah, I will be more quiet, because welcome to the game, you have to be quiet to hear sound cues. So maybe it actually won't be too bad. Okay, yeah, let's get some clips. Campsite footage. As you pull out your camera gear to inspect it, you ask Brett, so are you ready for your starring role in this morning's campfire scene? Running a hand hurriedly through his hair, he replies, I don't think dirt and sweat is my best luck. Oh, hush, you look fine. Before you know it, you two are laughing and joking while you take informal shots around the campsite, being sure to include Tim Rover and the rainbow in the mist glinting over the waterfall. You two pause for a lingering kiss. A get a room type of kiss. But hey, the great Cretaceous wilderness is your home. Room, not home, room. I guess that would work, that would be fine. Wait, no, home means something else, yeah. Plus, the easy camaraderie between the two of you is what makes it possible to face the challenge of the Cretaceous. You ready to go look for more dinosaurs, you ask? The prospect brings a smile to your friend's face, always. I like how we've kissed him twice now, but it's still your friend. Welcome to the game listens to your mic. I forgot for a second. Actually, yeah, wait, it does. Wait, does it? I know Welcome to the Game 2 can. You can choose to turn that off. I just meant like listening for sound cues. I might turn the mic feature off so we can yap and communicate. Okay. Take another sip of tea here. I think we got about maybe 2 more days. You should turn the mic feature off then. Yeah, I probably will. God, I hope I won't be feeling this in the morning. Today seems like a good day to head out to new terrain. On your way to rescuing Vance yesterday, you rushed past an intriguing geyser basin. You barely glimpsed geothermal vents belching steam and bubbling pools surrounded by fanciful white and yellow rock formations. If the lure of an alien landscape captivates you, a remarkable location for filming dinosaurs is but a few miles from here. Then again, who can blame you if you've already had more than enough of any place featuring mysterious pools brimming with unknown volatile chemicals? If pure spring water appeals to you, a thoroughly benign watering hole lies close to where you witnessed the hadrosaur herd on the move. The pond probably attracts dinosaurs seeking to quench their thirst during the midday heat. It's ringed by 10-foot tall cyads and clumps of outsized ferns that could make for an effective hunting bind. The vegetation will also conceal you well if you fancy spending a day studying the creatures coming for a drink. What's your pleasure, you ask Brett? Both spots have a lot going for them, but a shot rings out. Your friend whirls around and points to the top of the waterfall. It came from up there. No, I want to go get footage of dinosaurs! It's a freaking Vance again, bro. You grab binoculars. Might have known, the RV pulled up by the fucking bird's nest. Its roof glints in the morning sun. Brett frowns. Hope everybody's okay. A couple of people are moving around, you say? Casey, for one. Lots of foliage. I don't see any big dinosaurs. Make that 3 people. No one looks like they're in trouble. Good, but with the fucking birds gone, was that just target practice? Could be, who knows? Maybe their engine backfired, Brett says, but I doubt it. You shrug. I bet they don't know we're down here. What with the Riotus growth and the spray rising from the waterfall, they probably haven't noticed your Land Rover parked a short distance downstream from the base of the falls. What are they up to? Hey, if we hike up the game trail, we can secretly check on them. Or maybe. Brett looks at you like you're crazy. They've got a gun. They know there are dangerous beasts around. They'll be ever so happy to see you. What could possibly go wrong? I do not think trying to... No, that's a really good point. I do not think trying to be stealthy sneaky when they're near a dinosaur next and they have a gun is a good idea. All it takes is one misstep. And knowing my character, she's gonna have a skill issue that's gonna get her or Brett killed. Huh? Nah, I'll be totally honest. After I realized I put in woman, it's been hard for me to go back to headcanoning that my character is a dude. My character's this freaking skill issue. Like, something is going to go wrong and someone is going to die. Could happen, I guess. You stop to reconsider. Climbing to the top of the waterfall will be a workout requiring stamina. Dealing with Vance and his cohorts is always a matter of employing people skills. Sure, it won't be easy, but look at the possibilities in working with one. I don't want to work with them! Or maybe even uncovering proof that Vance stole your work. On the other hand, you don't need anyone but Brett if you go to the geyser basin for some filming or the watering hole for some hunting or scientific research. The geyser basin is an easier drive than the watering hole. You can also expect to draw upon what you've learned about dinosaurs thus far. I kind of want to go to the geyser basin and get some filming. Yeah, once you know it's a lady, the headcanon ends. I'm sad. I wish I would made myself a dude. I do not care what Vance is doing. So we can either take our notebooks and sample bags to the watering hole, or we can head out to the geyser basins with Brett, camera gear. My friend would nested the geyser. Yeah, okay. Let's go check out the geyser. Okay, so going up there isn't my best idea. Let's check out the geyser basins. Brett brightens up at that prospect. Yes, he approves. You verify that your video equipment is clean, charged up, and in good working order. After taking a few test shots, you pack up and head out. You don't need a map app on your smartphone to tell you when you get to the geyser basin. It's obvious from the steam vents and fumaroles dotting the barren, rocky hillside. You can figure it out blindfolded. Just follow your nose to the sulfur stench. What striking territory! Mineral-laden water stream down terraces into sky-blue pools ringed with white calcite and orangey-red iron deposits. Clouds of steam billow up from blowholes. You park your vehicle far enough away that it's in no danger of winding up in a hidden sinkhole, and then walk along a game trail scanning for dinosaurs. Another ankylosaur, that damnable gaggle of troodontids, and a fucking bird troop coming to fish. You should know by now that nothing ever goes according to the expectations on this trip. You and Brett scale a flat-topped boulder that gives you an impressive view. Through binoculars, you survey the surrounding terrain, which is strewn with the remains of sequoias and other giant trees that have surrendered to the harsh mineral waters. Brett digs out some lunch. As you eat, you bring up something that has been very much on your mind. Okay. I need to get home tomorrow before Vance so I get credit as the first time traveler. He probably will try to take credit, honestly. But like, I don't care about that. How do we even know that they have footage of anything? All we know is that they got stuck in a toilet pit. Like, do we even know that they're getting footage of anything? I've got to bring back an incredible movie to get the better of Vance. This place is too dangerous. I want to take Brett home tomorrow. I don't care what anyone else does. I want to stay here with Brett. Yeah. Well, this is another stay here option. Well, I don't really want my decision to be about what Vance does. But I don't know, I mean, should we ask about taking Brett home tomorrow? I think it would be like a day early, right? It'd be like a day early. I don't care what anyone else does, I want to stay here with Brett. I don't know, does this mean stay here permanently? I've been shying away from that option. But this could also just be like, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards this. But like, I feel like I don't entirely know what they mean by this. Like, stay with them or stay here with them? Yeah, and like, longer than the initial plan? I don't know. But I don't want it to be about Vance. Just focus on your time with Brett and getting footage for your documentary. I guess I'm gonna pick this one. But I sure hope it doesn't be like, you know, what I've been trying to avoid this whole time. You know, Brett, the more I think about it, the more I want to stay here with you. Seriously. Brett gives you a crooked smile, you know so well. As crazy as it sounds, I agree. What? You mean it? You're best leaning for a kiss with a horn-like noise destroys the moment. Brett jumps up and points. A dinosaur! Oh, this sounds like staying here permanently. I don't want to do that. Something's coming your way, or rather several somethings. The red and brown markings blend into the landscape, especially those with muted coloration. More strikingly, each beast sports a long, fluted headpiece, jutting straight from its skull. They're at least as big as the duck-billed hadrosaurs, you estimate. The dinosaurs alternate between looping on four legs and rising up on their back legs to survey the territory, nostrils flare. Man, are they fast! Brett's got one of his own binoculars plastered to his face. I've never seen anything like them, not on YouTube or any nature show. Me neither. They do say a lot of species left no fossils or none that we've found. The lead beast lets out a caterwauling that sounds for all the world like a kazoo. It's a kazoosaur. This needs keeping your fingers on previous pages options, like everyone did with actual choose your own adventure books. Yeah, maybe. This is my first time doing a choose your own adventure book. I'm having fun, but like it really feels like the game's trying to urge me towards things I don't care about. Brett burst out laughing. His mirth is infectious. Between guffaws, you say, they're lambeosaurians. The apparatuses on their heads are actually hollow hoods. They blow air through their nasal cavities. I think I've heard of animals that are like that. Caterwauling? Is that how you say it? Two more answer the lead beast in kind. It's a Cretaceous kazoo horse, Brett remarks. Kazoo heads. We found a new species of kazoo heads. Is that the scientific name? What if we named him after Brett? Oh, he seemed sad last time when I didn't name the dinosaur after one of them. How about I saw them Kazoosaurus Bretty? That sounds so dumb, but Brett might like it. If I named him Kazoosaurus Chrissy, Well, naturally, I'm not ready to assign a specific name. No, I feel like this is different from last time. I feel like the moment... Yeah, it's dumb and sweet. Okay, I'm gonna go with that one. Brett's eyes sparkle. Yes, you made his day. Yay, he liked it! Enough silliness and chit-chat. You jump down from the boulder to take advantage of the cinematographer's dream. The kazoo heads keep on bounding about and calling to one another. To some extent, your observations of the hadrosaurs enable you to predict the movements to these related dinosaurs. That's key to selecting the right place to get the best effects with your stationary camera. What type of movie did you have in mind? Well, we're making a documentary. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, I got achievement. Oh, it's just a film though. Okay. My oh my, what an opportunity to capture all their interactions. They have zero fear of you or Brett. You've watched enough nature documentaries to recognize a mating ritual when you see one. Am I just watching that? It's time to position your tripod where you capture a good mix of individual close-ups, duos, and group scenes. You watch where the dinosaurs step and what spots they avoid. You don't want to set up your camera in a place they know to leave alone. You find a great location barely 15 feet from the closest ones. What a ringside seat. From there, you narrate their behavior, capturing a marvelous set of toots, head shakes, and tail twitches as they communicate with each other. All of a sudden, they break off and go charging into the distance. You and Brett look all around but don't see anything that might have spooked them. Yikes. What does that mean? Film it, quick! I'm almost out of tea. Oh no. What? Filming a group scene, a bunch of sickos. You take a different route going back to your Land Rover. On the way, you come upon the shattered trunks of trampled saplings, some as thick as your leg. You back away and almost stumble into a pile of dinosaur dung that comes up to your knees. It's fresh enough that even blindfolded, your nose would have led you to it. White flecks catch your eye. Expecting to see partially digested plant stalks or seeds, you look closely. It's peppered with crushed buds. There's a big predator around! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh no, your voice is barely a whisper. Despite the afternoon heat, chills race up your spine. Rationally, you know this enormous dinosaur could be a scavenger. It could have consumed the bones of a dead creature. But rationality is powerless to stop your brain from screaming, "Red alert!" Brett stands beside you, having gone pale and wide-eyed. Don't say it, he commands. No, you can't bring yourself to say Tyrannosaurus Rex. You two draw together and look intensely around in all directions. Despite the oversized foliage, there's no way you can miss spotting a monster this big from a long way off. You begin searching for footprints among the broken trees strewn about, but the ground is too dry and rocky here to find any, and after 10 minutes you give up. You have no idea which way the behemoth headed or how long ago. Somehow nature's usual small rustling noises fail to soothe your jangled nerves. How do you react to this development? Oh boy! Hey Clark, thank you for the soup. Woke up today and went, yeah, I love dinosaurs. You're so cute. We love dinosaurs. Yeah. This place is off the charts dangerous. We need to go home. Tomorrow, I want to film the King of the Cretaceous before we leave. It would be cool, but like, if Brett dies literally at the very end, I would be so sad. I do want to stay here beyond the launch windows. No, I don't. First things first, we gotta get back to the Land Rover ASAP. Man, what should we do? Should we try to film a T-Rex? It'd be cool, but if Brett dies, I'm turning my computer off. I know, we've kept us both alive this entire time. Okay, I'm definitely leaning between 2 or 4. I don't know, maybe it'd be good to get a game plan going, but if we go back to the Land Rover, I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to put together a game plan. We had so many cute moments with him. I know. Should we attempt to cute? I'm gonna make it another poll. It's 2 and 4. Yeah. Okay. Should we attempt to film what is potentially a T-Rex? Or should we play it safe and go back to the time rover? Then we can get our dog on Animal Planet and Netflix. This is true. The game plan is just sitting on my face. That's not an option, McCock. Oh, it's actually pretty 50-50. Oh, me too? Really? Oh, I wonder if Brett might not like that. We'll be risking our lives. I feel like the T-Rex, I don't know, will the encounter go well? I feel like a lot of these encounters don't go very well. People want to risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. 2 is setting up a flag you don't want. I don't know. More Podjams want us to risk it with number 2. Do not. I believe in us? Really? You guys think so? Ooh. Okay. Last time you listened to Podcasts, you got a broken thumb. That's when I listened to you. I want to film the King of the Cretaceous before we leave. Yeah, that was Uga. Uga told me to climb the tree and it broke my thumb. My thumb's been broken this entire time. Alright, Podcasts chose 2. Of all the unfinished business you would have had here in the prehistoric world, the one thing you want most is to get some shots of a T-Rex. Wouldn't it be something if we could get some footage of this creature? Are you crazy, Chris? Maybe. Maybe. From the safety of the Land Rover, Brett, like they do on safaris all the time. Look, a lot of scientists think these huge beasts can't run all that fast. Imagine if I come back with photos. Nobody will ever forget me, or you, or what we've achieved. Vance won't get all the glory. Your friend looks horrified. You've already accomplished so much. Forget that self-aggrandizing twerp. I've seen how talented you are. You're genuinely touched by Brett's faith in you, but disappointed in his unwillingness to go along with your proposal. After some more back and forth, you and Brett decide to spend the night near the duckbill nesting grounds. You may camp far enough from the hadrosaurs that they don't glare or hiss at you, but close enough that they'll serve as an early warning if something untoward shows up in the middle of the night. So it just got Brett's disapproval. That's it! Man. You'd like to get up before dawn to find out what swamp-dwelling dinosaurs put in an early morning appearance. As the evening's campfire dies down, you mull over today's events. No, not everything went according to plan by any means. Nonetheless, the most remarkable event today was getting a deeper understanding of dinosaurs, not letting Vance disrupt my whole day, capturing footage of the astounding kazoo heads, finding unmistakable evidence of an enormous meat eater in this part. Did I, record any of this stuff? I guess this would be right. And this was, kind of a cute moment that I had with Brett. I want to say the kazoo heads. You replay portions of your film of the hollow-horned Landbiosaurians, while Brett watches intently, captivated by your documentation of their mating strategies. You secretly fantasize about becoming the premier naturalist of the Mesozoic. I thought I was about to say you fantasize about mating rituals with Brett. As you drift off to sleep, what do you find yourself thinking? Brett sexy. Witness! Thank you, Ring Champion, for 11 months. 1 month before 1 dino year. Chio, shoulder love. Are you guys paying that much attention to my shoulder? Ah, stop! Ah. Oh. I'd love to stay longer and really get to know this place and its creatures. No. I can't wait to go back to my home sweet home tomorrow or the next day. Maybe. I'll build on what I've learned here and make it into something incredibly useful. Or maybe. Can this new romance work back home? I don't see why not. Neck and shoulder. Oh yeah. Oh man, they'd love. They sure would love if I took even more off. Tease. What a tease. Do I want to focus on the romance or do I want to focus on... for me, it's like 3 or 4. Oh, I don't know. I feel like 3 is very good too. If you stare hard at the freckles, they form into a secret image. What's the image? What is it? What is it? I'm gonna pick this one. You came here more or less on a lark, but remarkably enough, there were moments today when your confidence boomed as you dealt with the challenges of the late Cretaceous. You've learned that you can turn your passion into your life's work. Yay! Next chapter! Oh, hang on. It's like lagging again. Oh! Triceratops takedown. Is this the last chapter? I feel like there's probably gonna be another one today. Dragging yourself up from a sound sleep in the pitch dark, you stumble over tree roots as you and Brett await dawn and today's dinosaurs. With a yawn, you grumble. Can't believe I actually suggested we do this. We'll see you for the sunrise, Brett says. Now hush, some critter could happen along any minute. Or not, after a week's worth of yawns in the next hour, you're ready to pack it in. Wherever the dinosaurs go for their morning coffee, it isn't here. Still, we've made significant discovery. What's that? We discovered that Cretaceous dinosaurs aren't wounding people. But I am. What the heck? I can only think of one dino that can take down a twig. Do you think it's the T-Rex? Is it gonna happen in this chapter? It's gonna happen tonight! Man, I feel like I'm stuttering so bad. Brett chuckles. Time to hit the road and head over to the launch site. You appreciate his euphemism. Huh? Launch site? I don't get it. You're anxious to get to the fucking bird's nest where you landed before the 30-minute window opens at noon. Oh, that's exactly what I thought it was. A euphemism that made me think it was something sexy. But I was like, huh? Okay. Even if you don't leave today, caution pushes you to make sure that there are no impediments in doing so, such as any surviving fucking birds reoccupying their roost. As you drive, you get more thought to staying in dinosaur territory versus going back. Oh my god, no! You sigh and talk things over with Brett. Go back home today. After all we've done here, that's where my future is. With all the evidence I need against Brett, no. Go home today and get our injuries treated by a doctor. Stay here, but make sure I can get us home if need be. Well, like, we have one more day, don't we? Launch day had me thinking about something else. A penis. Chio, are you Cretaceous? Yeah, I am. I feel like this one... Like, this is like... These two are like leaving early, I think. Versus like... not leaving early. I want to stay here for the full amount. Something exciting might happen. Yes. I need to run through the whole launch procedure right up to before the last step. This is strictly a precautionary exercise. I've got to be sure we can take off if we have to. That makes good sense to me, Brett says, but there's always the possibility of going home in Vance's RV. No. You shake your head. I won't have us grumbling for seats in Vance's time machine. Besides, we shouldn't assume it's risk-free. Fair enough, I'll give you a hand. Moving on, you know, from what I've seen of the terrain, there may be a shortcut we can take to reach the lake. Oh, shortcut. Lake Cretaceous, the Zoomers and the dinosaurs. No! Not a Zoomer! No! God, my throat hurts so bad. I'll drink more water.
Oh, that's so sad.
Okay. A couple of hours later, you grow in frustration. The cut-through proved to be elusive. Make that non-existent. Sheer sandstone cliffs rise in front of you and on both sides. You'll have to retrace your route several miles out of this canyon and then follow the main river back to the big lake. Nothing takes so long as a shortcut. It wasn't a shortcut. Gonna need lemon and honey tomorrow. Yeah, I will be. Whew. I just want to get to the game and then I'll quickly take off after. We can still make it by noon, Brett says. Good thing, one way or another, you intend to be there when the time window is supposed to open. You need to see those shimmering orange lights appearing precisely as predicted by the temporal equations. You turn around and drive off like well, not quite like the proverbial bad at it hell, but perhaps like a mammal out of a theropod's clutches. Okay. At 11:53 a.m., the launch site comes into view with the blue lake behind it. You dodge a sequoia with a diameter twice the length of your Land Rover and splash across the little stream at the shallow ford, pausing a few yards farther on to scrutinize the remnants of the fucking bird's nest. Scavengers haven't left anything worth noting. Brett cranes his neck to take in the Cretaceous sky. Not a fucking bird in sight, nor any troodontids. I've been reading that word so many times this whole time and I still struggle with it. Excellent! You cautiously maneuver Tim Rover into the exact center of the abandoned nest. Okay, we're back in place. At this pivotal moment before switching to time travel mode and engaging the Flux Navigator before the distinctive orange shimmer envelops the Land Rover, what do? Shoot dramatic film of us and Tim Rover in the nest? Film an explanation of how time travel works and walk viewers through my preparations. Scrutinize the time machine settings and the pre-flight checklist. I feel like this is good, but I also feel like we don't really have a lot of footage. I mean, this kind of sounds like both though, actually. Walking viewers through the preparations. This kind of feels like... Don't leak the details? Really? I feel like this could be good though for the documentary, and it might still include the preparations. I'm gonna do that one. You record a 30-second explanation of the constraints imposed by the limited windows given the current configuration of your equipment. Your matter-of-fact voice and manner covers the qualms about the functionality of your time machine that are gripping your innards. You get a nice shot of your pre-flight checklist plus a clip of your practice fingers playing over the console. Shoving aside twinges of apprehension, you say, switching to time travel mode in 4, 3, 2, 1, now! The time machine springs to life, emitting the same reassuring hum you first heard in your parents' garage. Phew! Brett high-fives you. Now for step 2, you murmur. You activate the Flux Navigator. There's nothing more welcoming to your eyes than the glowing green lights on the device. You take a breath and key in command sequence to enable the time window to start. That's when the trouble starts. Two things happen at once. Remember the 1-minute warning? You rigged? Oh no! Oh no! The 1-minute warning, you rigged the Land Rover to blast before the time window opens. If you thought it was loud at midnight in a quiet residential neighborhood, it's even worse now. Booms clear across the lake, and boomerangs back at a volume guaranteed to wake the fucking birds from the dead. The good news is that it means the launch window will be open on time. The bad news is that the Cacophony is met not with the pain-filled squawks of a fucking bird or the fear-induced screeches of the trottons, but with the terrifying bellow. You and Brett have heard this noise before out on the windswept plains, and you can never forget it. Oh no. Your friend grumps, confirming the queasiness in the pit of your stomach. Triceratops! I thought it was gonna be the T-Rex.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake.
It can't possibly be as close as it sounds, you begin. They roam the open scrublands, not the forest. Brett's worried expression deepens as he looks past you. From behind an ancient conifer, a gray-brown triceratops, one that would dwarf a buffalo, stretched towards Tim Rover. Oh no, it heard my lying. The scientist in you can't help but take note that the dinosaur's bony head frill has flushed persimmon pink. That can't be good. Could this indicate the presence of blood vessels close beneath the skin that swell and pulsate, like a person whose face turns red with exertion or rage? The beast, size 48 feet, crushed pine cones, small plants, everything in its way. Its massive head bears a trio of horns that you've come to fear and detest. 2 foot-long horns, sharp and encrusted with something best not thought about. They're pointed straight at your Land Rover. Maybe if we just sit here motionless, you mutter, not attract any more attention. Naturally, this is the moment when the orange shimmer cascades all about the time machine like a giant neon sign advertising that the time window is open. Chris, if you want to try heading home this second, I'm good with that. He pissed for sure. Oh no. And you, are you ready to head home? You've mostly completed your pre-flight checklist. All you would have to do is press the dual launch button simultaneously. You built in the double control as a precaution to guard against accidental launch. As you hesitate, a yet more alarming sound, if that's possible, reaches your ears. From the opposite direction comes an answering roar very much like the first, only louder, angrier. You glimpse a second Triceratops, an even larger male, approaching from the far side of the stream you crossed. Its frill has also flushed bright pink. The first dinosaur repeats its thunderous challenge, paws the ground, and shakes those horns. The second Triceratops roars back for all it's worth, although it stops, one oversized foot poised at the water's edge. This does you little good, as the first dinosaur burrows its way towards the fucking bird's nest where you sit, horns still shaking. Brett twists around in his seat, reaching for his rifle. That's Brett, never wanted to go down without a fight. Shoot it to death, Brett! Ah, man, freaking word. You've been going 7 hours. If you need the rest, we fully understand. No, it's okay. We should be so close to the end now. Plus, I actually have no idea if this game will save my progress or not. Now you comprehend the major disadvantage of this location. With the lake at your back and the stream to one side, the behemoths hem you in as surely as the stone cliffs surrounding the canyon did this morning. You might try to switch your Land Rover back to driving mode and outmaneuver the Triceratopses. Sooner or later, they should give you an opening to escape, right? But that strategy isn't for the faint of heart and requires an awfully skilled driver. As for the downsides, well, let's not go there. Wait, I do want to know the downsides, though. You madly strap your helmet onto your head. It feels puny and useless in the face of those horns. No, don't go there either. You're sorely tempted to try heading home. Enough already. Leave while you and Brett are alive and reasonably healthy, considering what you both endured. This is a sensible response if you're a whiz at maintaining your time machine in good working order with or without assistance. It's also a reasonable solution if you've slacked off somewhat, so long as your equipment has escaped damage. I don't think it's damaged, but we also didn't check on it again after that Triceratops stampede, so I don't know. Then too, you're reassessing your notions of calculated risk. Given that being trapped in the Triceratops sparring ring isn't exactly the safest place in the Cretaceous landscape for you, Brett, or your time machine. And do you really want to miss out on the battle of the Cretaceous titans of testosterone? You can climb a tree! No! I just saw that the option is there and I'm not climbing a tree. Bro, that might be the exact same tree I broke my freaking thumb in. No. You can show the world that courage is your strong suit by driving nearer and filming the dramatic action from a scarier camera angle. If you paid a lot of attention to the dinosaurs' patterns of behavior, you should have a decent idea of how close you dare get, and from what direction to avoid antagonizing them. In case they're bright pink head frills antagonists or the males, you do a quick check to make sure that neither you nor Brett are wearing anything of this color. A cautious approach would be to scramble up into a nearby tree above the fray and safely observe the two behemoths as they roar and crash together, locking horns and tearing up the turf. However, taking refuge in a tree will leave your time machine vulnerable. That's what I was wondering about. Like, what are you doing there? Even though they're after each other, not a stationary vehicle, do you really want to chance it? Not really? To be clear, most of these possibilities will play havoc with your opportunity to go home today before the orange symbol of the time window blinks out. What do you decide? I can outmaneuver the beast in the Land Rover. I climb up a tree above the fray. I drive closer to film the fight. Best dinosaur movie ever. I press the launch buttons and head home. I don't know. I feel like our time machine is in pretty good working order. We could just leave. I'm not climbing a tree! Last time I climbed a tree when you told me to, I broke my thumb! We gotta pick something else. Either 1 or 4. I do not think it's a good idea to get closer to these males challenging each other. And I do not think it's a good idea to try to climb up this tree.
Game over.
Should we just try to go home? Should we just try? Or should we try to outmaneuver them? Especially if it's mating season, then they're gonna be more aggro. Yeah. The time rover should be in good condition. Yeah, go home. Okay. Yeah, punch it, Chio. Let's go. Okay. The bigger of the two Triceratops paws the earth, kicking up fine debris as it growls at you. A breeze sweeps through the detritus towards you, stinging your eyes and sending you into a coughing fit. The ground quakes with every step it takes coming at you. It bellows its rage but sends you flashing back to that horrific time 3 days ago when the whole herd bore down on you. Sweat pours from your forehead. Your pulse hammers so loudly that you can barely hear Brett's terrified gasp. You seize the door handle ready to jump out for the No! No! Brett twists around and grabs your arm. Home, Chris! Get us home! His voice is gone ragged. All you see are those gore-encrusted horns closing in on you. Ew. Chris, come on! Your friend starts shaking you, which snaps your attention back to your escape. The dual launch buttons sit beneath your fingertips. No, this isn't how you dreamed you would make your exit from the Mesozoic stage. Not in the least. And yet, any exit that leaves you and Brett alive is nothing to sneeze at if it works. 1,000 fragments of thoughts chase after one another across your brain. Worries about the flux navigator, the settings, the time window. So many other factors you might have failed to account for. Every one of them can lead to a fatal error. And all of that balanced against the monstrous dinosaur bearing down on you and Brett. Press the launch buttons! The Cretaceous world disappears. 1 second the Triceratopses are roaring right outside the dust-streaked windshield, and the next second your time machine is surrounded by an inky darkness. A couple of seconds later, you notice the purple ripples, which do look familiar from the voyage out. Only there seem to be more of them now and coming at you faster than before. Is this normal? The standard readings on your Flux Navigator do nothing to calm your nerves, nor does it tell them. There's no sensation of motion, though you experience an unsettled feeling in the pit of your stomach. Then again, your stomach is a hot, rolling mess anyway. You place your hands on the steering wheel out of habit. It moves freely, as though unconnected to anything meaningful. Although that's what you expected and what you experienced last time, nevertheless it feels wrong. The chronometer on the console between the seats counts up the return trip. Home in 15 minutes, you say, even though Brett can read it from his seat as easily as you can. How do you spend the time? Monitor all readouts and record their values? Joke and make goofy faces to ease our frazzled mental state? Or film us on our voyage home? I mean, we got out of there. I don't know if we need to like calm Brett down or anything. We got out of there and made good decisions with it. So either... maybe... It's implying that something might not be normal about this. Should we monitor all the readouts? Or should we like film this on the voyage home? What should we do? I kinda like the idea of getting closing statements for our video, but I'm kind of worried about getting home okay. What should we do, guys? One more pull. One more pull for the road. Maybe the inky darkness for purple stuff might be interesting for all the metaphysics gurus at home. That's true, but I should have footage of that on the way there already. But like, we could get like closing statements and stuff. Lane, pick 2. I don't wanna pick 2. That's boring. I don't wanna. Alright, I forgot. Well, it seems like most bar jumps want me to pick 3. Should we do that? We do that? Quick, make a goofy face! Is this helping with your frazzled mental state? Is it? Alright, well looks like 3 is still in the lead. Alright, we'll get some last minute footage. Ooh! Brett bites his lips while you point the little GoPro at yourself and start talking. You launch into an explanation of how the Flex Navigator guides your time machine home. Despite everything, you do well enough. Not exactly Neil deGrasse Tyson, but sufficiently engaging. The readouts in the purple shimmers are definite assets. By the end of your calm discussion, Brett is looking more relaxed. He leans over and adds, I couldn't have asked for a better pilot than Chris. I think everyone can see that I'm in good hands. Ah, yay! We didn't get to see the T-Rex though, what the heck? By the end of your calm discussion... Oh wait, I just read that part. The final seconds elapse. A dim glow from behind you illuminates Tim Rover's interior. A jolt slams your head against the headrest as the back of the Land Rover drops downwards, coming to a rest at a worrisome angle. Ouch! As you psych yourself up to contend with some unexpected problems involving time travel, you wait for your eyes to adjust to the dim light. When they do, you stare out the windshield and blink in astonishment. Or... it landed. Didn't stick the landing either, Brett remarks. You came down in your parents' garage. Oh, okay, well that's exactly where we're supposed to be. For a second I had me wondering if we plopped back down in a different time period or something. Laughter rises and bursts from your throat. Giddy with relief, you hop out to see that your front wheels have come to rest on a pile of boxes. Then it hits you, there's no place that smells like home. Except Brett. Your landing caused quite a commotion, which brings people running and staring open-mouthed at the sight of you. Someone calls an ambulance. Everyone is eager to get you to a hospital. I appreciate the concern, but so what if I looked wild-haired and rumpled? I just returned from making history, to say nothing of prehistory. It takes a long time to convince them that they're overreacting to your assortment of scrapes, cuts, and minor injuries. You insist that all you need is a hot bath. No, your thumb is broken and infected. You definitely do need a doctor. You insist all you need is a hot bath, a few bandages, and 2 or 3 days of sound sleep in order to feel as good as new. No, your thumb is broken and infected. You need a doctor. Brett said that already. Your condition simply isn't anything to write home about. Thanks for asking. Your thumb is broken and infected. You need a doctor. Just walking off. Well, last I checked, my thumb was like an assortment of rainbow colors and shadowed. Like, excuse me? Once you're back in your childhood home and enjoying reasonable health, your thoughts turn to your academic standing. You've taken too many risks and achieved too much to simply walk away from what was once a promising academic situation. As your dad always says, ask not, receive not. So you put together a case petitioning both Dean Green and the president of the university for reinstatement. You submit a thick stack of materials supporting your petition, thorough documentation of all that you've learned about dinosaurs, time travel, and filmmaking. While not neglecting any of these areas, you place special emphasis on your primary academic interest, which is dinosaurs and wildlife, creating scientific documentaries, crafting heartwarming films, producing non-stop comedies, making post-pounding action movies, engineering time travel. It's gotta be...
Luigi #1.
Luigi #1. Dinosaurs! Yeah. You assemble all your field notes, specimens, recordings, drawings, photos, and observations from your entire trip, focusing on each species you encountered. In addition to submitting your raw data, you submit a write-up of what you discovered about each species' appearances, habitats, dietary preferences, behavior, and anything else that comes to mind. You wind up with questions and topics for further research. As for the evidence you amassed proving Vance's thievery, you stop and consider whether to include it or not. I thought I didn't get any of that. Vance's RV never returned to the 21st century. Ah, how sad. Neither he, nor Casey, nor Skylar were ever seen or heard from again. You feel quite certain they did not voluntarily elect to stay behind. Any number of mishaps could have befallen them. You were of several minds as to whether to present your proof of Vance's misdeeds. After mulling it over, you make a decision. Do I have any proof, though? I chose not to pursue that. So why did you invent time travel? To make the funniest videos of history. Watch this, I replaced the sandwich knives with rubber ones. Brutus is gonna be so shocked. What? I submit everything I have in order to strengthen my case. I don't have the heart to level these charges when Darian's parents are grieving. I leave it out of fear for what could, for that it could bias Dean Green against me. I guess we could have been business partners, but I chose not to pursue that. I don't want to be business partners with someone who steals ideas. I don't know. Okay, like, so what do we care about here? I mean... Okay, I'm gonna be totally honest. Well, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, what would I do? If I had a chance to prove that someone stole from me, what would I do? I feel like I would do everything in order to strengthen my case. But if they're dead and there's a lot of grief involved, then usually you want to take the safe route and not kick the hornet's nest a little too much, you know? You know? Like, if there's a lot of pain and whatever involved, it can make people look at you a little meh. The T-Rex got them. Maybe it did. But then also, these are my academic stuff, you know? It would be nice to submit everything I have, but I know it's specifically against Vance. Well, I also don't think I have a lot of evidence proving his thievery. I don't think I do. Well, I guess maybe the whole point is the whole point that I even have stuff from the past could be proof enough. He stole your ideas and died because he didn't understand what he stole. Yeah, maybe. But they're not dead if you send a rescue party back in time someday. Well, in this specific game, the way the time travel works... Is my mic twisted? My mic might be twisted. What the heck? Okay, there we go. That's not how time travel works in this instance. It's like, if you go back at a specific time, then, you can only go back to that specific time. It's like a specific day. It can't be repeated. So, no one is saving them. They are gone. They are gone and it cannot be repeated. I swear my mic is like twisting, but I hate it. Probably fell into another tar pit. Maybe. I feel like the T-Rex probably got them. We saw evidence that it was around there, but we did not run into it. I wonder if it's because it was hanging around where Vance was, and we chose not to associate with him too much, so we didn't run into it, maybe. Probably the T-Rex. Yeah. I don't know. Should we try to prove that our research is ours? Or should we just let things go? Should we try to prove it, or should we let it go? One? Okay, we got one vote for one. Pick one. Okay, two. Never forgive, never forget. Pick one. No, I'm trying as long as the optics don't annihilate us. There is the chance that we might not have all the evidence. I chose not to record. I chose not to hang around them. Prove it to us. Get the button. Okay, let's try. I submit everything I have in order to strengthen my case. You hasten to explain that on the great historical significance of these events requires you to provide a complete record of everything that happened. Nonetheless, you add a note expressing your deepest regret that Darian Vance did not return. After waiting what seems like an eternity, you've received notification regarding your academic fate. It comes in an old-fashioned letter delivered to your parents' mailbox. Not a thick envelope. You fear that there will be a one-paragraph dismissal of all you've presented. You're almost afraid to open it, but with trembling hands you do. It is a single page. Above Dean Green's big, self-important signature, your eyes fall on this line. After carefully considering the materials you submitted, I must inform you that your request for reinstatement is hereby denied! Oh, he didn't believe me. I didn't have enough. It is readily apparent that the materials you claim to have accumulated in the Cretaceous are blatantly fraudulent, as is your claim to have invented time travel. I have literally video evidence of dinosaurs, bro. What are you talking about? With a groan, you crumple up the letter. You have no other decent academic prospects. It'll be a bit of a scramble to get into a local community college that's supposed to take everybody. And you have to start nearby from the beginning, as few of your academics credits will transfer. Is it because I didn't get enough footage? Bro! Must have been AI. I know I didn't get as much footage as I could have, but I got a good bit of footage. I got footage of dinosaurs. I got footage of a few different species. On a lark, more than anything, you ship your movie off to an indie film festival and forget about it for a while. One day you hear back. The programmers comment on the precisely modulated voiceovers, which indicate what species they are on screen and what they're doing. You included explanations where necessary, striving to give each type of dinosaur, fucking bird, or other creature the time it merits. The bottom line is that your movie has been accepted! We got some success here. You're invited to the screening. Well, of course, you go to opening night. Naturally, Brett insists on coming with you. After all, he's your biggest fan. Watching the audience's response to your work is a whole new experience. Your one and only documentary is deemed impressive indeed. Vance's good looks come through, and the dinosaurs add sizzle. Everyone adores Baby Cubby's antics. The movie draws considerable interest from film buffs, generating applause when the credits roll. This does not mean, however, that anyone outside the film industry will ever recognize your name. That's sad. Once all the dust settles, before you know it, people, mainly your parents, expect you to pick out a career for yourself. What's your preference? I'm a scientist, I have a strong affinity for filmmaking, I'm a natural-born inventor, I'm drawn to exploration and guiding / big game hunting. I feel like I did find some success in filmmaking. I feel like I didn't perform all that great with my choices in this adventure. I should have climbed the tree, Chio. I'm not climbing another tree! I mean, I don't know. I did find some success with the filmmaking, but like, you made a freaking time machine. Like, inventor? You made a freaking time machine! And nothing happened to the time over or anything. Did pretty good. You're a freaking time traveler. Screw it, Camille. I know, yeah. I could go back to other times and film more shit. That's true. But I feel like, come on. You made a time machine. You gotta be an inventor, man. You gotta. I'm picking that. You forged a career as an inventor. It suits you. Besides, dealing with daring advance in this ilk has prepared you well for moneyed angel investors. Okay, time passes. Epilogue! Time sweeps onward, as it always does. Some people in events are remembered too harshly, and others with great generosity. This is true no matter how tirelessly you work to bolster your legacy. You show keen journalists the evidence proving you're the real inventor of the time machine and the first true time traveler. Problem is, your claim is weak. Worse yet, the spoiled little rich kid's father succeeds in portraying you as a charlatan who stole his son's invention. Yeah, can you believe it? Daring Vance is the one who's widely hailed as the real inventor of the time machine and the first true time traveler. Notwithstanding everything you've done, it's unbelievably frustrating that you never managed to make a go of it as your chosen career as an inventor. Yeah, really? Perhaps your own personal past haunts you too much. Nobody recognizes you when you walk down the street. Now you know what some of the astronauts from years later must feel like. Oh, and as for that romance you kindled with your best friend from childhood, well, there's nothing like adversity to cement those bonds. You and Brett get your first apartment together. Ah, we're still together! Nevertheless, when you're out camping, your want to stare at the vast sky late at night. Sometimes you spot an occasional airplane or satellite, or the dim glow of a city in the distance, and instead of finding these small traces of civilization reassuring, you turn over that big what if. What if you and Brett had made a new life for yourselves back there? Some nights you wake up having dreamed of hearing, "Come, come, come, come." Ah, but those dinosaurs, the duckbills, and the fucking birds, and the kazoo heads, and yes, even the triceratopses. You'll always have the dinosaurs. What then? Now, our film was only successful because of the time machine. It's gotta be inventor. Yeah, for real, but everyone assumes it's all special effects and stuff. I should have got more footage or something. Oh well. This game seems kind of stacked against you. It did feel that way at certain parts, namely when I tried to fire the blank and my character just dropped it for no reason. We hope you enjoyed playing T-Rex Time Machine. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to recommend this game to a friend? I actually really enjoyed this game. I had a good time. I really felt drawn in. I was a little worried what a game like this would kind of be like on stream, since it's all like text and reading. But I wanted to try something new, and I feel like it panned out. I felt pretty immersed in the story myself, honestly. I might just leave it as a 10. Yeah, I'm pretty likely to recommend it. No. No. It was fun, but it did kind of end emptily. Well, that's just because based on my choices, it's a choose your own adventure. If you make different choices, you'll get a different outcome. No! What do you want my email? No! Thanks for playing. Play again, play more games like this, share this game with friends. We can come back to this email! How about quit? Oh yeah. Wait, play again. Yeah, this is just back at the beginning. Alrighty! Well, I guess that's it. We went all the way around. We made it to the end. I don't think we got a particularly happy ending. Did the music just end again? Yeah, okay. I'll start it one more time for the last time to stream, just so I'm not talking in silence. Okay, cool. Did not get the happiest ending, but we got back safely. We didn't die, and there were some things that worked out. My relationship with Brett was still intact and thriving. And I got some moderate success. But I do feel kind of sad that I didn't get a better ending. That's a little sad. Maybe I'll like play again in my own time or something. It's really fun. I could actually see myself playing again and trying to make smarter choices, especially knowing that like how certain things turn out. Like, hey, don't climb the tree. Don't break your dam. Yeah. I mean, maybe if you guys want to see another one of these, we could come back to this game and try to get a better ending, kind of knowing how things play out. If you want to see it again, but like, man, this was a lot longer of a stream. I thought this was going to be a short stream. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. What? You wrote a nat word. It was not good. No. It was a melancholic ending, but we kept Brett, so I'm good with it. Yeah, we got some pretty good stuff out of it. But like, man, we didn't even get to see the T-Rex or anything. But also, like, how... I don't understand how it's deemed fraudulent. My whole time stuff, because I didn't just get footage. I got some samples. I had physical samples from the freaking dinosaur times. Unless they're saying it got destroyed in the Triceratops stampede. I don't know. No, wait, wouldn't that be on the truck? We wouldn't have pulled that off the truck unnecessarily, so that should be intact. It was only the camp stuff that I did not put back in the truck that got destroyed. How the freak are you going to, like, you can have scientists analyze the samples that I got. Like, surely they can see, like, wait a minute, this isn't made of anything. Like, wait a minute, this is authentic. The Land Rover would have been covered in dino DNA. Yeah, like, we have proof. I feel like the game's not thinking about that. I know I didn't go hard all in on collecting samples, but I did have some samples. I did. I have samples from the bird nest. It was one of the first things I did. You have a time machine. Like, you literally have a time machine and you can use to travel through time. Like, just show people the time machine. I know! It feels like the game's not really taking some of that into consideration. I mean, it might be kind of going off, like, a percentage of choices that you made rather than just one or two. But I don't know. It kind of feels like some of your decisions, it only mattered that you chose it one time, like climbing the tree, and then your thumb is literally broken for the rest of it. And then some stuff, it kind of feels like no, you have to choose it more than once for it to matter. You know? I'll give it credit. It's real about how corrupted the system can be. That is true. Yeah, it's pretty honest about that. I'm just sad I wasn't able to prove it wrong. And there were times I stopped to get more footage and the game just kind of said no. I'm just like, bro? Hello? Hello, bro? Excuse me? Like, what the heck? I don't know why that would just happen sometimes. I'll never get over Chris dropping the gun for no reason. And the camera, yeah, accidentally setting it to flash. And it just made all the dinosaurs mad and I got no useful footage. There were 2 separate times where we tried to get extra footage and Chris just kind of skill issued it. It's like, bruh, I'm gonna go play this myself. Awesome, well, let me know how it goes. Honestly, I would be down to kind of play another one of these if you guys want. We can play one more time and try to get a good ending. Some other time. Definitely not today. Takes a long time to get through the game. Well, actually, I feel like if you just hold focused and weren't yapping and entertaining stream, you could probably get through it a lot quicker. Yeah, flash! There was one point where I tried to take out the video camera and it said the character accidentally hit the flash button and totally just ruined it. And I'm just like, bro. Move it up! And I'm not gonna fail to climb the tree. Well, okay then. Let me know how that goes. When you break your thumb, I'll be there to hear you talk about it. Yes please, I like these text adventures, it's super comfy. Alrighty, yeah, we can make some different choices next time. And any VOD watchers, please let me know in the comments how you feel. I would love to know your feelings. If you want to see me do more, please let me know. And let me know how you felt about the game in general. I would really love to read your thoughts and stuff in the comments too. Feels like there's some kind of hidden stats where you need to pick enough film stuff or gun stuff or else things will just randomly fail. Yeah, that might be what it is. Shoot everything and climb every tree further. Maybe. Expect tomorrow and how it goes. Alrighty then. I will keep an eye out for that. Yeah, no, the game was definitely really fun. I had a lot of fun playing it. It's not very often that I see games made in this style. It was really cool getting to try out something new. Maybe Chio would like those text-based games from the DOS era? Maybe. I just happened to like find this game when I was looking on Steam for like more dinosaur games or more horror games. I was just looking for games, short games that can be played in one stream. Happened across this one. I was like, whoa, this looks cool. Bought it and it was a great time. It was a dead genre for a while. Well, if anyone is interested in a game like this, I do recommend this one. I had a lot of fun and like while the reading kind of gets hard on your throat after a bit, the descriptions were very vivid. I could like picture a good idea of what was happening and getting immersed in it so many times to this playthrough. It was really good. Kind of makes me want to play Dino Crisis 1, 2, and 3. I did not know there was a Dino Crisis 3. I saw some people mentioning we don't talk about 3. I guess it's not good. But I didn't even know there was a Dino Crisis 3 until I started seeing people say that. And I was like, I thought I was just 1 and 2. There are stats. It's on their website. Yeah. So you probably need to have enough of a certain stat. Actually, speaking of, there's a show stats button here. Your character. Name, my name. Oh, wait, is this not showing me? Oh, wait, my head's in the way. Is this not showing me the stats for the decisions I actually made? Well, I just started a new file. So I don't know if it'll show me my stats. Yeah, this is all 50-50. So I think this is new. I should have looked before starting a new game. Okay, well, we're not gonna be able to see that from that. But yeah, maybe next time, especially if we play again, we can kind of look more at the stats and kind of see. Yeah, it's because you ain't in the game. Yeah, that's okay though, that's okay. Also, if we play a game, I'm playing a dude. Okay, Yowie with Brett. Dino Crisis 3 is pretty okay. It's not as good as the other two, so it seems worse than it is. Yeah, so it's one of those ones, like, okay on its own, but comparatively not as great, so it gets a lot of crap. You definitely need a certain level of filmography in order to have the camera be knocked over by the stampede, or stupidly leave the flash on then. Oh, okay. Okay. So basically, because I didn't film enough, my character was not as accustomed to having the camera, and that's why stuff failed sometimes. Could also make Brett a woman, not prehistoric Yobi. I kind of like the Yowie option better though. Brett's a man to me now. I want to be a man. Okay, yeah. If you guys want to see another run through of this game, I don't know if we'll have time this coming week, but maybe the week after. If you guys want to see it again, please let me know. Let me know in the comments or whatever. I would really like to get some insight if you guys enjoyed the game. We can absolutely do one more run through of the game if you guys are interested. Wow, yeah, that's pretty wild. How often do you use items affects how well you perform with them. Yeah, it's actually kind of really interesting, like how in depth it is. That's really cool, actually. it's not just based on like, oh, you make this choice here or there. But like, no, it does stack over time. Isn't that cool? I kind of wish I realized that. But I was trying to get film. I feel like I just didn't prioritize it early enough, you know? Or there were times where I did and it backfired on me. I don't know. Because you didn't film enough and because you didn't pick things like my academic focus is film or my main concern is getting footage, I think. Yeah, maybe. Well, if we play it again, next time we'll give it another shot and see what happens. In the meantime, though, my throat has been killing me for a while, and I've been, like, just barely getting by, like, just drinking tea and water. I need to go and rest my throat, especially if we're gonna have a chance of what was I saying? Oh, of streaming tomorrow. Yeah. We definitely need a rest if we're gonna have a chance of doing that. So, I'm gonna go ahead and head off. I had a great time with you guys today. Thanks for hanging with me. Thanks for helping me make decisions. This was a fun little adventure, and I had fun, sharing the input with you guys. That was really fun. I really enjoyed it. It was really fun picking all the choices together. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be it for me today. I guess if my throat's not dying when I wake up, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I want to see you guys tomorrow, so I hope that's not what happens. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye, Podcast. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Bye-bye. 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 Now I can, like, mute the desktop audio. I hope it wasn't echoing too bad. Maybe next time I can, like, prepare a better BGM, too, so there's no echoing at all. I appreciate you guys being patient with that too. Oh, good night, Chio. Good night. Okay, bye-bye.